That's 800-207-4545. Once again, that's 800-207-4545.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/radio to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
That's leaffilter.com/radio for your free gutter inspection today. See representative for warranty details. Promotion is 20% off plus a 10% senior or military discount. One discount per household.
The working families of Long Island Labor's District Council of Pennsylvania, D.C., Maryland, and Virginia are proud contributors to all aspects of growth in this great city. The Labor's District Council provides safe, well-trained, productive workers who enable projects to be done on time and under budget. We appreciate our signatory contractors and their commitment to fairness and equality. Laborers, we're building a better future today.
Brought to you by the Laborers District Council Licit Fund.
Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, WPHT-HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Piazza Auto Group Studios, experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Live and local from Philadelphia. The Dawn Stensland Show on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Get right to it. We have so much breaking news as we begin this morning, and Monica Crowley is up ahead right at 10:15. So we'll get an update from her as far as the job, the 250th, the Biggity Big Parade, as we say, that is this weekend on the 14th. And wink, wink, it's also President Trump's birthday on the 14th, Flag Day. So we'll get the latest on what's going on, not only in D.C. for the huge parade, but as well for the 250th, which, by the way, next year, that's Philadelphia plays a center stage role, or so we're told. Updating you on what's going on with L.A., the latest here is that President Trump, the back and forth, has said Gavin Newsom is just too weak. So we're hearing that more National Guardsmen are on standby, 500 Marines. This is in addition to all of the backup that was called in. An important story as we think about day 4. This is day 4 of protests that the media continued throughout the weekend to call peaceful protests when you saw in the background what looked like a war zone. And so this is an important story as we think about the media, the so-called mainstream media, just losing credibility by the moment. But these, we're learning more about the illegals, by the way, who were arrested. And that was the real mission as another series of ICE raids took place in Los Angeles. And we're getting the rap sheet on some of these individuals, more than 120 arrests last week and over the weekend. But in these raids, they include convicted sex abusers, convicted drug dealers, gang members, and this according to the court documents that are just being released. And so this was the job of ICE. So these purported individuals that if you watch the so-called mainstream media, you would think that they're saying, oh no, these are hardworking people who are just showing up outside of Home Depot because they want some under-the-table cash work. Well, not according to these ICE documents. And you can look, you don't have to take up my word for it. In fact, don't take anybody's word for it. Look it up yourself. I'll put it out on social media. But they've got all of these 55-year-old Rolando Venarcion Enriquez, Philippines, lengthy rap sheet dating back many, many years, 4 years in prison. And the list goes on and on. Another guy, let's see, this guy, 44-year-old Armando Ordaz, Mexico, alleged member of the gang Brats, 13, found guilty of sexual battery in Los Angeles, was sentenced to 135 days in jail and 5 years probation. So he got basically probation for sexual battery back out on the streets. And now he's picked up once again. The rap sheet. Oh, here's another one. 42-year-old Jose Gregorio Mendronda of Ecuador. Yeah, he was nabbed on Friday, imprisoned on drug offenses. A lot of these guys have violent criminal backgrounds.
I think they're just trying to
this
get
is
the rest
who
of the
ICE
agents out. This is mostly
enforcement,
FBI
ICE
at
officers
this point
were after.
that are
Not
here.
just, innocent dads from wherever. No. These are individuals who are wanted, violent criminals, gangbangers, etc. And so that's who they were going after. Just to be clear about this, and they've released all of their rap sheets of everybody they arrested. You can look at it for yourself. I want to stay on time here, but I do want to get to JD Vance on this podcast over the weekend as he's just getting off the plane, and we've seen he's very relaxed. It doesn't want to get into the whole bromance between Elon Musk and President Trump that everybody was losing their minds over. Not me. Thursday into Friday. I told you on Friday that I felt like they would make up. They would kiss and make up, if you will. And this is billionaire Elon Musk, richest man in the world, but also he doesn't come off like the richest guy in the world because he's a genius. And over the weekend, we saw him once again going into his wheelhouse, talking about, multiplanetary life and all of his lofty goals and why this is all so important to him. And I was grateful for that. But I have no doubt that President Trump and Elon will, in fact, shake hands and make up. Yes, I think the bromance is not a breakup. I think they had this rough spot. Okay, it was awkward. It was transparent. But listen in. There are two clips from JD Vance that I want you to listen to. And although he doesn't want to get in the middle of it, but let's go in the order that I sent them to you, Dan. In the first one where he discusses what was going on.
Elon figures it out, comes back into the fold. I know the president, for a couple days, I'll tell you, just, I don't want to reveal too many confidences, but, was getting a little frustrated, feeling like some of the criticisms were unfair coming from Elon. But I think has been very restrained because the president doesn't think that he needs to be in a blood feud with Elon Musk. Mm-hmm. And I actually think if Elon chilled out a little bit, everything would be fine.
So chill out a little bit, Elon. I think he has chilled out. His father, coming up for Father's Day, Elon's famous father, he also got involved. We hear more about May Musk, and I follow her on social media, but his father, who's also a genius, and emerald miner from South Africa, his father, kind of coming to the defense of Elon over the weekend. And as well, Elon appears to have deleted. He's been hitting that delete button and deleting some things over the weekend. Maybe was upset over some things that were being said and thought twice about it. But let's listen to your vice president as he's very laid back in his demeanor. I mean, he's wearing the shirt and tie and all of that, but he's still really laid back as he's talking about this and feels confident that Trump and Elon Musk will make up.
I think that it's a good bill and it does a lot of good for the American people. But look, Elon's entitled to his opinion. I'm not saying he has to agree with the bill or agree with everything that I'm saying. I just think it's a huge mistake for the world's wealthiest man. I think one of the most transformational entrepreneurs ever, that's Elon,
Agreed.
to be at this war with the world's most powerful man, who I think is doing more to save the country than anybody. I'm 40 years old, anybody in my lifetime. You think about it. It's a guy who, not even a year ago, nearly took a bullet in the process of campaigning, went back on the horse the next day. And if you look, obviously I'm biased, but you look at what we've done on the border, you look at what we've done with trade, fighting back against a generation of theft of the American dream, which is what the president's trade policies are starting to do. I just think you got to have some respect for him and say, look, yeah, we don't have to agree on every issue. I'm talking about if you're Elon Musk, you don't have to agree with us on every issue, but is this war actually in the interest of the country? I don't think so. So hopefully Elon figures it out, comes back into the fold.
So I love his demeanor because I feel the same way. And I'm not even, my gosh, that's the vice president, very laid back about it. Just saying essentially what I said on Friday. And everybody was teasing me. But I think that you have, some spirited, passionate personalities, maybe some drama. But I'm fully confident that they will make up. and that he won't be asked to give back that golden key to the White House. I think they will make up, and I think everything's going to be fine. I know that some of you on Friday were like, Dawn, you're so optimistic. Thanks for Susie for the biggity big shout out. Thank you. Love you guys on the YouTube chat. But the vice president did mention the big, beautiful bill, got to get her done. And so it was a little unusual for Speaker Mike Johnson. This was yesterday. He was a little feisty as he's trying to defend the president, but he's also feisty, I think, because he wants to get the big, beautiful bill passed. And so already the word this morning is that the Senate, we expected this, they're making some alterations. They're putting their mark on this. So we'll see what that looks like. I will say those SALT deductions are critical to keep the House, and that's why the House passed it. The Senate, a different story. So will senators honor that, those SALT deductions? And that affects Jersey. Remember, I'd asked Jack Chittarelli about that one. I think as well, Bill Spadia, asking him about that as well, because it's critical for, New Jersey folks to be able to have bigger deductions, right? But it really affects in New York. Remember, that's how they won the House, was essentially that was New York. They're going to lose those seats. And so we're watching that very carefully as well. But it looks like they're working on the big, beautiful bill as the Senate is back. And so Speaker Johnson insisting that Elon Musk has had bad information. He was a little more animated. Go ahead.
The president used the word disappointing. I think that's right. We were disappointed, surprised. I'd had a lot of great discussion with him about the one big beautiful bill to make sure that he had accurate information, because I was concerned that people were telling him things that just simply weren't true. And look, Elon's number one responsibility is to save his company. The president and I have the responsibility of saving the country, and that's what this bill does. And we're really excited and proud of this product, and we're going to get it delivered.
Yep, I think they will. And I've said that from day one. I do believe they will. But what will it look like? I don't think, because of those votes, and I talked about that before, 50 votes required versus 60 votes required. I think that's why they want it in. They want to take one shot at this thing to get it passed. I know that many of you have spoken out about this, saying, why don't they Doge that so-called big, beautiful bill with all that pork in it? I think I would agree. I wish that they had Doged it. And Elon, by the way, has changed culture. Doge is now a verb, right? We've officially, who was the other one? It was Robert Bork. When you say you borked, wasn't it? Am I saying it right? Gosh. But, there are certain words in politics that become a new verb. And so I will say doged, that's a new verb. I wish that they had gone through it a little bit more thoroughly. I'm going to be honest. I think you feel the same way. And I'm concerned about the debt ceiling being raised. We'll see where that goes. But I think they will get this in one shot. They need to, because they've got to move on, be successful, and think about the upcoming midterm elections. So I think they've got their eye on that ball. The bill would extend, remember, the 2017, this is the big important part of this, 2017 Trump tax cuts, cut spending, reduce some other levies, but also leave some 10.9 million more people, they claim, without health insurance. And so my question is, well, I thought the Affordable Care Act took care of that. So who are the 10.9 million people that they're talking about? Are they illegals, or are they individuals who should not be eligible for certain, let's say, certain benefits that are federal benefits? So that's the question, as the so-called mainstream media says, well, we still have 10.9 million people without health insurance. Who? Let's name them. So that's a critical one. So we'll talk about all of it moving forward, but I got to stay on time because we have the great, the brilliant, the beautiful Monica Crowley. You want to hear what she has to say about the 250th coming to Philadelphia, what that means for you, for us in our region, and also the big parade plan for this weekend. Stay right there. Dawn Stensland at Dawn Stensland on X.
Patrick was way behind on his IRS taxes.
I was in way over my head. The total amount ended up being somewhere just over $30,000. $30,000.
Then the IRS came to collect.
Started getting letter after letter. A lien had been filed against me. They were going to basically hang me completely out to dry.
He had to do something.
That's when I reached out to Optima Tax Relief.
Patrick's life quickly got a lot easier.
It was very easy, pretty much hands off. They picked up the ball and ran with it.
And how'd it go?
I couldn't believe it. I had to ask 2 or 3 times. I saved an incredible amount of money.
How does Patrick feel about Optima?
Couldn't be happier. They definitely helped me. Optima Tax Relief, the best place to call. They're the best in the business.
Do what Patrick did and call Optima Tax Relief for a free consultation. Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Hi, this is Larry Steinhaus, and I want to tell you about a full-day event we're having on Saturday, June 14th. Not only will you learn stock options and real estate, but you'll also learn asset protection, you'll learn how life insurance really works, and so much more. To sign up for this event, go to 4mmw.com. That's the number 4mmw.com. And I'll tell you what, if you put in the coupon code WPHT, you're going to get a free ticket. That's it, 4mmw.com, coupon code WPHT.
Hey, it's Rich Zioli here with my friend Matt from Emmons Roofing and Siding. If you're like me, your house took a real beating this winter from all the snow, ice, and storms.
At Emmons Roofing and Siding, we're here to put it back together. We specialize in storm-resistant roofing and siding systems designed to last no matter what Mother Nature throws at it.
Well, Emmons is who I use and recommend, so call Emmons today at 856-556-3229 for a free roof inspection.
Or visit us at callemmons.com.
Callemmons.com. Emmons, protecting homes, one roof at a time.
I'm Emma Greed, and I've spent the last 20 years building, running, and investing in some incredible businesses. The more success I've had, the more people started coming to me with questions. How do you start a business? How do you raise money? How do I bounce back from failure? On my new podcast, Aspire with Emma Greed, I'll be answering these questions and more through weekly conversations with the smartest minds out there. Listen to and follow Aspire with Emma Greed, an Odyssey podcast, available now, wherever you get your podcasts.
Yo, it's Coop. Now at Verizon, they're locking in low prices for 3 years, guaranteed on my plan. And you can get a single line for just $45 a month when you switch and you bring your phone. That's their best price ever on unlimited welcome with auto pay, plus taxes and fees. It's guaranteed for 3 years because at Verizon, they got you. Visit your local Verizon store today.
$20 monthly promo credits applied over 36 months with a new line on unlimited welcome. In times of congestion, unlimited 5G and 4G LTE may be temporarily slower than other traffic. Domestic data roaming at 2G speeds. Price guarantee applies to then current base monthly rate. Additional terms and conditions apply.
Hey, it's Rich Zioli. Let me tell you about my buddy, Dr. Mike Veneria. Great guy. Whether you're looking for pediatric, general, cosmetic, or implant dentistry, look no further. Dr. Veneria and his award-winning team, they have your whole family covered, just like mine. Dr. Veneria's office exceeds CDC guidelines and has always maintained the strictest infection control with centralized UV sterilization of airflow to ensure your safety. Locations right over the bridge in Cinnaminson and Woodbury, 856-786-2020 or veneriadental.com.
Free speech lives here with Kaylee Company weekday mornings on Odyssey's #1 talk station, 1210 WPHT.
Yes, this is the opening number for our America's Chief of Protocol, Monica Crowley, the Great, serves as America's ambassador for major U.S.-hosted events, including, of course, the big celebration, which includes Philadelphia, America's 250th birthday, FIFA World Cup 2026, Olympic Games, the list goes on and on. Hey, Monica, it's good to have you here again.
Hi, good morning, Dawn. Great to be back with you, and thank you for the very nice words.
and the entry song, very patriotic, right?
Oh, yes, I love it.
Dan. So, I know that you've said this is the honor of your life, that you've served in the previous Trump administration as well. But for you, I want to get into, what's upcoming this weekend. And for, I'm broadcasting, as you know, live from Philadelphia, birthplace of democracy, is often said. So a lot of people excited to hear from you as far as the Philadelphia angle, not just, D.C. this weekend and for the entire country. What can you give us a sneak peek, first of all, of this weekend upcoming?
Oh, yes. And thank you so much for having me, Don. I appreciate it. And I have a feeling over the next year or so, I'm going to be back with you a lot because Philadelphia is obviously the birthplace of American democracy and the American Republic. So Philadelphia is going to be the central point for our celebrations over the next year. President Trump had nominated me to serve as ambassador and chief of protocol. But in addition to those duties, because the president loves to add additional duties to people that are close to him and that he can rely on, and so I take it as a huge compliment, the president has also asked me to be his administration's representative for these big U.S.-hosted events. You mentioned a lot of them, and of course, the first one on our plate is America 250. So we are going to spend the next year celebrating America's 250th birthday. The very first event that we have coming up is on June 14th. It's this Saturday in Washington, D.C., and we'll get to Philly here in a minute. But the first big event, which is really going to kick off about 13, 14, 15 months of celebration, is this Army 250 parade. So on Saturday, we're going to commemorate 250 years of the Army history, strength, service, and sacrifice with a huge landmark celebration in D.C. It is going to be a parade, but it's actually more than a parade. This is going to be a tribute to our history. It's going to be a patriotic celebration of the Army's legacy, and also, Don, a call to inspire the next generation of service-minded Americans. We are going to honor those who have served, both past and present. We're going to highlight wounded warriors and Gold Star families. We are going to bring to life 250 years of Army history, from the Revolutionary War to today's cutting-edge technology. And I just want to highlight a couple of the military pieces that we're going to have, because it's going to be very, very cool. We're going to have precision flyovers of aircraft going back to World War II, so World War II era, Vietnam era, and today with a potential F-22 appearance.
Wow.
Flying overhead, which is going to be so cool. We're also going to have about 120 military vehicles and artillery pieces, including 28 M1A1 Abrams tanks, 28 Bradleys, 28 Strykers, Paladin howitzers, and we're going to have missile launchers as well featured in this. We're going to have about 7,000 military personnel marching in this parade. So very, very extensive, very cool. And I will say that the president came in January. He made it very clear that he wanted to honor the first military branch that was constituted for the protection and defense of the American Republic, and that is the United States Army. So this grand military parade is going to be extraordinary. Again, it's in D.C. this Saturday. It begins at 6:30, but we're going to have a full day of other events as well. So I want to encourage everybody to go to America250.org, America250.org, and you can register. The tickets are absolutely free. It's super fast to register, but you do need to do that in order to get your access point via the Secret Service for the parade route. So America250.org, all the details are there, and you can register and get your free tickets.
It's going to be huge. We're continuing our conversation with the ambassador, Ambassador Monica Crowley, who's also Chief of Protocol of the United States. Big title, a lot of multitasking. Can you take us inside, Monica, as far as what we can expect? And I do hope we have a lot of conversations with you. People are so excited about what's to come, next summer. About this time, we'll be really gearing up for this. But what is, as far as Philadelphia's involvement in the big celebration?
Yes. So there is a National America 250 Commission that was constituted about 10 years ago by Congress. But I also want to make mention that every state has their own commission as well. So Pennsylvania has their own America 250 Commission, and they'll be dictating a lot of events strictly for Philadelphia and also for Pennsylvania because it plays such a huge role in the American Revolution. So America250.org has details where no matter where you are in America, you can click on your state and find out what's happening month to month in your neck of the woods. But you're exactly right. Philadelphia, Independence Hall in particular, Dawn, is going to play a huge role. I don't want to get too in front of the president and what he is going to announce over time, but I can tell you something that has already been publicly discussed is a mock Constitutional Congress in Independence Hall next July 4th. So current members of Congress and the Senate will be there doing a mock kind of session in Independence Hall. Philadelphia is going to be central. I know that the president is planning to visit Philadelphia next July 4th. And I also want to make mention, because we talked about the FIFA World Cup, which the president got to the United States as well as the Olympics. There is going to be a match, a FIFA World Cup match next July 4th in Philadelphia. So you can imagine Philadelphia next year is going to be the center of the universe, and we are going to announce many more plans with regard to Philadelphia as well coming up. So I look forward to joining you again when we're ready to announce those events.
Oh, we appreciate it. And that's why, Chief of Protocol, I was looking up all of your different job duties. It's a lot because you are the official working with the U.S. State Department. And when the president, you facilitate those foreign trips. It's a lot. But I also noticed you on social media looking to Los Angeles. I mean, security, a concern, obviously, with these huge events. When we think about border control and all of this, it's a big concern for every one of us looking for the security of our nation, as unfortunately that can attract the wrong crowd, right, for these huge events here in Philadelphia, or let's say D.C. or out in Los Angeles.
Yes, absolutely. And we take those concerns very seriously. We take security, obviously, very seriously. The commission, the planners for all of these events, including Saturday's event in Washington, D.C., the Army 250 parade, security is going to be very, very tight. We are working in hard lockdown with DHS, Department of Homeland Security, the U.S. Secret Service, the Park Police, Washington, D.C.'s Metro Police Department. We are working hand in glove with those groups to make sure that we can deliver the finest experience for everybody who's going to visit this parade and all events going forward, but also the safest experience as well. And I can assure you that all minds are working on this, and the security. This is why we want to encourage everybody to register now for the parade in Washington, D.C. on Saturday through America250.org, because you will get very detailed instructions on how to enter the parade grounds. You will have to go through security. Secret Service will be handling this event because obviously the president will be in his reviewing stand, and the Department of Defense representatives, the Secretary of Defense, and so on will all be attending, as well as the diplomatic corps. Ambassadors to the United States, which is under my portfolio, and they're all very excited to see America's military might and honoring the U.S. Army. So we will have very, very secure situation on the ground, but you do have to register for your free tickets, and you will get detailed instructions on arrival. We encourage everybody to arrive early, and that'll be the case going forward over the next year for all of these events. We want everybody to be as safe as possible, and that will require going through security, arriving early, getting your place in line.
Well, Ambassador, as usual, you've been gracious with your time. Really excited for this weekend's event moving forward. Thank you so much.
Oh, it's my great pleasure. Dawn, thank you. God bless.
Thanks, Monica. Back at you. So, Ambassador Monica Crowley, there's so much going on, but if you haven't already, if you're thinking about heading out this weekend, it's going to be incredible. And I know my sons love this stuff.
Are they
Can't
going
get
down?
enough of it. So probably.
Yeah, I could see them.
So
yeah,
we're already
I could see
registered.
David loving that kind of stuff.
Yeah, and Michael too. Michael's our history, World War II kid, so.
I've yet to meet Michael.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, my gosh.
Yeah. No, David, I've met twice, I think, and both times fantastic. But
yeah. So it's exciting. It's Father's Day weekend. It's also President Trump's. They're not mentioning that, in any of the literature, but it is President Trump's birthday.
I mean, that's kind of...
I think he's kind of, I don't know, women are worse about this, but I think he's like, birthday schmirthday. You know, you
Doesn't
don't
want
have
to celebrate another year, another getting older.
You could kind of.
How old is he going to be, Trump? President Trump is going to be
70. Is he going to be 78 or 79?
He'll be 79.
79.
Yeah.
It's funny how some people you think about their age and then others not so much, right?
Mm-hmm.
So they were putting, like Maxine Waters over the weekend showing up and getting locked out because the cops didn't even know who she was when she tried to, I don't know, get in with some ICE officials out in California, out west.
I mean, it's noticeable for some individuals.
Yeah, some people, like Joe Biden.
Mitch McConnell.
Yeah.
Like Mitch, yeah, it was. But like you look at Trump, they're trying to do it. I mean, he stumbled up the stairs, and they're trying to make a big thing out of that as the the physical, and he's great. He talks fantastically. You compare his speech to Joe Biden's 3 years ago, it's night and day. So you can't even compare. Like, sorry, yeah.
So
it's a frustrating weekend on the internet for this guy.
Yeah, so we'll talk. We'll talk about what you can eat that. No matter what birthday you're celebrating, there are some foods that you can eat, according to this latest study that I do want to get into, that say you can really mitigate things like, that biological age or aging process. I don't know if Trump eats a lot of leafy greens, but
Diet Coke.
We'll get into that. Yeah, I know. He kind of defies the studies, unless Melania maybe is putting some supplements in the burgers. So we'll talk about all of it. 855-839-1210. Thanks for being here. We'll take a quick break. And around the corner, we'll update you on all the day's news. Man, there's so much, as usual, just breaking. And we'll update you on the animals, the doggies that were adopted. Thanks for, by the way, for those of you who came out or joined us on the YouTube chat, what a great day with you on Friday all day. It was a beautiful, hot day. So had a lot of fun. I got to talk about my friends at Kitchen Magic. They have been transforming kitchens since 1979. Proudly American-made, family-owned, 100% tariff-proof. You know why? Well, that means no international delays, no surprise fees. You know why? Because they're right here. This month only, you can take advantage of their 24-month same-as-cash financing. It's time to love your kitchen again. Visit kitchenmagic.com, or you can call 1-800-237-0799. Kitchen Magic. Quality that's closer to home. Make sure you tell them Dawn sent you.
All right, man. I'm finally doing it. I'm proposing, but I need the perfect ring. Where do I go?
Dude, you need to go to Cozy Jewelers in Newtown Square. They've got a fully stocked case for same-day pickup, or Paul Cozy can create a custom piece just for her. Plus, their diamonds are hand-set and hand-picked. Step up to the 5th C, bro. Color, cut, clarity, carat, and cozy.
I'm in. Found them. CozyJewelers.com. And they're Insta at Cozy Jewelers. This ring is going to be legendary.
Step up to the 5th C, Cozy Jewelers. Do you know your numbers? What numbers? Your heart health numbers, your blood pressure, your cholesterol, your blood sugar, and your body mass index. They're important, so ask your doctor. Learn your numbers, and if something doesn't seem right with them, see a Deborah specialist at one of our offices throughout South Jersey. After all, when it's your heart, you don't take chances. Find a specialist near you at demanddeborah.org.
Just wanted to touch base again. Mary with Wayne Realty Corp here. I'm so happy some of you took me up on my offer to visit. We love talking real estate and have the expertise, knowledge, and experience to help everyone. We are your realtors for life. Take a moment to visit us at WayneRealtyPA.com. Call 610-687-5280 or feel free to pop in and have a cup of coffee.
Get ready for
your workouts will
stay tuned for.
Are you tired of?
You can skip a lot of things in life, but not everything. With Citizens, get the advice and tools you need to financially handle all of life's unskippable moments. So you're ready for your best friend's wedding, a broken down car, your kid getting into their dream school, and every expense in between. From making a plan to staying on track, make sense of your money with Citizens. Get started at citizensbank.com/made-ready.
When you go on vacation, does it make sense to have someone else pack for you? Of course not. The same can be said for your retirement. Your 401k could be packed with things you don't know about or even need. If you're close to retirement but don't have a plan customized to your goals, that's kind of like taking a 30-year vacation with no idea what's in your suitcase. Seems like a stressful way to start what should be a relaxing time. Jim Cipriotti and the Retire Ready Financial Group can help you unpack your savings and build a plan to help reduce future taxes, along with a clearly defined income strategy. Call Jim at 610-894-7415 for your complimentary retirement game plan, or visit retirereadyfg.com. That's 610-894-7415.
Investment advisory services offered through Retire Ready Wealth Management, a registered investment advisor. Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, Retire Ready Financial Group, LLC, NPN number 2083768.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
Are you having trouble hearing? Hearing loss can devastate the quality of your life. Now, there's an affordable fix for you or your loved one. Rated the best hearing aids of 2025 by Forbes Health, Audion Hearing has the highest quality hearing aids at the lowest prices, starting at just $98 a pair.
I actually like them better than my old $5,000 hearing aid.
I could not believe how my hearing and life changed.
Join over 1 million happy customers by going to audionhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com.
I want to learn how to cook, but I keep ordering takeout.
I plan to rearrange my closet, but I stopped after picking the clothes up off the floor.
Accomplishing goals is hard, but when your goal is to learn a new language, Babbel makes it easy. In just 15 minutes a day, Babbel's award-winning language learning app will help you start speaking another language. Start having conversations in as little as 3 weeks.
Comment tu t'appelles? Comment tu t'appelles? Vous êtes où?
Vous êtes où?
Babbel's bite-sized lessons make it easy to learn words and phrases you'll actually use. So when someone asks,
"How's your French going?"
you can say,
Babbel est amusant et facilite grandement l'apprentissage d'une nouvelle langue. Et cela ne prend que 15 minutes par jour.
when you want to really learn another language, it starts with Babbel. Babbel, language for life, celebrating over 16 million subscriptions sold. Now save up to 50% on your Babbel subscription at Babbel.com. That's Babbel.com. Babbel.com.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. When it comes to your teeth, you deserve more than just a quick fix. That's why you should call my friend and dentist, Dr. Robert Bentz of the Bentz Dental Group. I recently talked to Joyce, a listener. She had another dentist tell her to get dentures. She wasn't having any of that. She said she may be vintage, but not old. She met with Dr. Bentz and his team and now is very happy with her dental implants. The dentist you choose does matter. Call Dr. Bentz, 610-272-6949 or BentzDentalGroup.com.
Hit the road this season to watch our world champion football team. Book your trip with Fans of Philly. Trips are now available for pre-order to Kansas City, Tampa Bay, Green Bay, and more. Travel in style with transportation, a pregame party, and game tickets to enjoy the Birds on the road this season with Fans of Philly, the official travel partner of 94 WIP and the Eagles Radio Network. Book now at fansofphilly.com. That's fans with a PH of Philly.com.
Be sure to follow Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
Thanks for being here on the YouTube chat. I'm always looking. I thought, did I miss somebody? This is Lieutenant Colonel Dr. Barbara McCormick. So she's a wife, mom, nurse, combat veteran, and a conservative. And she's asking for you to check out her bio. You can go to McCormick. Let's see, McCormick for LD4.com. So she just said, please have them check me out. And she's asking for your vote in tomorrow's primary. Look at all of these different races. It's not just at the top of the ticket, right? So there are General Assembly jobs that are up. I hope everybody in New Jersey, here on the Pennsylvania side, it's not like I can vote in this one tomorrow, but Dan Borowski, you and your family can vote. So make sure you get out and vote. And whichever candidate, I know there's a lot of passion at the top of the ticket for different candidates, but I would never insult your intelligence by telling you who to vote for. We've done a lot of the interviews with the players, but 11 in total. And on the Republican side, You've got obviously Bill Spadia is challenging, you may say, the more mainstream candidate, Jack Ciattarelli, who's the bigger name. And I never even want to tell you to look at the polls. And because back in the day, by the way, mainstream media never, it was a rule, an unwritten rule that on election day, you would never even discuss a poll or who's ahead in the poll. Did you know that? And you may remember that at some point, that really people were very careful about their coverage on election day to just respect that everybody has decided by then they're going to the polls and that they would just play it straight. So just make sure that you get out and vote tomorrow. I know that the weather might be kind of rainy and crummy, so we've got that going on. And then as far as our great day with the SPCA, thank you so much. I know that the SPCA, they're out there in Brandywine Valley, were just thrilled with all of the reaction. Remember the puppy who was a little bit older puppy, white body with the sort of Dalmatian ears, like the little black and white spotted ears that reminded me of a Dalmatian. So,
YouTube.com/@1210WPHT. See the visual.
There's Georgie. So Georgie was adopted. In this picture, Georgie looks a little older, but really is still a puppy with a little pink belly. So sweet. I was holding Georgie. So thank you to one of our great WPHT families who adopted Georgie. But all the other ones, all the other doggies, to my knowledge, still need a forever home or a foster home, if that's your thing. So we'll keep you updated and keep in contact with our great friends at the SPCA to see if they were adopted. Greg was torn. Look at him with these puppies. So these were the younger siblings. These pups some of them were like maybe 3 to 5 months. See, I'm trying to remember. So this pup, this is a younger one.
Yeah, that's Greystone.
Greystone.
Or Claystone.
Okay.
And Ironstone was the one that...
Nick looks like behind me there was looked like a secret agent with his sunglasses on, Nick Cale.
Well, you know the meme of the guy walking with his girlfriend where the guy turns around to look at the girl passing and then the girl has that one look on her face as she looks back. It's kind of what Nick looks like. He looks kind of like
looks like law enforcement, like I'm keeping security over the dog.
Oh, is that the vibe?
Yeah.
I get more of I want in on that dog
dad.
because that dog is adorable and it should be on my lap is the vibe I get.
So sweet, all of them, though. So we loved being out there. We love seeing you. Our truckers who were giving us the honk, that was terrific, too. So thanks for being there. I forgot where I was going to go. We have so much to update you on.
You want updates on the riot situation?
The L.A. riots or don't let me forget the... Greta? Greta we can talk about in the next hour with our great guest. But in this one... can I just update you guys? Because this is unbelievable how this is being reported with our Maryland dad. He's just a Maryland dad.
Oh, yeah.
Just like your dad. Your dad, my dad. As we come up on Father's Day, Dan is going to be a dad. But all of our dads, okay, maybe they've human trafficked a little.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
I mean, whose dad hasn't?
Sure, yeah.
Like 100.
I thought that was like something you had to do to become a dad.
Yeah,
that's why before, me and Maisie are now expecting.
Yeah.
Yeah,
You better...
I better hurry. I've never done human trafficking, but I better hurry up if I want to be appropriate father, according to the Democrats.
Because, she was 20 weeks last week, my friend. So...
better hurry the heck up.
You better, get some human trafficking under your belt, before Father's Day and whatnot.
Yeah.
Unbelievable, though, as they double down that this guy is an accused MS-13 gang member. I have to say accused. He was in the Tennessee courtroom on Friday. He was brought in chains, brought in from El Salvador. And you may say, well, why did they bring him back? Because a grand jury came back with a pretty significant indictment. And so... I suppose the spin is part of the spin, because I'm not hearing this. I don't hear anybody saying, well, they brought him back because, a judge said he had to come back. I'm not hearing that, because the truth is they came back with a grand jury indictment that's quite a whopper. And it's not just DOJ delivering this. It's a grand jury indictment. They say that he made more than 100 trips. smuggling people, as many as 1,000 people, over 100 trips.
Wow.
This is all of these court records are being, so this grand jury indictment, it's a hefty indictment full of all kind of details.
Tom Homan actually provided more details to Vox and Friends this morning.
I got only a few seconds left, but I got to get your reaction to Kilmar Obrego Garcia. They wanted him back. They got him back, but he's been indicted on 2 counts. 1 count of conspiracy of unlawful transport of illegal alien for financial gain, maximum imprisonment, 10 years. You got count 2, unlawful transportation of an illegal alien for financial gain. How serious are these charges, real quick?
They're real serious, and we're going to bring back, we're going to criminally prosecute, we're going to put him in prison. And when he gets done with his prison sentence, he can be deported right back.
Yeah, so El Salvador wants him back, but that's after, after he'll face all of these alleged, smuggling, human trafficking. By the way, human trafficking, allegedly, according to the grand jury indictment, children and women, and that he allegedly solicited nude photos of a minor, abused women, that he was transporting and was involved, allegedly, in the murder of a rival gang member's mother. All of this, according to this very lengthy grand jury indictment. So he'll be processed, formally charged this coming up Friday, 10 o'clock in the morning on Friday the 13th. We will continue to follow it, but a different picture being painted on the so-called Maryland dads. We'll see.
The past 9 years, Obrego
Pam Bondi
Garcia has played a significant role in an alien smuggling ring. Thousands of illegal aliens were smuggled. This defendant trafficked firearms and narcotics throughout our country on multiple occasions.
Yeah, the untold story, I will say, is how many people are being victimized. In other words, the children, the women, the men in all of the U.S. who are being victimized as basically human slaves, if you will, whether it's sex trafficking or working, forced labor, wherever they're working. And it's tragic to me that the media doesn't also focus on the victims of this. They seem to focus on the alleged human traffickers and defend them. I don't think that's a great hill to fight on for the media or the Democrats, quite frankly. And I think we all can see the truth as these details unfold. So we'll continue on. Man, there's a lot. All right, we'll get to all of it, including that. I have to get to that study. I've been talking about it for like 3 days, so I will get to that study, the health study. But you got to level up the fun this summer. This is a new Civic hybrid sedan, or maybe a hatchback, from my friends at Piazza Honda. The Civic Hybrid has received the honor of being named a 2025 North American Car of the Year. And this is impressive. Either 50 city or 47 highway miles MPG rating. The sporty Civic sedan now comes with the efficiency and the excitement of hybrid performance. You can visit them at my friends at Piazza Honda of Philadelphia. Ask for Ross the Boss, awesome Ross the Boss, or Langhorne, Pottstown, Reading, or Springfield. Do this today, or you can browse more than 200 hybrid vehicles online. Check them out, piazzahonda.com, Piazza, piazzahonda.com. Tell Dawn sent you.
Kale and Company, weekday mornings, 6 till 10.
Serendipity Dizzle says, thanks a lot, Nick Kale. You think Democrat Mikey Sherrill will be our next governor. If you think I'm just going to predict Republicans win every single thing because it makes you feel good, I thought the left were the snowflakes and the softies. Come on, Serendipity Dizzle. Didn't I say that the red wave wasn't going to happen when I first walked in here in October 2022? Was I right? Was my prediction enough to keep Republicans at home? Bring the same energy you do for 47 to every other election where an R is on the board, and you'll win.
Start your day with Kale and Company, weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/radio to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
That's leaffilter.com/radio for your free gutter inspection today. See representative for warranty details. Promotion is 20% off plus a 10% senior or military discount. One discount per household.
Get ready for summertime with Jack Daniels and Coca-Cola ready-to-drink cans. Head to your local PA Fine Wine and Good Spirits store now to take advantage of $2 off 6-packs of the Jack and Coke Variety Pack featuring 2 cans each of the original Jack and Coke, Jack and Cherry Coke, and Jack and Vanilla Coke. All perfectly mixed at 7% ABV. Perfect for down the shore or hanging with friends in the backyard. Celebrate responsibly. Whiskey Specialty, 7% ABV. Jack Daniel Distillery, Lynchburg, Tennessee. Jack Daniels and Old No. 7 are registered trademarks of Jack Daniels Properties, Inc. Coca-Cola is a trademark of the Coca-Cola Company.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. No, we're not one of the big guys. Truth is, we don't want to be. If you're over 50, Big Wireless probably has you paying for more data than you might need. You could be throwing away thousands over a lifetime. We're not here to be the biggest. We're here to bring you something we believe is better. Our plans start at just $20. You'll get the same fast nationwide coverage without the big wireless bill.
Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com/facts or a store near you. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional facts.
A few years ago, CTV was a buzzword. Now it's your most important channel, while your current DSP is still playing catch-up. Viant's been leading CTV from the start, delivering real results across the world's most premium streaming content, viewed by real consumers, backed by real reporting. With AI-driven optimization, people-based targeting, and inventory from the biggest names in entertainment, Viant doesn't just reach audiences, it moves them. Viant, where premium streaming meets performance. Visit viantinc.com/CTV to unlock real results today.
From North Wales to Willingboro, we know your favorite stations, Talk Radio 1210 WPHT, always live on the free Odyssey app.
So we're still waiting for an update on these IEDs, bomb-making materials found in at least 2 Morristown, New Jersey homes. Not a lot of word, though. This took place over the weekend. People awakened to all this, apparatus, police, bomb squad called to a very quiet, tree-lined, lovely neighborhood there in Morristown, New Jersey, South Jersey, Burlington County. Right near the end of Cove Road and East Oak Drive. The minimum cost of a home in this neighborhood is $1 million. Greg Stocker said, why is that relevant? You know how Greg gets all questiony, how he's inquiring minds want to know, why is it relevant? It's relevant to me because depending on who you are and how wealthy your parents are and how many lawyers you can hire for your kid, we'll see where this goes. But these are 2 homes where we have bombs and bomb-making materials and IEDs that were being created. We have a juvenile suspect, an underage suspect, a child by law. We don't have an age. We don't have a name. No new information. Nothing to see here. So they did hear that the homeowners nearby said something went boom, and they heard them as they actually detonated at least one of these devices. The New Jersey State Bomb Squad, the bomb unit, was called in. NJSP Hazmat, Burlington County Hazardous Waste Department. All of these local and state officials were called in. And so some tense moments. They had to evacuate that area. Imagine, it's graduation season, right? You think about what time of year it is, got a wedding, and all of a sudden, you're evacuated from your home over the weekend. That's what happened. A neighbor's not too happy about it. But in this one, they said due to the volatility of at least one of the IEDs, they detonated it at a nearby public works yard. And that's what everybody heard and felt, that explosion. And so they had to clear the home. Then they served a search warrant for a nearby home on East Oak Avenue. And it's not a long street. So I'm sure everybody on the street knows which homes are involved here. But they found more IED materials that they detonated on the scene. And so those materials were blown up on the driveway. But I guess the bigger one was blown up nearby. I'm just saying that's not nothing.
Do we know details about the bomb maker?
Nope.
No? Okay.
No.
Huh.
Nope. And so I'm just saying that, if you are a poor kid in Philadelphia, in a different neighborhood, I'm just saying we'd know who the kid was in this one. So I'm going to, we love to be critical of our local DA. I'm just saying that this information will come out if the person is charged as an adult. But when you are, let's just be real, when you are a wealthier kid in a wealthier neighborhood, in a wealthier community with a different zip code or area code, whatever, generally speaking, your parents can afford a better lawyer. I'm just saying. So we'll see what happens here. I mean, they called in
some crazy teen lone wolf kid that was just experimenting with the anarchist's Bible, and
I can tell you this. I would be shocked. I would fall off my chair if this kid has a red hat that says MAGA, because if that were the case, you would know who that kid was.
Yeah.
You would already have the video, the perp walk, right? So what's going on? And then they're like, nope, no more risk, nothing to see here. And it's all quiet. And by the way, the feds are involved. So the FBI Joint Terrorism Task Force was among those called in. So you could say, well, come on, Dawn. Come on, Dan.
Yeah.
It's, they have to call them in. Really? Do they? So they called in not only the state folks, but they called in the FBI Joint Terrorism Task Force, who they called in for their expertise. So they are part of the investigation.
Okay. Like if it was a lone actor, would the terrorism squad be called in?
Well,
I don't know. I don't want to pontificate about that kind of stuff, and I apologize to be the guy doing so, but yeah.
We know that the suspect is a resident, a Morristown resident, and is underage. The authorities gave us that.
Okay.
They say the prosecutor's office is reviewing all of the details, and they will determine the criminal charges. But the fact that the FBI Joint Terrorism Task Force was called in, I don't know, if I'm the neighbor, I'm a little concerned. I don't know about you. So we'll give you more information. But was this? Here's the good news. Whoever called this in may very well have saved lives, right? I mean, I think that's fair to say. Somebody tipped off law enforcement, whether it was this child's own family or whether it was a neighbor. But it's in these times when we know, quite frankly, that we have infiltration, let's just say, and indoctrination, because this is a resident. This is a United States citizen, apparently. If you see something, say something. Kudos to whoever said something, called authorities, and thank God we're reporting it this morning with no injuries. So thank God for that. And thank goodness for all those law enforcement agents who spent their weekend out here and continue to investigate. All right, we got to go. We have a great update for you on what's going on in the Middle East, what's going on with Greta Thunberg. Peter Pan is not going to save her. And we have some serious updates with our great guests. So all of that and more just ahead.
Hi, it's Dom Giordano. It's said you just don't visit Sicily. You fall head over heels in love with this ancient crossroads of civilization. The Greeks, the Romans, the Arabs, the Normans, the Spaniards, the Germans, they all left their cultural mark. I'd like you to join me for the sun, the sea, and the unparalleled beauty of Mediterranean Europe in Sicily and Calabria this fall. I'm heading to Europe again. I'm going with the best tour operator in Italy, Conservative Tours, 5544, including airfare. The dining events we enjoy in Italy are the stuff of legend. Bustling Palermo, the Quattrocante, stunning Monreale, the Palace of the Normans. Call 888-733-9494 or go to conservativetours.com. We'll even enjoy the Godfather tour and visit the locales from the movie. The crown jewel of Sicily has to be Taormina. I'll see you on the Esplanade, Mount Etna, the Valley of the Temples. This is Sicily, ancient, charming, picturesque, and always a country within a country. I'll see you in Savoca.
Jim Cipriotti at Retire Ready Financial Group doesn't need Google to know you're worried about retirement. Between inflation, rising taxes, and the uncertainty about Social Security, he understands. That's why he offers a complimentary retirement second opinion. It's a no-obligation meeting for you to talk about your concerns about retirement. You want to know if you're going to be okay? Let's find out. 610-894-7415 or go online, retirereadyfg.com.
Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, NPN number 2083768.
Big news. Newsmax just went public on the New York Stock Exchange. And millions like you are joining our news revolution. Newsmax is now the 4th highest rated news channel, just behind CNN. Reuters says we're one of the top news brands in America. 40 million Americans go to Newsmax for shows with Rob Schmidt, Greta Van Susteren, Rob Finnerty, and more. So download our free Newsmax app on your smartphone or TV and start watching. President Trump says Newsmax is truly terrific. Get the free Newsmax app and check out Newsmax shares on the stock exchange. Go to newsmaxinvest.com. That's newsmaxinvest.com. This is not an offer to buy or sell securities, nor shall there be any sale of securities in any jurisdiction in which such an offer would be unlawful.
At Kitchen Magic, we've been transforming kitchens since 1979. Proudly American-made, family-owned, and 100% tariff-proof. That means no international delays and no surprise fees. This month only, take advantage of our 24-month same-as-cash financing. It's time to love your kitchen again. Visit kitchenmagic.com or call 1-800-237-0799. Kitchen Magic, quality that's closer to home.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, let's talk ED because millions of men experience it, but not everyone can access or afford treatments like Viagra. Well, Hims can help. Through Hims.com, you can get a full range of treatment options for ED, including daily or as-needed meds through a 100% online process. It all starts with an online intake form. Get started at hims.com/joy, and from there, a medical provider licensed in your state will determine if ED treatment is right for you. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. Find the ED treatment that fits your needs with options up to 95% less than the brand names. Millions of men experience ED, but Hims can help. To start your free online visit and save up to 95%, go to hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit. HIMS.com/JOY.
It's that time of year again. Time for the Zioli Army to become the Zioli Navy and storm the beaches of Cape May and join me for our first live broadcast of the summer at my happy place, the Grand Hotel of Cape May, New Jersey, Friday, June 20th. These live shows are always the greatest, and I want to see you there. GrandHotelCapeMay.com, Friday, June 20th, our first live show of the summer, and you better be there because it's going to be something to remember.
Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
Live and local from Philadelphia. The Dawn Stensling Show on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
My name is Greta Thunberg and I am from Sweden. If you see this video, we have been intercepted and kidnapped in international waters by the Israeli occupational forces or forces that support Israel. I urge all my friends, family and comrades to put pressure on the Swedish government to release me and the others as soon as possible.
Greta Thunberg as the report, by the way, from the Israelis, of course, is that they were warned that they're not allowed to do this. But if you see the body cam video, the Israelis also were very, very careful to show the body cam video and say, nobody's injured here. We're going to return everybody to their homes and that sort of thing. So let's talk about it more. I can't believe, I really cannot imagine that we're still having this conversation about the anti-Semitism worldwide. October 7th, we still don't have all the hostages home, which is not acceptable. Well past 600 days, people living as a hostage somewhere under these godforsaken caves in Hamas custody. It's unthinkable to me. Let's bring in David Zimmerman, who's writing about this, who's vocal about this. Good morning, David.
Good morning, ma'am. How are you?
Good. Thanks so much for joining me this morning. We want to talk about the anti-Semitism that we've seen even in these Los Angeles protests. Somehow it morphed into from ICE raids, arresting people with rap sheets and so on. It morphed over several days, in fact, to a situation where we have people who are saying that they're anti-Zionist, which is code for something else. But first, can we talk about that as far as the anti-Semitic violence that continues to erupt in America?
Yes, ma'am, of course. Just for your audience's awareness, I retired from the FBI after just about 25 years working counterterrorism. I'm now involved with George Washington University's program on extremism, and we study a number of different forms of extremism, and I concentrate on anti-Semitism. And you're absolutely right. We're seeing a trend, a rise in anti-Semitism post-October 7th that's taking over not just the United States, but globally, where we see incidents of this anti-Zionism, as you mentioned, that has morphed into anti-Semitism. And there's some definitions there because there's some nuances where we have folks from the far left extremist side agreeing with folks on the far right extremist side who all agree with some of these Islamist extremists that anti-Semitism is the common denominator. And they may have different perspectives on that anti-Semitism. For instance, the far left is very much anti-Zionist, anti-colonialist, whereas the far right is very much involved in the normal tropes of the global domination of Jews, the dual loyalty of Jews, those types of historic anti-Semitic tropes. And then, of course, the Islamists look at Jews as being sort of a mortal enemy, and the creation of Israel has caused a lot of that as well. But we're seeing a rise, as you've mentioned, May 21st in Washington, D.C., 2 Israeli diplomats killed while somebody's, Elias Rodriguez, the attacker, yelling "Free Palestine." Less than 2 weeks later, June 1st, Boulder, Colorado, we see Mohammed Solomon attacking a group of Jewish demonstrators who were demonstrating in support of trying to bring hostages home, and he attacked them with these homemade incendiary devices and was yelling "Free Palestine." So we're seeing this rise in anti-Zionism, anti-Semitism post-October 7th, and it's not just rhetoric now, it's actual violence, and it's concerning.
Yeah, and David Zimmerman, somebody as a former FBI agent, you were responsible for bringing home some of those hostages. And I've read and seen you on Fox News. We've watched you as you've talked about the forgotten. Well, back then, last spring, it was the forgotten Americans of Hamas terrorist massacre on October 7th. But overall, do you feel that those remaining hostages, we hope and pray, at least 24, but do you feel that they're somehow forgotten?
Yes, ma'am. That's a very good point. I agree with you. 55 hostages remain. The majority of them are deceased, 33. Of those deceased, we have 2 Americans who were murdered on October 7th, and their bodies were taken captive along with these others. And only just a few days ago, we had 2 other Americans who were deceased, who were murdered on October 7th, Gad Haggai and Judith Weinstein, rescued in an operation, their bodies rescued. But I do think they're forgotten. So when you have somebody like Greta Thunberg, who again, I don't want to get political, but when we have this, what I consider somewhat of a spectacle where they bring attention to one issue but forget about another issue. And I will say this, that on all sides, both sides, everywhere, people don't want innocent civilians killed. I was in Israel recently, and nobody on the Israeli side wants innocent Palestinians killed. So to speak for the innocent Palestinians, that's noble. Everybody wants that. But when you actually say you're kidnapped by Israelis, the irony is damaging, because as you mentioned, 55 hostages remain. They've been there for 612 days, suffering. The ones that are alive have suffered immensely. And Greta Thunberg handed a sandwich on a boat with her colleagues that came over. I look at it as they were protected. They were kept from having to encounter Hamas. Who knows what Hamas would have done to them if they would have actually met with Hamas. And were they talking about bringing aid to the hostages who are starving or being beaten in these tunnels? No, that's lost. So the forgotten hostages, you're absolutely right. I think the world forgets that.
And you were just to refresh everybody's memory of this, you were an active duty FBI agent until fairly recently, right? Stationed in Israel from 2020 to 2024. And so you've written about, you witnessed firsthand how that tragedy of October 7th was impacting, especially the American families, but everybody. You were right there front and center. And so can you take us into that world? Just what you saw, what your feeling is as you watch, especially American media, and how this whole thing is portrayed. I think accurately you're saying, as far as a Greta Thunberg, it's the selfie generation. It seems to be all about her as she shoots a selfie stand up and makes sure her hair looks just right. Meantime, you have people like you're saying, 612 days. Oh my God, down in a cave somewhere. I just wonder if you can give us any perspective as far as the suffering and how tense the situation is.
Yes, my role in Israel, I was the counterterrorism representative for the FBI overseas, and so worked with Israelis on all matters pertaining to counterterrorism. And that's a conversation we certainly can have another time. But when October 7th happened, the FBI's role overseas is to assist Americans who are victims of or even subjects of criminal violations. So when there's a kidnapping or a murder or somebody's wounded in a terror attack, the FBI will open an investigation anywhere in the world and work with the host nation. So October 7th, we saw, at the time, 45 Americans ended up being killed on October 7th, and people forget that. 12 Americans were kidnapped, and numerous were wounded in these attacks. So, of course, the FBI is very involved, and we had the lead on that. So that my role as being the FBI agent working counterterrorism station overseas was to be sort of the eyes and ears of the FBI. We, of course, had a number of folks come out and help, but to witness what we saw, I worked very closely. My whole entire last 10 months of my career was spent working the war and specifically working the hostage crisis. So I worked with these American families, and I exchanged intelligence and back and forth with the Israelis. I wasn't involved directly in negotiations, of course. Our CIA director at the time, Bill Burns, was very involved. But I was in touch daily with the Israeli negotiators, and we would make sure that everybody was on the same page and we understood what could we do to get these hostages home. And there were some successes. Within 2 weeks of October 7th, we were able to get two American women who were visiting Israel at the time, Judith and Natalie Renan. We were able to get them released, and I had the opportunity with our Deputy Special Presidential Envoy for Hostage Affairs, Steve Gillen, to meet them as they came out of Gaza. And then, of course, in November of 2023, 105 women and children, their release was negotiated, and I was there for that as well. But to see the devastation that this is taking on these American families, and although the FBI has a special responsibility to American citizens, and we took that very seriously and we helped our American families, we actually, the FBI in the United States was there for all the hostages. So we were there, worked with the Israeli hostage families, provided them intelligence that we had, and tried to assist them however we could. And we continue to do that. My replacement is doing the same amazing job there now with our U.S. partners and our Israeli partners that the team that I worked with was doing when we were there. So, but again, even though I retired in the summer of 2024, this is a topic that's front and center for me. I'll tell you one quick story. I know we're limited time, but Rachel Goldberg-Pollen, she was the mother of Hirsch Goldberg-Pollen, who tragically was murdered in late August of 2024. Most people know the story. As a young 23-year-old American kid, he was at the Nova Music Festival. He was in a bomb shelter with 29 other innocent kids who were trying to enjoy themselves, and they were attacked by Hamas. 29 individuals in this tiny little bomb shelter. 11 grenades were thrown in this bomb shelter. He survived, but he had his left arm from the forearm down blown off. He was thrown into a truck and taken to Gaza. And the first public sign of life wasn't for 5 or 6 months later when a propaganda video was published. But he was tragically killed a few months after that, right before apparently an IDF rescue attempt happened. He was killed with 5 other hostages. But the reason I tell you this story is his parents became very close to, and his mother on day 26 of the hostage crisis began wearing a tape over her heart with the number of days her son was in captivity, that all the hostages were in captivity. 26. He said, this is long enough. My son is in captivity for 26 days, and I'm wearing this so people know and ask about it and realize this is too long. Well, everybody, all the families, the American families, were supportive, and they began wearing tape, and I began wearing tape, and my wife began wearing tape. But we started really wearing the tape on day 100, thinking, oh, my gosh, this is 100 days. These hostages are in these worst conditions that you can imagine. Think about it now. They're still wearing tape. My wife still wears tape. 612 is on the tape today. So it's just hard to understand how this is still happening, and that, yes, nobody wants innocent civilians to die, but I think if Hamas, an Islamist extremist organization, a designated terrorist organization by the United States since 1997, would release the hostages, put down their arms, the war would be over tomorrow.
Yes.
Tomorrow.
And David, to your point, nobody reports on that. Nobody says that. It really is bizarro, upside down land, and so we thank individuals like yourself. You were there, at ground zero, literally. You know these families who've suffered, and we continue to pray for the few alive, and even to your point about just the return of the bodies, so that the family members can have closure. Which you would think that at least they would allow that, but they hold the bodies of these murdered hostages. They continue to hold them. It just makes me nauseous, to be honest. You're
absolutely right.
Oh God, 612 days, and then to see the protests around the country like this. David, thank you so much. I hope you come back, and I know on a one brighter note, locally here, and this was a local story. It was Idan Alexander that we covered this. We covered this. The community came out. It was like I was crying. The community came out before daybreak, and they were just praying and singing and celebrating his homecoming. We are so grateful that, thank God, he has come home alive.
Yes. I'm thankful as well. That week I was in Israel, actually, and I was supposed to have coffee with his mother that week. And, of course, I said there's no greater reason for us to cancel our coffee than your son coming home. And an amazing family, a family that suffered immeasurably. And until people can think about that, what these families, what would you do if your loved one, you could not communicate with your loved one for 500, 600 days, not knowing where they were, not knowing if they were fed. It is surreal. So people cannot forget about the hostages. And I'm happy to come back and talk to you about so many other topics. But thank you for having me on.
David Zimmerman, thank you so much for being here. We look forward to the next conversation. You can find more. He writes for Fox. You see him on Fox as well. He's with the program on extremism there at GW, George Washington University, former FBI agent who was, yes, responsible for bringing some of those hostages home, helping in that task. We'll continue the conversation, 855-839-1210, right around the corner. Got to talk about my friends. Let's talk about, shall we, talking about my friends at Marvin E. Cans, heating and air conditioning. You got to keep your home cool. Eventually, it'll be summertime. I don't know that it feels like it today. I think the high is only 73 degrees, but I am grateful for my guys, Marvin E. Cans, heating and air conditioning. So maybe you want to make sure you get them out for your AC unit, summer ready. Take my advice. Get your AC unit serviced this summer. And here's the thing with Marvin E. Cans and my guys. They're going to give you an honest assessment. If you need to get your unit replaced at a fair price, install a high-efficiency Trane AC unit. That's Trane. Hard to stop a train, as the old saying goes. Visit marvinecans.com, Kanze, marvinecans.com. Make sure you tell them Dawn sent you.
Do you owe $10,000 or more in credit card debt or personal loans? With credit card debt at all-time highs, Debt Relief Advocates is urgently notifying consumers of debt relief now being made available, designed to aid consumers with out-of-control credit card debt. Those who qualify and enroll for this relief program will only have to pay back a fraction of what they owe. This is not bankruptcy or a debt consolidation loan. This is a relief program that credit card companies would rather you not know about, as it ends your debt nightmare and saves you lots of money. Consumers owing at least $10,000 in credit card debt or personal loans can now take advantage of this debt relief as the cost of living skyrockets. Debt Relief Advocates has established a relief hotline for you to call to learn what debt reduction you may qualify for, so don't wait. For this free information, call the Relief Hotline at 800-414-3221, 800-414-3221, 800-414-3221.
Hey, Navigation, take me to the amazing deals and super low lease payments at KiaofCherryHill.com.
At KiaofCherryHill.com, choose from over 450 new Kias, including over 40 Tellurides, over 100 Sportages, over 35 Carnivals, over 75 Celtos, and over 80 Souls. Drive home your new Kia today, just minutes from all bridges, or available online 24/7 at KiaofCherryHill.com.
June means road trips, beach weekends, and non-stop summer fun. And United Tire is here to make sure your car is ready to roll. Right now, during the Grill and Go event, when you buy 2 or more tires, you'll get $50 off any other service your vehicle needs. Need an alignment, brakes, or just want the best road hazard protection? United's got you covered. From oil changes and inspections to brand new tires. Trust the skilled techs at United Tire to keep you moving. Schedule your service today at UnitedTire.com.
I want to learn how to cook, but I keep ordering takeout.
I plan to rearrange my closet, but I stopped after picking the clothes up off the floor.
Accomplishing goals is hard, but when your goal is to learn a new language, Babbel makes it easy. In just 15 minutes a day, Babbel's award-winning language learning app will help you start speaking another language. Start having conversations in as little as 3 weeks.
Comment tu t'appelles? Comment tu t'appelles? Vous êtes où?
Vous êtes où?
Babbel's bite-sized lessons make it easy to learn words and phrases you'll actually use. So when someone asks,
"How's your French going?"
you can say,
Babbel est amusant et facilite grandement l'apprentissage d'une nouvelle langue. Et cela ne prend que 15 minutes par jour.
when you want to really learn another language, it starts with Babbel. Babbel, language for life. Celebrating over 16 million subscriptions sold. Now save up to 50% on your Babbel subscription at Babbel.com. That's Babbel.com. Babbel.com.
Prioritize yourself and make your dream of an attractive, healthy smile a reality at PI Dental Center. The professionals at PI Dental have been transforming patients' smiles for over 38 years. Board-certified specialists, Dr. Glenn Wolfinger and Dr. Robert Slough, perform complex dental makeovers with their Teeth in a Day protocol, where dental implants are placed and restored with fixed teeth in just 1 day. It's time to invest in yourself. For a smile that's monumental, trust PI Dental. Visit PIDentalCenter.com.
Free speech lives here with Rich Zioli weekday afternoons 3 till 7 on Odyssey's #1 talk station, 1210 WP.
So just updating you on the local story that was making national news over the weekend as far as Morristown Police Department. This is Burlington County, South Jersey. So there are some conflicting reports that an individual, a person of interest who brought the bomb-making materials might not live there, but then somebody else said they were. So there's some conflicting back and forth on this. And maybe even it was just misinterpretation by the news reporters on scene or something. I know that the bomb technicians were there. Like I said, there were FBI and federal terrorism task force individuals. But these were multiple bombs, if you will. And so the good job by the police, by the bomb squad unit, by the feds that were there, Burlington County's prosecutor's office, we're told, reviewing all the information, and they say there's no threats anymore. I don't know if I'm a neighbor, if that's my street, until I know exactly what's going on, I think I'd be a little concerned. Would you be? So I'd love to hear if any of you live near that area. I'm sure there are a ton of rumors going on that I don't want to report, but in this case, they've said that an individual, yes, from South Jersey, but maybe who does not actually live in one of the two homes. So they've identified, law enforcement was able to ID a suspect, underage individual. So some back and forth on this, and we'll get more information, especially if they charge the individual as an adult. Other than that, there's some pretty dramatic video that's gone international, and this takes us to those LA peaceful, they're not riots or anything, they're peaceful protests, day 4, still going on, and this as Governor Gavin Newsom still threatens to sue President Trump for sending in those National Guards men and women to help protect the ICE officers who said that they were asking for help, which is unusual, for about 2 hours, and that they were kind of cornered in this one area as ICE was making multiple arrests of, as I told you earlier, individuals with long rap sheets, including violent convicted criminals who were in and around the LA area. So I know Dan had found the latest video, and this is of a reporter from Australia who was covering this. Watch and listen.
After hours of standing off, this situation has now rapidly deteriorated. The LAPD moving in on horseback, firing rubber bullets at protesters, moving them on through the heart of LA. You just shut the fuck.
And so you're seeing, what you see here is this Australian reporter, and she's in the street. She's right there in the street. You can see the gunfire. Watch behind her, as they're not intending, I don't think, to fire upon her, but rather some protesters. And there's a rubber bullet that kind of ricochets. It looks like it hits her in the foot or the leg. And luckily she's wearing thick blue jeans and, not maybe a skirt or bare skin, because that would hurt. But as a news reporter on scene, I will say this pro tip to our Aussie reporter. Pro tip, good to have a good relationship with law enforcement on the scene. So if I'm on the scene of something like this, and it's an active scene where you could get a Molotov cocktail thrown at you or what have you. So she's in the street. There aren't any other reporters with her. If you're the only reporter out in the middle of the street, not so far from the protesters, look around. Why aren't the other reporters standing around the area where you are? Well, because they know something you don't. So generally speaking, you check in with the law enforcement. You say, hi, I'm so-and-so. You guys doing okay? Any information? Is it okay, officers, if I stand over here to do a live shot, right? That's general. This is my pro tip to maybe a less experienced reporter or journalist. Go over to the law enforcement. They have a staging area. They have somebody there in media and communications. Ask them if it's okay that you can stand in the middle of the street there, because something tells me that none of the other reporters got hit. You know why? Because they checked in. Because you have an active scene here, and you never want to be caught in any kind of a crossfire. But I will say she's fine. She's okay. I don't know if it hit her. It looks like it hit the bottom of her rubber-soled like gym shoes. But I don't have a report that she's, seriously injured. Thank goodness. It's a rubber bullet. There was another reporter who was coughing because they were doing tear gas and that sort of thing. Again, as a news reporter, yeah, it's a dangerous, active situation. And you want to make sure that you check in with all the levels of law enforcement so they know where you are. You tell them, I'm right over here. Am I okay? Because generally speaking, the law enforcement, they'll look out for you. Even if they think that you're part of the liberal media or what have you, they're good guys and gals. And so that's my personal experience over the years and why I'm standing here alive, even though I've covered some pretty dangerous riots where people were injured, some of them critically. So you're a news reporter. Look alive. Be aware. She looks very cute in her little outfit and her perfect little ponytail, but the job is more than looking cute. Got to make sure that you think you're somehow immune. You are not immune. It's basically a war zone. And that's what she learned today. I'm glad she's okay, for sure. But there's another, I don't know if that's one of her crew kind of milling around. You see a couple people milling around, but you can see behind somebody is firing a rubber bullet as a kind of a warning shot to tell some of those protesters back off. I don't have a report that she's seriously injured. National news are saying reporter shot by law enforcement. It's a rubber bullet. You'll be okay. I don't know that they teach that in journalism school unless I'm your adjunct
They can have
professor.
you start getting shot with rubber bullets like they do in police school with the getting tased.
Yeah, I mean, you see a lot of the media here. Look, if you're out there, you're in a war zone, and not for nothing, but you can be assaulted, you can be grabbed by a homeless guy or a drug addict. Here's the thing about it: you want a whole crew because your photographer is looking at you. They're focusing on their job. You're looking into the camera, reporting. Generally speaking, you have somebody else who is looking out for you as well, the eyes and ears, because you're reporting at that moment. But in this case, I would venture a bet that they did not check in at the checkpoint.
9 News sent in a statement that Tomasi camera operator are safe and will continue their essential work covering the events. Quote, They go on to say this incident serves as a stark reminder of the inherent dangers journalists can face while reporting from the front lines of protests, underscoring the importance of their role in providing vital information.
Yes. And not for nothing, but check in. I mean, it's just par for the course. Seriously, this is not, there's no space for amateur hour, and I'm being very serious. There's no nanosecond for amateur hour here. And this is amateur. This is not professional. If you're a news reporter, you need to check in at multiple different levels. They all have command centers. You see the officers behind. They're lined up. You're in basically a war zone, and these officers have protocol. You want to check in, and you want to say to those guys who are closest to you, hey, am I okay right here? Is this okay? Because I can pretty much guarantee you they would say, you know what, ma'am, if you could just back up about 10 feet and get back on the curb, I think you'd be much safer because you don't want to be caught in the crossfire of anything. And you're within throwing distance of they were throwing Molotov cocktails. The protesters were. So we don't want you to be lit on fire. We don't want you to catch a rubber bullet. So there's just, she learned a tough lesson. She and her crew, they learned a tough lesson, but that's what happens. And they're lucky that they didn't catch a Molotov cocktail or one of those brick-sized rocks that were being thrown. So she was right there in the crossfire, not smart. So gotta look out. All right. So we've been talking about that. All right. 855-839-1210. We'll take a quick break. Be right back. I just had talked about that about 8 minutes ago. Be right back.
Some drier weather returns to the forecast for the afternoon. Skies will be partly to mostly cloudy. High temperature below average at 76. Tonight, mostly cloudy with some showers and storms overnight, low 65. And for Tuesday, showers and storms mainly during the morning with a high 79.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/radio right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
Attention! If you owe money to the IRS, this is an urgent message. The IRS is cracking down by sending out collection letters, garnishing paychecks, seizing bank accounts, and putting liens on homes and businesses. They call it enforced compliance, and you better watch out because penalties and interest on unpaid taxes compound daily, making it even harder to get out of debt. Don't let tax debt destroy your life. You need to call Optima Tax Relief, America's #1 tax resolution firm. They're experts in taxpayer assistance programs that can save you thousands if you qualify. A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau, Optima's resolved over $1 billion of tax debt for their clients. Let them fight on your behalf, helping to put your tax problems to rest. Call the tax professionals at Optima now for a free consultation.
Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Hey, it's Matt, your leaf filter trusted pro. Gutters are an often neglected part of the home. They're also one of the most important. Clogged, overflowing gutters can cause serious problems like foundation damage or basement flooding, which can cost thousands of dollars to fix. Let's face it, cleaning gutters yourself is not only a hassle, it can be dangerous. But when you get Leaf Filter, you'll never have to worry about cleaning clogged gutters again. Get started today by visiting leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free inspection. If you decide to move forward, we'll professionally clean, realign, and seal your gutters before installing our patented stainless steel micro mesh system. Leaf Filter keeps out everything but the water. And it's backed by a lifetime transferable no clogs warranty. So you're protected for good. We're in your neighborhood and ready to help. Visit Leaf Filter today for a free inspection and estimate, and you could save up to 30%. Visit leaffilter.com/deal. That's leaffilter.com/deal.
Follow Talk Radio 1210 on Instagram and Facebook at 1210 WPHT.
Yeah, so the latest I know from national news, one of the headlines the Associated Press says after tear gas and street fires, a Los Angeles community cleans up as the National Guard moves in. Oh, good. So that means the National Guard came in and things quieted down. So maybe it worked that they had some backup. You know, the one thing that I'll just wrap this up that I noted was that when I look at the timeline of everything happening, what was significant to me is that you had these ICE officers, and this all started Friday into Saturday. They were doing targeted arrests of illegals who have, and I've read just some of the rap sheet, but this is 120 individuals arrested, and among those, some violent offenders already convicted, right? So you're looking on, if you're watching us on YouTube, some of this craziness that continued overnight. Their police chief holding that news conference around the 11:30 p.m. last night hour into the wee hours of this morning.
We saw the first night was bad. What we've seen subsequent to that is getting increasingly worse and more violent. Tonight we had individuals out there shooting commercial-grade fireworks at our officers. That can kill you. And we have adapted our tactics to be able to have a chance to be able to take these people into custody and to be able to hold them accountable. We are overwhelmed as far as the number of people out there engaged in this type of activity and the type of things that they're doing. They'll take backpacks, and the backpack will have a cinder block in it. They have a hammer, and they'll break up the cinder block and use that, pass it around to throw at officers, to throw at cars, and throw at other people. We've seen people with hammers, and you've broadcasted, breaking the bollards behind the federal building and taking the rocks, if you will, or pieces of concrete, and throwing them at officers. We've had liquid of who knows what description thrown at officers. There's no limit to what they're doing to our officers. And again, as I mentioned in my statement, I can't thank our folks enough and our partner agency police officials for going out there and taking care of.
Yeah, so, it's still going on. And even I'm looking at the Washington Post, for example, their headline right now is showing what's going on currently, and then saying that the LA protests have dispersed, but more are planned after dozens were arrested, and that's around the country. So one bizarro thing to me is that they're saying, well, these day laborers, they were after day laborers, and that they have labor unions across the country, and including here in the Philadelphia area. I will say this, in California, think about that it was January of this year, and the LA fires destroyed all of those homes. And how many homes have really been rebuilt? All we hear about is their tough regulations. So you think about it, let's say you're a builder, right? You're a legit company. You have to jump through hoops, through the regulations that they have, even though Gavin Newsom had announced, we're lightening up our regulations, but they're so prohibitive. And so homeowners frustrated, people very frustrated that they cannot rebuild. And then you hear that they have these day laborers, illegals, who are not making a livable wage and by all accounts being taken advantage of by people. And somehow that's a good thing. But the truth is that they're not putting forth the truth, even in these, so-called mainstream media organizations, that in fact, the reason ICE was there in the first place, starting on Friday and over the weekend, arresting some 120 individuals, many of them, the vast majority of them, violent criminals, convicted already of violent counts. We're talking about gangbangers, violent offenders, and rapists, and the list goes on. And they're saying, oh no, these are innocent LA dads or innocent day laborers. Well, not according to the documentation. It's all part of the court record. You can look it up, because they do get due process. So we got that going on. It's a sin. It really is. And it continues right now. I do miss some of the shows. We're trying to watch Snowfall. It's just not as good. I don't know.
Yeah, I heard it was good. You don't like it?
It's good. No, it's good, but it's not as good.
When the heck do you have time to watch TV, Dawn Stenslin?
So Michael and David and I have our little shows. Well, that's what I mean. We haven't watched Snowfall in months. Because we've been so busy. Although over the weekend we did watch a show called Stick.
Okay, I'm listening.
And it's really good.
Where's it at? And what's the?
It's Apple.
Okay.
Apple TV.
Ooh, Owen Wilson. Craig Stalker.
And it's Mark Maron.
Maron.
Yeah. Yeah, I didn't know who he was. Larry said he was a comedian.
Yeah, podcaster too. Big
podcaster.
Yeah.
So I didn't know who he was. But anyway, yeah. Speaking of Greg Stalker, I told Greg Stalker, don't watch this show, because Greg would be in tears after episode 1. I can't say
tears
why.
Tears of joy or like tears of sadness?
Tears of, because it's like, I can't say because I don't want to.
Tears of relatability.
Yeah, tears of relatability. But it's really well done, you guys. It's really, really a good show. That's all I can say. I don't want to spoil it. I'm bad at describing these shows.
No, I think it's a good description. It says, Price Cahill was headed for golf greatness when an on-course meltdown derails his career, struggling to stay afloat.
Yes.
He goes all in to mentor Santi, a teenage phenom with high potential, and maybe save himself in the meantime.
Yes.
Looks really good, Apple TV. Yeah, wow.
So a life event triggers his meltdown on the golf course. I'm not going to say what, But it's really well done. It's really cute, and it's just it's one of my new faves. By the way, you know the show Tires?
Yes, I've heard so much. I haven't checked it out yet. I've heard so much good about it.
So Tires with Shane, I love Shane. So Tires is back like this week.
Is it the entire season, or are they doing like
It's
one
a
episode
new
a week?
season.
Oh, wow. Yeah, Shane Gillis is. I think he's the leader in the comedian that really captures
love
the
him.
relatability to the everyman. Like Mike Judge did it really well with King of the Hill. I think Shane has really, really captured a very strong, niche here in comedy. And Tires is apparently his sitcom, his effort. I'm excited to check it out. I haven't seen any of it yet.
You haven't?
No, have you seen season 1?
Yes. Oh,
and
yeah.
you're a fan?
Season 1 and season 2. So this is, I think, right? This is season 3 or 2? But I watched
season
all
2.
of it. Okay.
Yeah, the one that just got released is
They're
season
saying
2.
it's a big improvement.
Improvement? Because
yeah.
I heard a lot of good stuff about season 1.
They're saying it's a
even better
vast improvement on season 1.
Okay.
Even better.
Wow.
But it's already, so the premiere was June 5th. Today's the 9th. Can't wait to watch it. But it's, you know why I like it? Because after a heavy news day with all this nonsense, it's just light. You know what I mean? It's just Shane goofing off with his goofy cousin, doing goofy stuff. And it's funny, but it's not heavy. Do you know?
Doesn't it take place locally too, or no?
It could be.
Okay.
It could be up in, I don't know. Yeah, it could be Allentown or something like that. I forget. Yeah, maybe it is.
Yeah, no, it's set in and around Westchester.
Oh,
yeah,
perfect.
Yep, it was filmed at a real auto shop at Gay Street in Westchester.
Perfect.
Yeah. Huh.
I don't know, even...
It's called Valley Forge Auto.
That's right.
There you go.
I knew that. I've only been watching it. I love Shane. It's just goofy. Check it out. But also, the other one that I mentioned, Stick, that's a good one too. But the first episode made me cry.
Both on the list. What first, though?
Well, Tires is silly. You can just watch it.
That's what I need, though.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
You got to escape.
Mm-hmm.
Because we need that. All right. Speaking of escaping, gotta go. 855-839-1210. What are you watching as we head into summertime? Oh, Stranger Things. That's coming out, I think, this week. So it'll be fun over the summer to catch up. And the Jersey Shore. Sorry. Okay, bye. We'll be right back. Shut up, Dawn.
Hi, it's Dom Giordano. Summer is here. Excited to head down to the shore to Mulligan Shore Bar in Wildwood Friday, June 20th. We're going to solve the sauce versus gravy debate once and for all, but you'll have to be there in person to vote. Plus the Elvis debate with Linda Kearns. And it's Dom Giordano Day. Join the fun, food, and drink at our Summer White House, Mulligan Shore Bar, 310 West Hildreth Avenue in Wildwood. I'll see you June 20th, noon till 3 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Al Budicus. I've been with Crash Proof Retirement since 2007. Today, inflation is taking a big chunk out of whatever money you have. Every time you look at the TV, whether it's eggs, gas, vehicles, something else is going up. Money's just trickling away, but at Crash Proof it doesn't. Crash Proof Retirement is an inflation fighter. Any money I made in Crash Proof, I'll never lose it. You could take out what you need to take care of your financial needs, to cover the cost of inflation, and your money's still growing while it's in the account. There's nothing better than that. Since 2007, I have no fees, don't pay for anything. My money's safe, always was safe, always there, always growing. Thank you, Crash Proof Retirement.
Schedule an appointment or register for the next Crash Proof Retirement educational event happening at the William Penn Inn in Gwinnett, PA, Tuesday, June 10th. 800-722-9728 or crashproofretirement.com.
At California Psychics, we know some people can't read the career warning signs, like your boss still not knowing your name.
You, Tina, Lisa, Sheila, whatever. Get that report to me by lunch, okay? It's Carrie, ma'am. Just get it done, Terry.
So talk to California Psychics and receive the career guidance you need. We only connect you with the very best, so guarantee if your reading isn't life-changing, it's free. California Psychics. Call 1-800-PREDICT today and get 20 minutes for just $20.
Are you ready to take your business to the next level? Meet Viant AI, the world's first fully autonomous advertising platform. With Viant AI, you can automate media planning, analyze results, and drive smarter decisions, all while saving you time and resources. Viant AI helps you unlock new potential and boost productivity regardless of your expertise. Visit Viant.ai today and see how the future of artificial intelligence in advertising can work for you.
Chronic pain, cancer, fatigue. Find out about the benefits of medical hydration therapy on Health Watch with Dr. Molly Fantasia every Sunday morning at 8 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Hey, this is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. I've been talking about myself for all these years. Now it's time for you to hear from one of our great clients.
Investor Schooling lives up to the promises. Larry's a great teacher, teaches about the whole new approach to thinking about money. I've taken to heart many of the things that he's taught me, and my financial life has improved.
Come to Investor Schooling, and you could be just like Charlie and change your financial life. Go to investorschooling.com. We will see you Thursday.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. We recently received a call from an injured person. The insurance company had offered them $11,000. We took the case over and got more than $2 million in court. Morgan & Morgan.
Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Want money back for your home improvement projects this summer? Call CNC Heating and Air Conditioning, your York certified comfort experts. Family owned and operated, serving Montgomery and Bucks counties for over 50 years. With 24/7 service and trained technicians, CNC will make sure your system is running efficiently all summer long. Refer a friend, and if they purchase a new full HVAC system, you both receive money back as a thank you for supporting our family-owned business. Schedule an estimate today at cc-hvac.com/referral.
Big news! Newsmax just went public on the New York Stock Exchange. And millions like you are joining our news revolution. Newsmax is now the 4th highest rated news channel, just behind CNN. Reuters says we're one of the top news brands in America. 40 million Americans go to Newsmax for shows with Rob Schmidt, Greta Van Susteren, Rob Finnerty, and more. So download our free Newsmax app on your smartphone or TV and start watching. President Trump says Newsmax is truly terrific. Get the free Newsmax app and check out Newsmax shares on the stock exchange. Go to newsmaxinvest.com. That's newsmaxinvest.com. This is not an offer to buy or sell securities, nor shall there be any sale of securities in any jurisdiction in which such an offer would be unlawful.
I am a mother.
I am an entrepreneur.
I am a singer.
I am an artist.
I'm a journalist.
A businesswoman.
An educator.
A sister. A grandmother.
An advocate.
A leader.
I am a friend.
I am
one of more than a million people living with HIV in the U.S.
We are not alone.
Let's stop HIV together.
Get the facts, get tested, get involved. Go to www.actagainstaids.org for more information.
Yo, Doylestown. We know your favorite station is 1210 WPHT.
I cannot believe tomorrow is already the primary for New Jersey. So the good news out of all of it is that, well, Phil Murphy won't be governor. No more trumpets. You know?
Just don't love how long it is.
I know, right? But, see...
Gotta wait, gotta do it all on.
I know, I was just texting with Rich Cioli. So when I hear that, I'm like Pavlov's dog. You know, I'm just like I'm like salivating. I'm waiting to hear like Cioli go, "Yes, my peasants." So I don't know. We'll have to do something where, you know, before the inaugural, you know, we like sort of bury that or have a funeral for it or something. You know, the trumpets, that is, not the soon to be former governor, the lame duck. But tomorrow's primary election day. Watching New Jersey, as it'll be making national news because only the other.
Remember, we are New
I
Jersey.
know. We won't miss him. What a nightmare he has been. And perhaps he's a big enough nightmare that Republicans will, you know, follow his path. I mean, that was Chris Christie. You know what I forgot to air today? And this is my bad. So you can air it on the Don Prairie has it. But did you hear Chris Christie over the weekend on the Sunday shows? What a loser. just to talk about Trump the way that he did. And I just thought, wow, I have to get Bridget Kelly sort of disappeared just sort of vanished after she was like thrown under the bus by Governor Chris Christie and took the fall, if you will. And then for Chris Christie to come out on the Sunday morning shows and say what he said about Trump, I mean, listen to this.
It's happened so many damn times that you didn't need to be a soothsayer to come up with that. Look, Donald Trump uses people. That's what he does. He needed Musk during the campaign. He needed hundreds of millions of dollars to counter what was a Democratic fundraising advantage. He needed someone to do that, and he went to the richest man in the world. And look, when Donald Trump's pursuing you, he is one of the greatest seducers you'll ever see in your life.
He makes you think you are the biggest thing on the planet.
The most important person in the world. And he can even do it to the richest man in the world. And I think what's going on with Musk more than anything else is that he's upset that the great treatment has stopped.
So just remember how many years ago is this now? But just remember that I had interviewed Bridget Ann Kelly after do you remember the whole story, right? Let us not forget Bridgegate, that her boss, which allege is that, she did this all by herself with the whole Bridgegate thing, but she was literally had to work with her ex-husband to take custody of the kids. Can you even imagine? And even became friends again with her ex-husband. That's how bad Chris Christie is such a loser and so bad. He would actually promote divorcees to get back to at least be friends. Do you know what I'm saying about this guy? So she had to have her ex-husband move into her home to be with the kids when she was going to have to go to jail for allegedly acting alone. And Chris Christie, nothing to see here, was going to just throw her under the bus. And then thank God her, her team, her great attorney, Michael. Oh my God, I can't even believe I'm forgetting all these names because I'm pulling it out of my brain. But anyway, she won the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court case threw it back and said, no, this was wrongful. And then her lawyers were awarded $7.25 million. As I recall, that was 2 years ago, almost to the day, that her lawyers got all those lawyers' fees back. But this was Bridget Ann Kelly, if you remember it. And I apologize to her great lawyers because I'm blanking on her lovely lawyers. But yeah. And he has the audacity to bash Trump and say Trump uses people. Anyway, I have to find her. I don't know where Bridget Ann Kelly is.
Michael Critchley? Is that
Thank you.
Yep.
Michael. I love the first name Michael, so I remembered the Michael, but I remember her. So Michael was testifying at some of the hearings in South Jersey when I was still doing TV, and that was part of. I had met him and talked to him, and he said, "This is going to SCOTUS. This could be going her way," and thank God that it did, and the lawyers got paid. But I have to find her because I've kind of lost track of her, and she's living her life, and she came within an inch of going to prison. And the ex had already moved into the house and the whole thing. And this stinkpot, I'm being nice, has the audacity to say Trump uses people. Can you even imagine? All right, my blood is boiling. We'll have to talk more about that. I'll reach out to Bridget Ann Kelly and see. Dom Giordano, it's already a crazy news day, and it's only Monday.
That's exactly right. Thanks, Dawn. What L.A. proves is that Trump takes on the difficult things. It's not like Reagan in the Soviet Union, but it's close. You just enforce the law, and they're telling you, you can't do it. We will revolt. So we'll get into that with Fred Herron from Bucks County, who's trying to bring sanity there.
Well, we look forward to it. Dom Giordano Show coming right up.
It's the perfect time to get inside a new Toyota at Tri-County Toyota. Right now, you can get great financing options on a new 2024 Tacoma, like 1.99% for 48 months, or 2.99% for 72 months. Or check out a new 2025 Camry and get 4.99% financing for 60 months, or 5.99% for 72 months, or lease for $299 a month. And you get Tri-County for life with the purchase of every new or used vehicle. Visit us online at tricountytoyota.com to see more.
I'm Jalen Hurst here for Window Nation. If you're a fan of saving money, listen up.
Beat the heat with Window Nation's semi-annual sale. Get 60% off and a free entry door when you purchase a house full of windows. Plus, no money down, no interest, and no monthly payments until 2027 and a lifetime warranty. Hurry, sale ends June 30th. Tell them you heard it on 1210 WPHT.
Don't pay more than you have to for new windows. Call 866-90-NATION or visit windownation.com.
Here at the Almond Joy Factory, where tropical vibes abound, we use soft, fresh-tasting coconut.
The crunchiest almonds and delicious chocolate candy.
Ah, but do you know what our most important ingredient is? Sometimes you feel like a nut.
Sometimes you don't.
Almond Joy's got nuts and something even way better than that. Yes, Almond Joy is made with almonds and joy.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. No, we're not one of the big guys. Truth is, we don't want to be. If you're over 50, Big Wireless probably has you paying for more data than you might need. You could be throwing away thousands over a lifetime. We're not here to be the biggest. We're here to bring you something we believe is better. Our plans start at just $20. You'll get the same fast nationwide coverage without the big wireless bill.
Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com/facts or a store near you. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional facts.
Attention. Have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers, so don't wait. If you owe $10,000, $20,000, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-355-8282. That's 800-355-8282. Again, that's 800-355-8282.
If you need to hire, it seems like the whole process can be exhausting. You search resumes, wait for the right candidates to apply, set up initial interviews. It's a lot of time and work. Well, what if you could meet with qualified candidates for your job the very next day? Now you can with Zip Intro from ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try it for free at ziprecruiter.com/radio. Zip Intro is super easy to use. You simply pick a time, and it does all the work of finding and scheduling qualified candidates for you. Then you can choose who you want to talk to and meet with great people on back-to-back video calls as soon as the next day. Best of all, you save time and energy.
Try Zip Intro for free right now at this exclusive web address, ziprecruiter.com/radio. Zip Intro. Post jobs today, talk to qualified candidates tomorrow. Once again, go to ziprecruiter.com/radio to try it for free. That's ziprecruiter.com/radio.
Philadelphia's Talk Radio 1210 WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. From the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. It's Dom time. Now, Dom Giordano.
All right, it is Dom time. Welcome in, everyone. Of course, we got several big things today. Riley Gaines, this fraudulent Simone Biles. What is it with women's sports? Going after her and calling her a sore loser. Loser against Leah Thomas. Can you imagine the... Hey, Simone, go and do gymnastics against the men. What is it with these women? Not only won't they come to the aid of other women, now they're attacking them. Terry Moran, an all-time, this guy was biased, going nuts. He had to be drunk on Twitter from ABC when he goes after Stephen Miller, calling him a world-class hater in great detail. And yet ABC hasn't fired him. How can this guy cover anything? But let's lead with Trump is doing difficult things. Now, I think Ronald Reagan is the greatest president in our lifetime. For a singular accomplishment, I can't see any president ever beating. I don't care what you do, pretty much. It would have to be your body of work, I guess, and that is taking down the Soviet Union. Yeah, it happened on Bush's watch, but that was Reagan 3. And taking that down is amazing. But Trump is taking on difficult things. Now, maybe not the Soviet Union, but close. Haters in this country who so hate America, they feel any opportunity to try to take it down. That's what we're seeing with these mobs, the goofball mayor and the slick governor, or sort of slick governor. All right, pretty good hair gel in California. And taking this on is not easy. You know, this reminded me of the Concha Hawkins story when ICE was first surrounded at the RFK Justice Center there, trying to apprehend some of these people. The headquarters of the LAPD is only 0.3 of a mile away, and yet they were under orders, and no one came for over 2 hours, 0.3 of a mile away. This is what we're up against here. Here is ABC News 27, one of their reporterettes, I believe, telling us that these violent riots, now this is with the tableau, the backdrop of police cars on fire. By the way, the Waymo self-driving, the driverless cars, they have, oh yes, lithium batteries in the state that's so concerned about the environment. And when those burn, you're not putting them out easily. The only good side, I'm looking at it right now, is the picture of these people masked up, riding the motorcycle, standing on top of fired up police cars, holding up the Mexican flag. You know, let's give them thousands, give them hundreds of thousands of Mexican flags. Let them parade down Broadway, Melrose Avenue, whatever it is in L.A. Millions, wave those Mexican flags. Here come the midterms. Let's see the Mexican flags. Miranda Devine, writing in the New York Post today, has quite an eye, and she makes the point, this stuff doesn't go away. Those photos are going to be out there in ads, the smoke in L.A., it's going to be all over the place. And Newsom's not a dope like Karen Bass. He knows that. He knows exactly what's being unearthed here. But here's ABC 27 telling us that these are just people having fun watching cars burn. Cut 12.
Large group of people. It could turn very volatile if you move law enforcement in there in the wrong way and turn what is just a bunch of people having fun watching cars burn into a massive confrontation and altercation between officers and demonstrators.
So Larry Krasner couldn't have said it better. They're just having fun watching cars burn. You move in getting these people out there that are having fun watching police vehicles burn, and you're the one causing trouble. How often do we hear the word chaos this weekend? All right, so we are deep.
Brian Stelter underspoke too. I don't know if you saw that audio. It just came out.
No.
But Stelter was, the hall monitor was talking about the protest too, if you want a quick audio.
Oh, yeah, the Mr. Potato Head, hall monitor, formerly of CNN. Oh, he's back at CNN, I think.
Yeah.
Here's what Stelter said about the protest.
Yeah, absolutely. Look, on one level, protests are always about images, about spectacle. You might even say it's about theater. And we are seeing that play out in L.A., and I think it's valuable to have that perspective as we see some of these pictures, especially as we zoom out and we recognize that the unrest is isolated, is not overtaking the entire city of L.A. L.A. is home to millions of people, most of whom are having a normal day here on Sunday.
See, he knows deep down how injurious these images are, so he's saying it's theater. Oh, no, buddy, we're going to capture all of it. Let's fundraise. Let's give as many Mexican flags as we can in Morristown and downtown Philadelphia and L.A. Keep doing that. Keep riding around on motorcycles. Keep standing on top of police vehicles. Have the Palestinian garb on, too, and the mask. Now, I used to say, I was thinking of Rick Mariano, who was a city councilman, and we got along great now, but we duked it out a couple times that he wanted to ban, I think he did in Philadelphia, the wearing a mask at these protests. And I thought, I don't know, maybe. You can see now that the ability to wear a mask, the masking craze, and how far it's gone. Boy, if Fox shows one more Mexican flag, they are the Trump people to give them money for campaign ads. My God. There is nothing like seeing that. Face it. Miranda Devine today, exactly right. There is nothing like seeing that and the devastation of these police vehicles and the Whammo cars that have lithium batteries. So we're knee-deep in the getting ready for mulligans. I talked with Lorraine Ranella yesterday, who'll be one of the judges of elections, Gravy Sauce. She wrote Gravy Wars, and she toured the country on it. Might be a bit biased. And it just came to me. We're honoring Fred Herron, Linda Kearns. First time I want to honor an organization. I don't expect them to get down the mulligans, but I will then go and present at their office. We're going to honor Philadelphia ICE. They deserve it. I mean, we're not out in LA. I can't, with the ICE people out there. But the locals are dealing with things like this. President Trump said over the weekend at one stop, if they spit, we hit. There's a lot of this. Let's just spit on people. What's the big deal if I spit on you? I remember in Major League Baseball, Roberto Alomar, not sure if he made the Hall of Fame or not, second baseman. One of the reasons to keep him out is the time he spat on an umpire. And people were like, that's it. You know what I mean? This is something you don't spit on people. You can punch him, you can attack him. People may forget that. You start spitting, that's different. And that's what these alleged protesters are doing at a lot of these events. So the upshot of this clearly is the political advantage here is overwhelming. I would offer this. This is an example. Burning American flags, too. A lot of footage of that. This is an example of whatever foibles Trump may have, why Trump is solidly going to win time after time. Because this is the opposition. He's willing to do the hard things. This is not easy to send the National Guard in, to threaten to send the Marines in. And the ICE people there. The Highway Patrol hiding out under a bridge or an overhang as people are throwing all kinds of things on them. This is a winner politically. And they're not going to back away. The mayor of LA, the activists there, the Newsoms of the world. It's the type of thing that they believe in. So we're going to honor Philadelphia ICE. Don't forget, mulligans a week from this Friday. And we're lining up a number of great things for it. It's going to be a spectacular day. If you haven't been before, you've said you're going to do it. Make the plunge this time. You'll have a great Friday. Go on the beach afterward. Have lunch there. Have a spectacular day. All right, let me give you the side question. Today, I don't have the exact date. Did The Sopranos end in the 2000s? I'm a little bit unclear. The exact end date, but it's actually tomorrow. The last episode of The Sopranos aired. The one that people panned, that people attacked.
2007.
Oh, was that long ago? Okay, so 18 years ago tomorrow. Last episode, I thought it was a great episode. I liked the ending more and more. Yeah, it seemed like dirty pool. People thinking their TV's gone out. What did HBO do? Cutting to black. It was quite a moment. You know, what happened to Tony? We got the prequel. We've never found out. Well, Gandolfini died, but whether they would be able to do a movie. I thought it was an excellent ending. So I'm looking for, and you got to make your case, the all-time ending, TV or film. I'll take off the board The Wire, of course. I love what they did in The Wire. Seinfeld, absolutely. And film, Casablanca. It's often said to be one of the great endings. It's subtle, but it's a great ending. Dan, how about yours?
Ah, man. There's one I got to take off, and I think it's just because it's a twist that I didn't see coming, because I went into it when it was just, I guess, becoming popular. Right. I was still a young guy, and then it's Fight Club, Dom. Fight Club, when you find out that all along Tyler Durden is indeed Edward Norton's character, and you have the twist, and then you see the footage of them having the fist fight, and he's beating himself up, and you're like, oh my gosh, the entire film has just mind blown me. So I got to take Fight Club's ending off the board, Dom.
All right, 6 Sense, of course, we'll take that one off. I don't want to say, that's your spoiler alert. I haven't seen 6 Sense yet. Oh, come on now. You got to see 6 Sense. You have to have seen it. Okay. By the way, Dan, do you have one, Sean? An ending? As you're getting that ready, just one note. I have so many things here on the LA riots. Izzy Gardson is a spokesperson for Newsom. He says, well, what we're seeing in LA, come on now. Are they going to send the National Guard into Philadelphia? This is just like when the Eagles win. And he went through the whole thing with the grease poles and all that. So I have two things to say about it. As bad as the Eagles thing is, are you kidding me? But two, you morons that do this, you see what they latch onto. Izzy Gardson is the guy's name. Says, well, this is just like the Philadelphia Eagles. If they win again, that's all that's going on in L.A. It's just like when the Eagles win. Oh, my God. Out of the blue. This is the lazy sports writer syndrome. You know, that we're animals here, so we're the same thing as guys flying Mexican flags and setting fire to Wammos. Just like Eagles fans. They're celebrating what? The death of America, or what they think is the death of America. Dan, did you happen to see that?
No.
Yeah, I've been looking for the sound all weekend. It's Fox Digital with
I didn't see that.
that got him. Yeah, and Crossing Broad has it. We catch a stray. Philadelphia once again. We're just like L.A. All right, Sean, what's your ending?
All right. Since I had to think about it, because you did take my Godfather one. I actually got the shirt on, so that was a good one.
Okay.
But I may actually have to go with the end game. It was probably one of the greatest ending I ever seen from superhero movies, and it just left a major cliffhanger.
Yeah, the snap, is that what you're talking
right, yeah.
Yeah, the snap when everything just exploded and disappeared, and Thanos is just sitting there, and then the movies just cut right off. It just like, you would think like, wow, it really ended like this?
All right. All right, so hit us with that and make your case on it.
Can I do one more?
Yeah, go ahead.
I just don't know if it's a happy or sad ending.
Sure.
It comes from one of my favorite, or probably my favorite film of all time. It's Truman Show.
Of course.
He sails.
Yes.
He thinks he's afraid of water. He hits the sails, goes and then hits the edge of the wall, walks up those stairs, and finally, as a free man, walks through that door. But you sit there wondering, like, this guy's really messed up in the head now, because he's just sat here in this world, and now he enters into the real life. And I think it's a fantastic way, Dom.
All right, 855-839-1210. Yeah, I've seen the Truman Show, but I don't think I ever sat and watched it in one sitting. I will have to when you see The Godfather. All right, that's a deal. All right, so it's 855-839-1210. By the way, another little intrigue, Dan. Our own Joe of Columbus having lunch with Roe and me prior to the event, maybe around 11 o'clock or so, at Mulligan's, is going to do a rite of passage. I'm looking down the road. That might be the side question that day. The first beer with his son, who turns 21, Joe of Columbus, right there at Mulligan's.
Love it.
Yeah, so we're going to have some kind of special moment around this. Less filling. Tastes great.
I mean, are we now hijacking Dom Day into another kid's birthday, though? Like, what's going on here?
Well, I don't think it's his I don't know if it's his 21st birthday or not. Oh, I see what you're saying. Maybe it is.
Yeah, you know.
I thought it was, Joe will call in today, I'm sure.
Yeah,
I thought it was more the first legal beer in a special setting. He waited to Dom Day at Mulligan's.
No, I'm kidding. I think it would be a fantastic.
Yes.
And then we could build around it. It would be amazing.
Yeah. Well, I'm researching. You'll have to ask Mayor Ernie, do I have special powers on Dom Day? Can I grant wishes of people? You know, I might try.
Are you a genie?
I did it before. Somebody would call in and they would say, I want to do this. And we'd have somebody listening who helped them do that.
Okay, I got you.
So let me write that down. Grant wishes on that day.
Dial a date we could do, you know.
Yeah.
Who was it that needed a...
Yes.
Yeah. Over on YouTube, youtube.com/@1210WPHT. Please go like, subscribe, click the bell for notifications. Joe in Columbus wants us to clarify. Side question have to do with movies, or can it be anything?
See a movie or TV?
I think it can be anything. I'd like to...
Oh, the ending of
anything. People think,
like
outside the box.
Like what?
I don't know, a product that maybe ended on a good note, or...
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay, all right. 855, I don't like endings, but...
Joe, is that what Joe said? The Bay of Pigs?
Well, that's not a good ending.
Yeah, I don't think so.
Yeah. All right. We'll consider it. Everybody should have it on this, but be ready. I think in honor of that big occasion, Joe told me about it the other day. We will we'll have to do the side question around that. Maybe rites of passage, maybe the first of some. I'm not sure. Something like that. I'm working it up. Yeah.
Tuna Fang on YouTube says a massage.
Oh, a massage there? I could get a massage.
No. A massage has a good ending.
Well, yeah, that's true.
If you ask, some people like
I'd love
Mr.
to be
Kraft.
massaged there. I'm sure there's Wildwood masseuses who'd like to come in and do that.
So like a completely
I'm still working
above board, clean
with
massage. Yes.
I'm still working with the police on the polygraph with Pat Malloy. We've been going back and forth. Still working with Scott Presler to get him there. It's been a busy weekend. I feel like shuttle diplomacy here. All right, so get on board with that. And your reaction to this?
Joe's answer, as question makes sense now. He's on the board. You can see it. You don't have to take him. But
okay. The tough stuff that Trump is engaged in here is going to pay off with the American people because the other side overreacts every time. And, of course, they're saying Trump is the one that overreacted. We're being told by people in California, what about states' rights? We're supposed to sit there as the governor and mayor do nothing. And if you're president, you're supposed to allow them to do that. That's their choice. Well, guess what? When the South wouldn't let, how many little black kids was it, into Little Rock School, what did Eisenhower do? He sent in the 82nd Airborne. That's what he did. Why? They weren't going to get away with this. You're not going to get away with this either. Face it. This is exactly what a president ought to be doing. All right, 855-839-1210.
Kale and Company, weekday mornings, 6 till 10.
I feel like I've had a therapy session just holding these puppies.
Agreed.
Getting the word out like this really does help.
We want to continue this partnership, and we want to continue doing this. It's a great organization, and we want to help you get the word out as much as we possibly can. So we should do more events like this.
We're 1 week from Father's Day, so next week we'll have to talk about Dad's Day.
Hey, if you're a dad, it's a great day to treat yourself to a new dog and a new Mercedes lease. You get a jump on it now. Why not?
Well said.
Start your day with Kale and Company. Weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
Hey, it's Joe DeCamera. I've got the perfect Father's Day gift for you. Tickets to see the story of Philly sports put to music. With Joe Conklin and the City Rhythm Orchestra, I've seen the show. It's phenomenal. Conklin with all of his voices and songs, plus celebrity guests. It's sports. It's comedy. It's music. It's Philly.
See Joe Conklin and the City Rhythm Orchestra at Wildwood High School on Baker Ave, Friday, July 11th. And at the Ocean City Music Pier, Saturday, July 12th. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com.
JoeConklin.com!
Do you think that banking is boring? At PNC, we know that meeting the banking needs of the community is anything but boring. That's why PNC Bank geared up this year and introduced the mobile branch across the region to bring banking services to underserved neighborhoods. And long before that, PNC Community Development Banking was leading the way in investing in the economic health of our neighborhoods. To see the brilliant results that boring banking can deliver for you, stop into any PNC branch right here in the greater Philadelphia community. PNC Bank, brilliantly boring since 1865. PNC Bank, National Association, member FDIC.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/radio to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
That's leaffilter.com/radio for your free gutter inspection today. See representative for warranty details. Promotion is 20% off plus a 10% senior or military discount. One discount per household.
If you need to hire, it seems like the whole process can be exhausting. You search resumes, wait for the right candidates to apply, set up initial interviews. It's a lot of time and work. Well, what if you could meet with qualified candidates for your job the very next day? Now you can with Zip Intro from ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try it for free at ziprecruiter.com/radio. Zip Intro is super easy to use. You simply pick a time, and it does all the work of finding and scheduling qualified candidates for you. Then you can choose who you want to talk to and meet with great people on back-to-back video calls as soon as the next day. Best of all, you save time and energy.
Try Zip Intro for free right now at this exclusive web address, ziprecruiter.com/radio. Zip Intro. Post jobs today. Talk to qualified candidates tomorrow. Once again, go to ziprecruiter.com/radio to try it for free. That's ziprecruiter.com/radio.
From Pottstown to Vincenttown, we know your favorite station is Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
All right, Dom Giordano Show. Welcome in, everyone. 855-839-1210. Terry Moran. Look, Stephen Miller is aggressive, but my God, this guy, Terry Moran of ABC, and Trump even gave him an interview, recently, even though he knows the MO of Terry Moran. He went off on Twitter from ABC. I don't know if he was drinking or not, but he wrote, the thing about Stephen Miller is not that he is the brains behind Trumpism. Yes, he is one of the people who conceptualize the impulses of the Trumpist movement, translates them into policy. But that's not what's interesting about Miller. It's not brains, it's bile. Miller is a man who is richly endowed with the capacity for hatred. He's a world-class hater. You can see this just by looking at him, because you can see that his hatreds are his spiritual nourishment. He eats his hate. Trump is a world-class hater. His hatred only is a means to an end, and that end is his own glorification. That's the spiritual nourishment. So Stephen Miller is the real deal, and I'm still telling you, that looked like a hateful guy when we were in Washington walking by. It was bald-headed with a nice suit. I think it was Stephen Miller. I should have yelled out, "Hey, Stephen."
He wasn't even skinny. He was like chubby. It's like Stephen Miller if he put on 20 pounds and, maybe completely changed his face.
Maybe he did. I only had him on once, and this was back. It was kind of a debate. He was the former attorney general, the Alabama senator, his chief of staff, and he was defending him in something vis-a-vis the Trump stuff. It was a national show, and I got to tell you, Stephen Miller was as good as Chris Christie on his feet as far as arguing. I mean, he was really, I was like, again, you're outside the body. You're saying, this is unbelievable. While you're right in the middle of it. It's like you're seeing a 100-mile-an-hour fastball coming at you, that kind of thing, that experience. All right, so get in, side question today, coming off last episode of The Sopranos, that all-time ending, pretty much of any sort. But the situation in L.A. is just so rich at this point that Trump can't do anything wrong with this. I don't know about the Marines coming in, if that's going to be necessary, but the National Guard and what we're seeing play out, and guys with the flag, the fires, the goofy mayor, YouTube alert. Do we have that? Here is, I know I put it in. Maxine Waters. Do we have Maxine Waters being shut out the door?
Yeah, give me 1 second. I'll have that.
Yeah, we'll put that up at youtube.com/1210WPHT. While Dan's getting that, we'll put it up. I went looking for it again yesterday. Back in the day when this happened was 1992, Dan. So a little bit difficult. When they had the big riots, I got on Maxine Waters. I was on midnights at WWDB. I just kept calling her office. I knew she'd be there doing it. They put her on, and she tells me, those are not businesses. They're Korean stores. And what was happening is they were trying to set fire to them, but the Koreans were on rooftops in L.A. Some of them had headgear on, like out of Kung Fu movies. And they had automatic, or appeared to be, some of them might have had automatic weapons, and some of them were opening fire if you engage in this. So getting Maxine Waters on that time was amazing. Here's Maxine trundling into another door, and they're telling her, yeah, you're not getting in here. She's approaches the ICE detention center trying to get out this union leader who was one of the people who started everything a day or two ago. Here's how it sounded.
No, I want you to... Hello. Congresswoman Waters, I just came to use my congressional authority to check on David.
We have a lovely security now to all visitors.
Excuse me, I need to get in.
Contact our public appeal.
I need to get in.
Oh, my God.
What are you hoping to do, Congresswoman?
I just want to see David Werther. Right. 6, 7, 8.
Would a congressperson normally be able to enter the...
Normally, yes.
What is happening here?
Well, there were some of the authorities, I don't know who they were, and I'm trying to get in to see David Werther, who they have arrested. He is the head of SEIU local union here. I don't know why he was targeted. I don't know what they're doing with him. I don't know whether they're going to deport him. I want to report back to my caucus about what's happening, but they have...
Oh, Dan tells me they're doing a protest for the SEIU guy tomorrow in Philly.
Yeah. I had information on it
downtown.
Yeah, I'll have more information on it in a second. I had it pulled up for. Oh, here you go. It's a social media post. It says "Free David Huerta and ICE raids now." This is from the Philadelphia Council AFL-CIO. ICE agents injured, detained SEIU-CA USWW President David Huerta, an American citizen, while he was advocating for immigrant workers. Tomorrow, 4 p.m., 6th and Market join to demand David's release and to end the deportation raids.
All right. Stay away from 6th and Market tomorrow, 4 o'clock, and the expressway will be shut down around that time. Get out of Dodge. That would be my prediction. That's what they do, and Larry Krasner will say, fine. Now, this guy.
Oh, you know what? I'm sorry. This is actually posted yesterday. It's today at 4 o'clock, Dom.
God.
Yeah.
Right.
It's going to be miserable getting out of work today.
Well, we got to go the opposite direction.
Yeah,
so as long as you go that way,
make the entire city. And
I think it will be. So Maxine Waters, once again, in the center of this action. I never forgot that, though. Sitting there on the overnight, Dan, because of the OJ, because of the riots, I was getting on the biggest guest in the country, not the rest of the day, because of California time and all. But getting Maxine on that night, and she just went on a rant about Koreans. It was stunning. I thought about that because a guy on Twitter, a rooftop Korean, reacts to the anti-ICE riots in L.A. Mac Vespa, talking about this Tony Moon. Everyone who remembers the 1992 L.A. riots and the rooftop Koreans was either mentioning him or making references. He's one of the original rooftop Koreans who grabbed their guns, took defensive positions atop their businesses as hordes of rioters descended upon them. Classic American tale invoking one's Second Amendment rights to defend themselves and their property when law and order are absent and the police cannot be relied on. The police could not be relied on to aid and abet the people in the ICE agents that were only 0.3 of a mile away. All right, I promise your calls are next. We're going to talk with Fred Herron, Dan, at what time here? I'm a little 1 o'clock?
1:30.
1:30. All right, Fred Herron, who is allied now through this program with ICE backup of a sort. We'll talk with him at 1:30. Your call's next. First, though, let's talk Dr. Bentz. When it comes to your teeth, you really deserve more than a quick fix. Too many times that's what dentistry is. You deserve the expert long-term care you get from my friend and dentist, Dr. Robert Bentz of the Bentz Dental Group. I recently had a chance to talk to Joyce, met me over there, a listener, and a new patient of Dr. Bentz. She had another dentist say she needed dentures. Joyce told me, she said, I may be vintage, but I'm not old, and dentures were not for her. She called, set up an appointment with Dr. Bentz and his team, happy to be more cutting edge than her previous dentist and able to do dental implants. Joyce couldn't be happier with the results. The dentist you choose does matter. And Dr. Bentz has the latest technology, skill, expertise, and staff to assist you in getting the right diagnosis. Call Dr. Bentz, meet with him and his team, get on the road to great dental health and the smile that you've always wanted. 610-272-6949 or visit BentzDentalGroup.com, 610-272-6949.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
Add some star-spangled style to your summer with Ashley's Stars and Stripes sale going on now. Shop Hot Buys for every room in your home, now just $6.99. Plus, you can save up to $1,000 store-wide. And don't miss upgrading your patio. Save up to 20% on select outdoor furniture. Or feel the freedom to buy now and pay over time with 0% interest until 2030 on in-store purchases made with your Ashley Advantage Synchrony credit card. Only at Ashley. Subject to credit approval. Minimum monthly payments required. See store for details.
Win a Maserati at Borgata Hotel Casino and Spa during the $1.5 million Luxury and Overdrive drawing. Play and earn entries now through June for your chance at over $1.5 million in prizes, including 2 Maserati Gran Turismo Modenas valued at $200,000. Drawings every Saturday with grand prize drawings May 31st and June 28th. The $1.5 million Luxury and Overdrive. Only at Borgata. Must be 21 or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Seems everyone has an opinion on where the stock market's going, but where should you be going? Find out with Joe Yakovich on The Heart of Your Money, Saturdays at 5 p.m. and Sundays at 9 a.m. right here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Weather sponsored by Wawa.
Some drier weather returns to the forecast for the afternoon. Skies will be partly to mostly cloudy. High temperature below average at 76. Tonight, mostly cloudy with some showers and storms overnight, low 65. And for Tuesday, showers and storms mainly during the morning with a high 79.
Sip into savings at Wawa. Enjoy any size hot coffee, including their new Cinnamon Churro Blend for $1. Any size iced coffee for $2. Or 16-ounce Wawa teas and fruit drinks for just $1. Unlimited bonus offers can be redeemed daily with Wawa Rewards.
Talk Radio 1210 WPHT from the Piazza Auto Group Studios. Experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations.
All right, Dom Giordano Show, youtube.com/1210 WPHT. A little bit of the footage Dan has unearthed of these Korean guys, and some of them that I saw were, they were in the full gear back in 1992 on the rooftops, ready to take care of business. It was stunning. And, of course, Maxine Waters was a central player then, too, 33 years ago, as she is right now. Everything happens in her alleged district there. But this is an example of why Trump was elected. Now, before I take a call, I just make this point repeatedly. I told you last week we were at an inflection point. I could see it coming. We were taking criminal aliens off the street and those with deportation notices. But we started to see a pivot toward the workplace now. These outrageous, look, the employers are the ones I'd be putting in jail, but raiding workplaces or Home Depot lots. Now, what does Home Depot say about all this stuff? That's where we are now, and there's going to be more of that. Now, are the American people going to support that? The CBS poll out on Saturday said the American people, majority, mid-50s, still support Trump in all this. But you can tell this is going to be different. It's going to be a real test when it comes to workplace, things of that nature. And you're going to be hearing more of it. There's going to be more intensity. What they're saying in L.A. is, no, we're not going to let you do that here. We don't care what you say. This is not the United States of America. It's L.A. And they've allowed the people there to believe that they don't have to follow these laws, and they're not going to do it. You think Trump is going to capitulate on this? No, not at all. And I think from what we've seen, you go around setting stuff on fire, Mexican flag, mostly peaceful protest. It's going to enhance the Trump position, not the other way around. And Maxine Waters being in the middle of it, that all helps. This is all toward 2026. All right, let's go to Kurt in Bluebell.
Do you want that video of the Koreans or no?
Oh, yeah, I thought you were running it now.
No, it's a video we got to go to. Here you go, Dom.
So, we have a police here. We are safe. But as soon as the gun fighting started, they ran away. Bye. So, we are on our own. Whoever actually saw having guns, I didn't hesitate to shoot them. Otherwise, I could have got shot. Some of them are popping up from there and there with their shotgun and handguns. In retrospect, it's a dangerous moment, and I was scared. But even though you're scared, you don't have much option. You have to fight. Korean people are very frustrated. Koreatown was damaged and destroyed.
All right, so as we said, quite intense 1992. We're not seeing 1992 yet, but that doesn't mean these are peaceful protests. They're riots, they're mobs, and they're emboldened. And there's a whole different array of these people that are joining in with this. I think they may be doing something in San Francisco today, here in Philadelphia, the SEIU guy. And you know what they'll do? In what universe do you have the right, no matter what the cause is, to block traffic? Imagine if every group wanted to block traffic. What would happen if you were individuals trying to block traffic? The police would come, Philadelphia police, and they would take you out of there. Why are these people? Because there's more of them. They're in this cockamamie SEIU union. Why are they able to block traffic and hold people hostage on the way home from work today? Because they're hooked in, and because it's a thing, because they've told me over the years, well, it's protest. No, it's not. It's kidnapping. It's taking away their time from where they want to go. We don't do that in America. Here in Philadelphia, they do, and the police are complicit in it. I'm not saying the average cop. I'm talking about they come up with some cockamamie, all right, we'll give you a half hour to bother people, then they start moving them out. Mostly the Palestinian groups like the SEIU, Black Lives Matter, they're the people that engage in this. And Larry Krasner says, nice work. All right, let's go to Kirk in Bluebell, Talk Radio 1210. Hello, Kurt.
Hey, guys, how you doing? Love your show as always.
Thank you, Kurt.
Okay, here's the best ending. And now I get it when it was a film before the curveball came and said the ending of anything. But let's use a film.
Okay.
When Red comes walking up on Andy Dufresne on the beaches of Say Wataneo with his suit coat over his shoulder, his sleeves and pant legs rolled up, his feet in the bare sand, best ending of a movie ever, which is Shawshank Redemption.
Does the hat blow along the beach, or does it stay on his head?
Oh, don't you dare try to. I don't recall.
It blows along the beach. You got to go and watch it. I've only seen it 21 times, so I know it a little bit. Yeah, that's a great one, Kirk.
Good.
It definitely is. The hat blows along the beach. They do that frame at the very end. They go wide angle. That is a great ending. It's I need a man who can get me things. That would be Dan breaking out after I get out. Well, maybe not. By the way, Dan, I wish you had been here when Linda Kearns the other day, and we haven't gotten reaction on this yet. Rose says, don't do the debate question that Linda Kearns wants. You versus Matt DeSantis. Too much bad blood, and I'm too biased. I mean, I might start foaming at the mouth making my point. I could win that, so no offense to Matt.
No, well, it would be a cool topic to hear, from my perspective. Well, actually, no, because I don't want to hear the negative side of things. So you know what? No. I don't want that as a debate topic.
Yeah, but I'm telling you,
too much negative.
Who has more experience in this? Could anybody in the country beat me as a more reliable, what a great producer? I mean, I've had literally 85 to 100.
Bill O'Reilly.
But when the current seizes on
everything sucks.
With poor Matt
You're
DeSantis.
right, it will do it live.
Yeah, that's right. Oh, yeah.
Well, that's what I mean with O'Reilly. I can only imagine that O'Reilly had a bunch of producers that he's not too fond of.
I used to go up there and fill in way back for O'Reilly a lot, like 40 times a year. And I got to know the guys there. And they said, you all stand against the wall. And O'Reilly goes, all right, what do you have today? And they moved down like a lineup.
It doesn't surprise me. No, it doesn't surprise me.
Oh, yeah. Well, the first time I met him, he got up from his desk. He's this towering figure. Oh, my God.
Yeah?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, he's ferocious. Yeah, to put it, still is. Yeah, so.
Over the years, I mean, it was like a meme. Even Family Guy made fun of Bill O'Reilly for the "we'll do a live" thing. But now that I'm in the industry, I kind of side with Bill a little bit. I mean, like they weren't making sense when they were giving him down his ear what they wanted to do, and Bill has a fast-moving live show he's doing. So,
well, the thing I like about him, he's a loyalist. If you do the right thing by him over the years, he recognizes talent. He never forgets. And he's a definitive. So far with Linda, we're definitely, I think, going to do the something Elvis. And maybe, is she a real Philadelphian? I kind of like the producers thing, even though it would start trouble. I don't know. We have to get Matt DeSantis to sign off. And you'd have to consider, is she going to attack Dan Borowski?
I have a suggestion as to how we can do it, Dom.
Yes.
The debate. You want to know how we can do it?
Do it live. I do it live.
Can you imagine those guys? And Geraldo has told me it was not showbiz when they had the thing on the air. He balled up both fists and he said, I'm not 5'7", I'm 6'5", and I'm going to tune O'Reilly up. Because O'Reilly and he were ready to brawl right there on the thing. Whew. I've seen it, yeah. All right, let's go to Joe of Columbus. Joe on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Joe, welcome in.
Good afternoon, Dom. You give somebody so much to talk about while they're on hold. I don't even know where to begin with this. But I'd like to begin with Maxine Waters.
Sure.
The first half of that footage, she looked like she got smacked in the backside with the old proverbial wet tip towel in the men's locker room. The way she walked away, it was fantastic.
Well, even better.
Okay, I can't feel out in there. Who do I get to talk to now? Who? Come up to me, somebody.
Remember the guy with the glasses on top of his head, nebbish-looking guy in front of the Department of Education? He barely spoke, but he just said, nobody's getting in here. That guy. Oh.
They don't know how to deal with rejection. They look around for a lifeline.
Yes.
It's beautiful. But, Dom, I think what our side needs to learn how to do is create a conservative caucus of a nice amalgamation of I mean, black and white people, pick them, Dr. Ben Carson, and just tell, just like the Democrats run up to the microphone, like little squealers on the playground, go up to the microphone and have them all there, black, white, otherwise, and say, folks, why did this happen in California? And who enabled it? Your Democrat leadership enabled this whole thing, and they are the insurrectionists who created this. And now it's spreading across the country with everybody who wants to join in on the fray. And they are the people who, they handed out the Mexican flags. Let's put it that way.
Oh, yeah. Well, I'm so glad they did. We ought to take up a collection for that. So, Joe, Roe loves the idea of you and your son, that beer there at Mulligan's. We're going to develop a whole thing around it. Yeah.
Fantastic. I love it, Tom. I love it. And my son's in an internship right now. Every day he travels up to Newark, and I gave him prep time. I said, Joey, just tell your boss that, you need one day to gather, all your things since your exams were over, and you need one day to just spend a birthday with your dad. So he's working on that.
Ah, it's the birthday too. Uh-oh.
Well, yeah.
Right.
Well, his birthday was the end of the semester, and that's why we got to.
Well, this we'll really go all out for this. So, Joe, what's your ending, Joe?
Mine was so surreal and anticlimactic, whether you were pro for the team or anti for the team. Mariano Rivera, lights out, Sandman comes in. You're not going to get anything off of him. It was that 2001 World Series where the Diamondbacks hit that cheapie up the middle,
right?
And it was game over, done, World Series over. He did not deserve that.
No, I agree with you. Just when they first started showing close up of his cutter, the ball looked different versus other pitchers. When it started to break, it just looked like it'll shatter your bat. He doesn't know what he was doing to do that, but it does. Zach Wheeler's back tonight, Dan. Oh, finally. So we might see a good game tonight.
You think his paternal leave was long. You just wait.
Oh, that's... Greg, did you get that?
Yeah, but
he was on for what, 5 days?
Yeah, but you're not getting $40 million. Well, I don't even know if the wife gave birth. I think it's because he threw a bullpen session on Saturdays because we're here in Philadelphia. And all I said is, you're a pitcher one day. It's not an everyday player. A little bit different. So we'll see your paternity leave. The clock is already ticking here. All right, 855-839-1210. Hey, big news. Rescue Natural Supplements is rolling back the clock and prices. That's right, the supplements you trust at prices you haven't seen in over a decade. Plus, they're offering a massive 33% off on top of the already discounted 2010 rollback pricing. That's every product, omega-3s, probiotics, joint support, everything. Prices rolled back. You got you ready for summer. Just use the code WELLNESS at checkout for 33% off your entire order on Rescue single bottles. To order, call 800-262-5483. That's 800-262-5483, or shop online by visiting res-q.com. res-q.com. Feel better, get active, turn back the clock with Rescue's 2010 pricing. Again, use that code WELLNESS for 33% off any single bottle. That's WELLNESS, 33% off on top of 2010 rollback pricing. Get healthy, get saving at res-q.com.
Kale and Company, weekday mornings, 6 till 10.
Serendipity Dizzle says, thanks a lot, Nick Kale. You think Democrat Mikey Sherrill will be our next governor. If you think I'm just going to predict Republicans win every single thing because it makes you feel good, I thought the left were the snowflakes and the softies. Come on, Serendipity Dizzle. Didn't I say that the red wave wasn't going to happen when I first walked in here in October 2022? Was I right? Was my prediction enough to keep Republicans at home? Bring the same energy you do for 47 to every other election where an R is on the board, and you'll win.
Start your day with Kale and Company, weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
Jim Cipriotti at Retire Ready Financial Group doesn't need Google to know you're worried about retirement. Between inflation, rising taxes, and the uncertainty about Social Security, he understands. That's why he offers a complimentary retirement second opinion. It's a no-obligation meeting for you to talk about your concerns about retirement. You want to know if you're going to be okay? Let's find out. 610-894-7415 or go online, retirereadyfg.com.
Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, NPN number 2083768.
Hey, pet parents, the summer season is here, and that means it's time to get outside and enjoy some sunshine with your pet. Hi, I'm George Parenti, the lead dog at the Dogs and Cats Rule stores. The stores are loaded with great summer collections of outdoor and interactive toys. We carry the finest selection of fresh diets, like gently cooked, raw, freeze-dried, air-dried, dehydrated, baked, and of course, traditional kibble and cans. Dogs and Cats Rule with 7 neighborhood locations. Visit dogsandcatsrule.pet. That's Dogs and Cats Rule. Shop small, shop local, shop family.
Get high-quality furniture, your style, your way, at Bucks County Estate Traders. Explore their massive Hatfield showroom featuring 16,000 meticulously inspected pieces. And for a truly custom look, ask about their expert upholstery service. Their talented team can breathe new life into your chosen piece, and their industry-leading staff provides a world-class guided experience. Find your perfect furniture, perfectly customized. Plus, every item has a QR code to make shopping seamless. Visit BucksCountyEstateTraders.com or their showroom in Hatfield today.
For Governor, Jack Ciattarelli has President Trump's complete and total endorsement.
This is Jack Ciattarelli. Just like President Trump is taking on the status quo in Washington, when I'm governor, we're going to do the same in New Jersey. I'll end Murphy Sanctuary State for illegals, stop overdevelopment in our suburbs, cap property taxes, and instead of worrying about kids' pronouns, we'll get back to teaching the basics in our schools.
Jack Ciattarelli, President Trump's only endorsed candidate for governor. Paid for by Ciattarelli for Governor Inc., P.O. Box 225, Annandale, New Jersey.
Just hearing the word IRS can make people break out in a cold sweat. No one wants to deal with the IRS, and now you don't have to. The good news is Legal Tax Defense has been successfully negotiating with the IRS for more than 15 years. It doesn't matter how much you owe, whether it's $5,000 or $5 million. You deserve the best in the business on your side, and that is Legal Tax Defense. Even if you're working with someone else and just want want a second opinion, there is no cost or obligation to call. They can prevent levies, liens, wage garnishments, even file back tax returns. And the best news about Legal Tax Defense is they won't take your case unless they know they will reduce or eliminate your tax debt. Call Legal Tax Defense right now for a free no-risk consultation. 800-979-3168. 800-979-3168. You have nothing to lose but everything to gain. 800-979-3168.
Free speech in Philly on Odyssey's #1 talk station. Talk Radio 1210. WPHT.
All right, Dom Giordano show. So President Trump at a gaggle, and we saw that when Dan and I, the last time we were there, suddenly you see these guys running with the camera stands and cameras. He's coming out on the lawn. It was like gold was discovered. Here's what he said. And, I don't think all these people are, or even the majority, but there are great numbers of professional agitators, Antifa, and other clown activists. In fact, the one group has ties with communist China, and the other group, I'll dig it out, the name of the lead group, got about $34 million from the Biden administration in grants. It buys a lot of Mexican flags. Here's what President Trump said about these groups.
Intel tell you about these people causing all the problems in LA? Are they people ICE is trying to deport, or are they professional agitators?
The people that are causing the problem are professional agitators. They're insurrectionists. They're bad people. They should be in jail.
All right, so that's
give me a compliment on production. I just played that really low. Here it is one more time, just in case our listeners didn't hear it.
The people that are causing the problem are professional agitators. They're insurrectionists. They're bad people. They should be in jail. Thank you.
All right, so this group that's flying the foreign flags and engaging in this, it's fueled by a taxpayer-funded group with Democrat ties, the Coalition for Humane Immigrant Rights. That sounds like Seinfeld. The Human Fund. Sounds like George. Oh, I put in a donation for the Human Fund. They received tens of millions of dollars.
What does that donate to, George? Humans.
Tens of millions of dollars in government grants during the Biden administration, says the New York Post. They're the ones that staged the rally. And another group has Communist Chinese Party connection. They are the group that the guy that shot those two, the Jewish couple going to an event in Washington was a member of. It's a Marxist group. And your Philadelphia Eagles get called into this by Izzy Garnoff, spokesman for Gavin Newsom. What's the difference between this and what Eagles fans do when they win? Oh, man. They just cannot believe how much these people will go out of their way.
Is it actually called the Human Fund, or are you making a Seinfeld reference?
No, it's called the...
okay. Yeah,
right.
Okay, just
it's called the Coalition for Humane Immigrant Rights. Chirla, or the Human Fund.
Chirla.
Come on, it's more fun with the Human Fund. And Biden's people gave them $34 million. So they have in their head that ICE is not going to do what they're doing there. And Trump has in his head, let's play this on. We hope to have the local ICE people on, Dan says, on Wednesday, right? It's looking that way?
Yep.
Now, I don't expect them to come down to Wildwood. In fact, Dan, I think they would attack them when we're there at Mulligan's. But I am going to honor them as the organization of the year. We'll get them on by phone when we're at Mulligan's. And then when I get back, if they'll have me, I'll go to their headquarters and present the award there. So it's the first time we've done an organization. It's Fred Herron, who's coming up at 1:30, Linda Kearns, who is debatable on the stuff that she wants to debate. Oh, man, that was out of left field. Dan or Matt DeSantis. Definitely we're going to, Dan, she avoided the fat versus the thin Elvis, though.
Yeah.
Didn't like that. Doesn't seem to like the debate. Elvis is the greatest entertainer of all time. I think that'd be a great debate. Once the debate, she moved to Philadelphia. Is she a Philly girl or not? All right. I still need something a little bit more here. All right, big 1 o'clock hour coming up. Fred Herron, sheriff out in Bucks County. What does he think of what we're seeing play out in L.A.? And your calls, hit us with an ending. This is the day The Sopranos end it. Talk Radio 1210.
There's no need to wait. The time is always right at Colonial Hyundai. Hi, it's John Ashdale, the Cars Are. Today's the best day to buy a new car at Colonial. We have over 200 vehicles in stock. New Palisades, Konas, Tucsons, and the exciting EVs that have taken the world by storm, the Ioniq 5 and 6. We understand that everyone's needs, budgets, and challenges are different. But here at Colonial, we take the stress out of buying a new car. Big incentives, the best financing in the business, no matter your credit, with rates as low as 0%. Plus, we streamline the buying process so you can be in and out of our dealership in no time without any unnecessary hassle or waiting. So why wait? Shop us online 24/7 at colonialhyundai.com or visit us on Lincoln Highway in Downtown. Colonial Hyundai, the faster, easier, better way to buy a Hyundai.
0% financing applies on select 2024 new Hyundai models. $6,500 for your trade, not available on EVs. Offers cannot be combined. See dealer for more details.
Hi, I'm Matt from Emmons Roofing and Siding. And did you know we're locally owned, fully licensed and insured, and trusted by thousands of homeowners per year? We treat your home like it's our home.
Emmons is who I use. They install top quality roofing, siding, windows, doors, and even decks. For a free estimate, call Emmons today at 856-556-3229.
The most expensive project is the one you do twice, so call us today at 856-556-3229 or visit callemmons.com.
That's callemmons.com.
Hey, it's Rob Ellis. Excited to be hosting Joe Conklin and the City Rhythm Orchestra on Ocean City's Boardwalk. It's music, it's comedy, it's all the ups and downs of the Philadelphia sports fans. We've all lived it, and Joe and the City Rhythm Orchestra takes you through it like nobody else. The perfect Father's Day gift.
See Joe Conklin and the City Rhythm Orchestra at Wildwood High School on Baker Ave, Friday, July 11th. And with Rob Ellis at the Ocean City Music Fair, Saturday, July 12th. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com.
Saw a t-shirt recently that said too much of anything is bad, unless we're talking about bacon. Now, we can debate that all day long, right? But the point is, portion control is a good thing. That can also be said about your retirement accounts. Too much risk, and you could get burned by a down market. Too conservative, and maybe you can't take that Alaskan cruise. Alan Cohen at Spectrum Wealth Partners understands portion control. He can build a retirement plan with a level of protection and risk designed specifically for you. And if you don't want any risk at all, he can do that too. Call Alan Cohen today for a free meeting to discuss it. 856-322-8686. That's 856-322-8686. Or online at spectrumwp.com.
Advisory services offered through Concurrent Investment Advisors, LLC, and SEC Registered Investment Advisor. Concurrent Investment Advisors, LLC, and Spectrum Wealth Partners are not affiliated companies.
If you're drowning in IRS debt and can't afford to pay, then you need to take advantage of special IRS tax programs that are available and free yourself from IRS collection efforts once and for all. Due to the financial hardship consumers are facing throughout the country, the Internal Revenue Service has made it easier to settle delinquent tax problems. An open phone line has been established by Community Tax for consumers to call and see if they qualify. Take down this number or store it in your cell phone, but call the Community Tax Helpline at 800-536-9607. If you owe back taxes to the IRS and cannot afford to pay them back, or even if you have years of unfiled tax returns, there's no need to fear anymore. But you have to call the Community Tax Helpline today at 800-536-9607 for the help that you need. Don't take on the IRS alone. They can attack your wages, savings, pension, home, and even your Social Security check. Call 800-536-9607 for your free consultation and to see if you qualify. That's 800-536-9607.
On Philadelphia's Talk Radio 1210 WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. From the Piazza Auto Group Studios, experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Always live on the free Odyssey app. It's Dom time. Now, Dom Giordano.
We are here to say end the ice raids! End the ice raids! We are here.
Oh, man, is this the best they got? Where's your fastball, Democrats? Jayapal. Oh, my goodness.
Low energy, too.
Yeah, low energy, Jayapal, but great name, Jayapal.
Yeah.
All right, 855-839-1210. You get on board. Of course, the LA riot still continuing to play out. Trump, Dan, just moments ago said that Homan should arrest Newsom. Look.
I got that if you want it.
Oh, okay. Yeah, let's hear what President Trump said, then I'll tell you why, as much as it's salivating, I wouldn't do it. Here's what he said.
He's daring Tom Homan to come and arrest him. Should he do it? I would do it if I were Tom. I think it's great. I like the publicity, but I think it would be a great thing.
I'm a no on that. I think it would give Newsom's looking bad here. Going in and arresting him, I don't know that it makes him a martyr or catapults him, but it is. It's to Newsom's advantage if we arrest him. Now, if you're going to put him in an actual prison, I might consider it, just so he gets a taste of that. Might not like it. He told Tom Homan to come and arrest him. Here's Cory Booker. This is cut one, Dan. I think he says peaceful protest at least twice. Tries to liken this to January 6th. Here's Cory Booker.
What is your response to President Trump's decision to deploy the National Guard?
Look, since years before I was born, law enforcement knows it's good when there's cooperation and coordination. For the president to do this when it wasn't requested, breaking with generations of tradition, is only going to incite the situation and make things worse. We are now at a point where we have a president who sat back and did nothing as people stormed our Capitol, viciously beat police. And then when those people who viciously beat police and led to some of their deaths, therefore cop killers, were convicted by juries, he then pardoned them all. So for him to be talking to anybody right now about responsive law enforcement to protect people is hypocritical at best. The reality is we see peaceful protests launching in Los Angeles. And again, any violence against police officers should not be accepted. Local authorities can handle that. But remember, a lot of these peaceful protests are being generated because the President of the United States is sowing chaos and confusion by arresting people who are showing up for their immigration hearings, who are trying to abide by the law. He's arresting them. And you see this in communities that are Republican, Trump supporters, being outraged that he's raiding kitchens and arresting people, high schools and arresting people who are not what he said he would do, which is focus law enforcement resources on violent criminals and people that are a danger to other Americans.
You know, Democrats like Cory Booker.
Can I have a hug?
Yeah. And then off to try to find the young male vote. And where was Trump on Saturday night? UFC over in Jersey. All right. With all kinds of people, the chanting. There was some booze. It's all part of it, though. I mean, how in the world can they match that when they keep on trying to figure it out? And the bottom line is there's no appeal there for them. All right. 855-839-1210. One quick thing.
Hug?
One quick thing here, Dan, and you may differ with me. Last year, I am just intrigued with this story. It's a small story, but it gets me. Neshaminy last year had a traffic mess at graduation. The wait to park was at least an hour, leaving parents and other guests to miss their graduate's milestone moment. So
terrible. Wait, so going in there was a traffic jam?
And coming out, but going in.
Yeah, well, that's the problem. Going in is you're going to miss something, yeah.
Yeah, so first of all, you know, sometimes I read between the lines a little bit too much, okay? The superintendent or the principal, let me see which one it is over there at Neshaminy, says that, well, you should. You had people that live on the it's Neshaminy. They were leaving their house at 6 o'clock to attend the event that was at 6:30. They only live 8 to 10 minutes away, some of them said. And he's telling them that you should almost have to get there at 5:30 for a 6:30 event. I'd like to hear more on we're moving heaven and earth to make sure there's not going to be a traffic jam like that this time, wouldn't you? Like we're going to take measures. Not only that, when you see a mass number of people, that old Route 1 is brutal over there. A mass number of people are stuck, Dan. Don't you say we're going to hold up the graduation ceremony? Isn't that what you do?
You would think. Like these are parents that are trying to witness their child's, one of the biggest moments of their child's life to that point.
And don't you have to have a plan coming in? I'll give you a case in point. We have Nick Foles there, right? I mean, this is, I wish I'd been there for that. You would have been gaga.
Yeah.
When he said play basketball, you would have been running to get my shoes. Well, Dan can match him up. Anyhow, he's signing 1,500 books. They couldn't sign them in advance. So even though he's there, we can't go on yet with this whole thing. And the then morning host, not Rich, not Nick, somebody else, was sent on stage to kill time. I was thinking of sending DJ up there. How about those Eagles? Can you imagine DJ talking? And this went on for like, at least we did something, though. We didn't just say, well, nothing. And we sat there for 45 minutes. You know what I mean? We tried to, I came out. He was out there. We did stuff like that. Don't you have to have a backup plan? And wouldn't you say, all right, we have a speaker here, one of our proud alumni. Put him up there. Kill a little bit of time.
Just have Dom Giordano on hand. He can vamp for like
that's right.
45 minutes.
Hey, a funny thing happened to me on the way to the Chamonix.
So what are your guys' thoughts on trans issues?
There you go. 855-839-1210. But should they have had people miss the graduation? They seem to be blaming them, saying they didn't leave early enough, where once you got there, right around there, Dan, within a mile, it seems to me, it took over an hour to get in and park. Well, you're supposed to anticipate something. So is it on the parents or is it on authorities? You got to move it back, right? I don't know. Would there not be enough daylight?
But what if you're the person that actually does, take the hour and a half to get there and shows up on time, and then you're sitting there waiting as others didn't do the same and didn't take it upon themselves, and then you got to wait an hour and a half to accommodate all these people that are showing up late.
All right, but expecting that once you get within visibility of the field, right, it's going to take an hour? Even I got to say, well, you know what? I think some of them should have gotten out and walked. So you're more blaming the people that didn't allow enough time.
No, you know what? No, you're right, because I've been in those instances where you show up with plenty of time.
Right.
Like here at the station, for example. Show up an hour and a half early, drive around for an hour, 40 minutes looking for a spot.
Oh, nice how you worked that in. That's right, our parking lot.
I would hope they wouldn't blame me for that. So, yeah, you know what? There you go. Yeah.
Well, I would abandon my car, but that's me. And just
I've thought of it. I
got to get in there. I think I told you that, Dan. I'm abandoning the car. You come out. I don't know where it is. Get it?
We have like a loading dock in the basement of the building. I was just thinking about pulling the car in there at one point.
I admire that when you were going to put it in the loading dock. It's a violation of everything, probably. But if we have, I bet we have people witness Chamonix. If you know about this week, what time should you then leave to get there for a 6:30? And look, with 6:30. If they moved it back to 7:15 or something to accommodate, I think they still would have had daylight. What I would do is, hey, you're going short. Yeah, but I have 10 minutes prepared. You got a minute. Get up there.
No Neck chimed in. No Neck over on YouTube, youtube.com/@1210WPHT. Please go like, subscribe, click that bell for notifications. Says, when my daughter graduated from Central Bucks East all those years ago, we had to be there by 6 a.m. in order to get a seat for an event that started at noon. It was a long day.
What the heck is going on? 6 a.m. to get in Central Bucks West once again, right? So who's it on? If something like this happens, though, doesn't the superintendent or principal just have to say, we're going to be delayed? Look at the parking crush.
All right,
Are they afraid?
We're getting a lot of this. We need to play this.
We start at 6 a.m.
One of the morning show cuts that it's being called for right now. Yeah.
Yeah, I can see.
We start at 6 a.m.
I can see the Nick Count. Look, I believe in being on time no matter what. I'd be rushing Roe out the door. But if I get there, Dan, what am I going to do?
Yeah.
I mean, I was in a situation recently. I can't get
like if you're in walking distance and the police are there,
Right.
directing traffic. Does it not just become something that you can just leave your car there and?
Well, that's what the police should have done.
Yeah.
I think. Who
just
would've
go
done
down, knock on everyone's windows, be like, hey,
Right.
just step out of the car
Right.
here. We can leave your car here, and you know where it
side of
is.
the road. You know who would have done that? Pat Malloy.
Yeah.
I think he would have done that. Yeah.
That or have more volunteers out there directing traffic and come up with a better plan for the parking lot. You're 100% right. Rather than putting on the parents, there should be a plan in place. As you see, I mean, hit up the Lions Club. I feel like every time I go to an event, the Lions Club are collecting donations and doing parking at the same time as a dual. Or the local fire station. They might do it as long as you allow them to collect donations while they do it.
Oh, so park at other places nearby.
No. Take the lots that you were planning on using that you're causing such. Because what's happening is I think they probably have the parking for it. They just don't have the traffic planning to do so.
Right.
So if you bring in people who are professionally good at traffic planning, such as firefighters or police, allow them to donate to the firefighters or the police as they do this. I think that's a kill two birds with one stone kind of situation where they can have people working, directing traffic, and also collecting donations for either the local fire department or the police department.
Here's my grand plan, too. There must be businesses or others there that would allow them, say, within half a mile of it, and then golf cart them in. Be a nice thing.
Yeah,
Give
shuttle,
out their car.
yeah.
Shuttle them in.
Electric.
I don't see any. Well, I don't know about electric. I don't see anything in here. I'm willing to drive, by the way, the golf cart, which really can't drive that too easily with the 2 feet. Now that I think about it. All right, so
Local Veterans Association. I'm sure they'd do it.
Yeah. Guess who writes this? J.D. Mullane. He said district staff and the police can't control the unforeseen car crash. There was a car crash.
Oh, okay.
But
yeah.
But they say no matter what, it's hard. The stadium can hold up to 5,000. If people arrive early, we won't have any problems getting everyone seated in time. I just think, buddy, you got to push it back then. When you see something like that, after all that, you can't tell parents, well, you're stuck in traffic. You should have gotten here earlier. You really can't. You just got to delay it for a period of time. What's a reasonable period of time? At least a half hour. Give somebody a fighting chance to get in there. All right, let's go to Marianne in Doylestown on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Marianne.
Hi, Dom. How are you?
Very good.
I wanted to...
that Marianne. How are you doing, Marianne? We haven't spoken in a while.
Yes, good, thank you. My favorite ending is, and I'm going to date myself, was Cheers, when Sam and Diane are in the airplane. They're supposed to be going off to California, and then he changes his mind and gets off in the tarmac and goes back to the bar.
Absolutely. Great ending.
Yes. But I wanted to comment on some of the organizations that are fueling these protests. And I think also, obviously, nationwide, they're calling for, everywhere. And I'm sure it's probably going to happen in Bucks County since they're so hot on Sheriff Fred Haran. But one of these is the Mexican Brotherhood. In Spanish, it's called the Hermandad Mexicana. It's a organization that's been helping mostly, immigrants from Mexico in California, in Los Angeles, for 70 years. And they have 5 offices in Los Angeles. And I'm wondering if they're not also behind some of these protests or, advocating for such. And of course, our friends at the SCEIU, who, even long ago, when the amnesty bill was going to be happening, they were pushing for that. But they also, they don't bother with any laws requiring verification of employment. As long as
Marianne, we're burying the lead here for listeners that plays right into this. So you show up at the Joey Vento trial, right?
Yes.
And somehow or another, you get tagged in, as I remember, as a witness, and you were brilliant. The back and forth. If there's something that encapsulates what talk radio is about, which is serious subjects, but often an entertaining, theatrical component, it would have been the trial of Joey Vento with Quaker women starting to turn off the lights and saying, it's time to go home.
And I told him, that I spoke several languages, Spanish and English, but when I went to Joey Vento's Gino Steaks for the first time, I didn't speak the language of Philadelphia cheesesteaks, and I didn't know how to order.
Well, and the head of the Human Relations Commission said to a direct question about Swahili, well, if someone's ordering in Swahili, you should straighten up your house and have someone there that could speak it.
Yes.
Thank you, Marianne. Got you down for cheers as always. 855-839-1210. AT&T and Verizon Wireless. You just push pound 1210. We're hearing more protests in L.A. I think 2 o'clock Eastern time we'll see this as police are under attack big time. Paula Scanlon's going to join at 2:30 today. Remarkable. And this whole stuff of Simone Biles, when she wrote this tweet out attacking our own Riley Gaines, of course, the follow-up is this female sports writer, Nancy Armour, who writes for USA Today, who wrote, Simone Biles shows her greatness again in standing up for the transgender community. Simone Biles is the GOAT in every sense of the word. The 7-time Olympic champion stood up for transgender athletes, taking to X to chastise Riley Gaines for the relentless verbal abuse she directs at transgender girls and women. You're truly sick, she wrote, all this campaigning because you lost a race. Straight up sore loser. You should be uplifting the trans community, perhaps finding a way to make sports more inclusive or creating a new avenue where trans feel safe in sports. Maybe a transgender category in all sports. But instead, you bully them. One thing for sure is no one in sports is safe with you around. Then she said, bully someone your own size, which ironically would be a male. Can you imagine under the proviso of women attacking other women and then attacking the woman who's defending those women? Armour writes that Biles is the most decorated gymnast of all time, man or woman, with 11 medals at the Olympics. Gaines has inserted herself into the conversation about Class 4A softball in Minnesota. She goes on to say, Gaines never lets facts get in her way. That was enough for Biles. And when you have the opportunity to stick up to a bully, do it at full throat. Let them keep at this. Riley Gaines is from heaven, sent here to be the perfect role model to take on this nonsense. Paula Scanlon is following in those footsteps. And there are a lot of young women across the country who are not going to those podiums, Simone, because some dopey male beat them. What has to happen here, I see today that Outkick is not getting a credential to cover the WNBA. They don't like how they cover the nonsense that's going on with Caitlin Clark. They don't like the facts, and I've said it too. You could take whoever won the championship men's boys basketball in California this year, probably beat a WNBA All-Star team. It's that much of a difference. It's ridiculous. All right, your calls are coming up at 855-839-1210.
The most important part of your financial future is the firm you choose. You see, all financial firms are not the same. Traditional firms that sell securities can't guarantee income and are vulnerable to bankruptcies, market losses, capital gains taxes, and ongoing fees. But the exclusive crash-proof retirement system continues to protect over 6,000 clients from market losses and bankruptcies, and provides guaranteed tax-favored income with the potential for double-digit interest returns with no fees whatsoever. Our one-of-a-kind proprietary system continues to protect billions of dollars in assets. Are you in or near retirement? There's only one crash-proof retirement for the American retiree. Schedule an appointment or register for our next event at the William Penn Inn on June 10th, 800-722-9728 or crashproofretirement.com.
Stop buying gold online. Edelman's Coins is the Philadelphia area's largest buyer and seller of gold and silver bullion. Family owned for 99 years, Edelman's Coins has continued to provide ultra-competitive pricing paired with unparalleled customer service. With transparent buy-sell spreads, you know you will always get a fair deal. When buying or selling bullion or coins, think Edelman's Coins. Call 215-572-6480 or visit edelmanscoins.com.
Come into Tri-County Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram for Employee Pricing Plus. Get employee pricing on your favorite vehicles all month long. Right now during the Jeep Tops Off sales event, you can lease a new 2025 Jeep Compass Limited for only $420 a month for 42 months. Or check out a new 2025 Ram 1500 Bighorn and lease for $459 a month for 42 months. So hurry in. These offers won't last long. Stop into our showroom today or visit us online at tricountycdjr.com to see more.
Hey, this is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. How many times are you going to listen to my voice before you finally go to investorschooling.com? I can't believe you haven't signed up for a class yet. You're going to learn real estate investing. You're going to learn stock options trading. You're going to learn things about money that you didn't even know existed. Go to investorschooling.com right now. Oh my goodness. This Thursday, investorschooling.com, and take that free class. See you there.
Everything was swollen, even my eyelids. I was on kidney dialysis 8 hours a day.
When Crystal needed a kidney, her mom's friend Janet gave her one. Virtua Health, South Jersey's only transplant center, made it possible.
Crystal's so full of life, you can't help but love her.
After a short recovery, Janet's doing great, and Crystal, even better.
And I just got engaged.
Virtua Health, here for transplant, here for good. Learn more at virtua.org/here-for-good.
Have you subscribed to our YouTube channel yet? Do it today at 1210 WPHT.
All right, Tom Giordano's show. By the way, Scott Presler here at 2 o'clock today. He's got a lot of what he's looking at, early voting in Jersey, the primary tomorrow. The Inquirer says that in 2017, about 240,000 votes were cast in the Republican primary for governor. In 2021, the number rose above 320,000. They predict between 400,000 and 500,000 this year. That's a good sign in the early voting, which Jersey has, that people are taking advantage of this. They're banking their vote. They're ready to go. They're excited that a Republican is probably the favorite this time around. It's going to be Jack Ciattarelli tomorrow. On the Democrat side, I think it goes down to the wire. Could be really close. We might not even know until Wednesday morning. Thank God it will be Ciattarelli and not the other guy. And look, I'm a believer in primaries. There are a lot of people in talk radio that in primaries, they don't think they ought to be talking up one Republican versus the other. I've always done that. Well, it's going to make hard feel. Yeah, well, that's something we're here to tell you what we think. And I think clearly it's borne out that Ciattarelli has the inside track here that can win in a state like Jersey. And I think we knew that early on. He did remarkably well against Murphy the last time around. Trump's endorsement tells you something. Is he going to govern as somebody, if elected, that would be more conservative? You know, it's been the argument in the past. I think he will. I think he will strike out the state's sanctuary by executive order, sanctuary state nonsense. Is he going to be Trumpian? I don't know about that. But for Jersey, I think this will be. And I'm hoping he appoints, as the head of education in New Jersey, Dawn Fantasia, Dan. If he does, that is going to be, because you know that's one of the issues Ciattarelli's got to prosecute here, which is parental rights in Jersey. And they've slipped. They're not even ranked in the top 10 in some polling when it comes to education now. That always used to be, hey, we know what we're doing. Parents, shut up. I don't think so. Okay? Let's go to Bill in Montco. Fred Herring is on the on-deck circle, the sheriff out in Bucks County. What does he think about what's going on in L.A.? The ACLU sued him again big time over the weekend. I don't think they're going to win. He's got to deal with those two hostile commissioners there. By the way, this is a tell. Larry Krasner does it too. A cop friend of mine who's very savvy noticed it again. Every week or so, I guess, when they have the commission come together, they honor people. They're up there on this giant platform like they're the Supreme Court. There are things looking down on it. But there's a little stage there. When you come down and be pictured, taking your picture with the honorees, you're giving them a plaque or whatever it is. Yeah, Bloomberg. There you go. I said, hello, Philadelphia.
I said hello, Philadelphia.
Wouldn't you come down and be on their level? No.
You got it.
They take the picture with the honorees standing on this little plank, and then they're up above them where they are, the three commissioners. You know, doesn't that tell you something? You just don't get the optics of it. It's not right. You're supposed to be on the level of it. I mean, do you think when I take a picture with Dan, do you think I like it? He's only about 7 inches taller. I mean, come on. I put up with it. You got to put up with it. Yeah, that's the excuse. You know, if it were a bunch of guys. Now, see, I wouldn't do this. If there were like the Sixers standing in, I might not take that pic. That's too many.
You need a podium.
Yeah, you know, I might wear the DeSantis shoes on that. I'd be standing on the top of it. I get it. You know, I have a limit.
Legs, though. Just remember, that's what my wife says, at least.
There's a limit to. I couldn't be 5'7". I'm telling you, I wouldn't take any pictures. Is that what it is with the commissioners? No. They're self-important. Here's Tom's tip of the day for the Bucks County commissioners. Get on the level of the people that you're honoring or you're giving a commendation, whatever it is. Come down out of your perch and stand there with them when you take the picture. All right, Bill in Monco's next. Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Bill, welcome in.
Hey, Dom and Dan. Yeah, I'll get to the side question in a minute, but as far as the LA riots go, back in 92, a Marine Lieutenant Colonel John Kelly, stationed at Camp Pendleton, took an armored reconnaissance unit to put down the Rodney King riots. That's the same John Kelly that became a 4-star general that became Trump's chief of staff.
I didn't know he was involved. Yeah.
Back in 92, yeah. So it was kind of when the George Floyd riots were taking place, and there was all the talk about it being illegal and lawful orders. I wish John Kelly would have spoken up, having been, like I said, a lieutenant colonel back in 92, you know, going in to quell the Rodney King riot at the time. So kind of curious as to what goes on. Also, if you go to the Museum of the U.S. Army in Fort Belvoir, Virginia, there's a whole section dedicated to the Army, the U.S. Army, in quelling civil disturbances, maintaining the peace.
Mm-hmm.
So there's a lot of precedent here, you know, as far as, you know,
the Marines. Yeah. The only thing I get nervous about is they're more backup role. You know what I mean, Bill? When you're in an urban environment with that, and, you know, it's not a war zone, it's a little bit different. The National Guard is a hybrid, so they're able to do it a little bit more.
Right, and they've been federalized, and now Trump's going to have to make the case why Newsom didn't protect the federal law enforcement. So that should be really interesting. That caused Trump to have to nationalize the California Guard. But as far as the side question, the best ending to me, the most poignant, you know, we just had the anniversary of D-Day, was the end of Saving Private Ryan.
Yep, the ending of Saving Private Ryan.
The earness from Tom Hanks was not just Ryan himself, but to the whole U.S. population. Remember that the sacrifices that were made.
Well put, beautifully put. And we see that ending. Am I a good man? All right, 855-839-1210. You get a line. AT&T and Verizon Wireless. Push pound 1210. One of our honorees at Dom Day in Wildwood on June 20th is Sheriff Fred Herron of Bucks County. We'll talk with him, his thoughts on what he sees playing out in L.A. I know the sheriffs were involved there, too, in some level, shape, or form. And backup, the LAPD main headquarters was only 0.3 of a mile away from where the ICE people were under fire, under siege from these mobs. Yet they were under orders not to do anything. 0.3 of a mile. Come on. All right. Let's talk first, though, about a big event this Wednesday. Attention, future home sellers. Are you planning to sell your home? The housing market is changing fast, and it's not what it used to be. Well, I want to tell you about my great friend, Diane Giordano from Giordano Realtors. You'll learn how to stay ahead of this shifting real estate market, how to increase the value of your home at her next home seller seminar. Enjoy a glass of wine, hors d'oeuvres, Wednesday evening, June 11th at the Hilton Garden Inn, right there in Fort Washington, right off 309. I'll be there too, and Diane will show everyone how to tackle today's uncertain market with rising inventory, fluctuating interest rates, low-cost ways to stage your home and meet modern buyer demands. And Diane will share insider strategies that help homes sell faster and for more money. Great stuff. I mean, really how to stage your home. You'll get a copy of her new book, Model Home Mindset. Diane always says, do your research, get prepared when selling your home. The last thing you want to do is wing it. It's all free. Just RSVP now. Call 215-576-8666 or 215-576-8666.com. Schedule an appointment to talk with Diane at dianescalendar.com. So it's this Wednesday. Again, if you're selling your home now or in the near future, whatever that might be, jump in, 215-576-8666.
Some drier weather returns to the forecast for the afternoon. Skies will be partly to mostly cloudy. High temperature below average at 76. Tonight, mostly cloudy with some showers and storms overnight, low 65. And for Tuesday, showers and storms mainly during the morning with a high 79.
Weather sponsored by MTRule.com, your Generac generator experts. That's MTRUHL.com.
Hey, it's Matt, your leaf filter trusted pro. Gutters are an often neglected part of the home. They're also one of the most important. Clogged, overflowing gutters can cause serious problems like foundation damage or basement flooding, which can cost thousands of dollars to fix. Let's face it, cleaning gutters yourself is not only a hassle, it can be dangerous. But when you get Leaf Filter, you'll never have to worry about cleaning clogged gutters again. Get started today by visiting leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free inspection. If you decide to move forward, we'll professionally clean, realign, and seal your gutters before installing our patented stainless steel micro mesh system. Leaf Filter keeps out everything but the water. And it's backed by a lifetime transferable no clogs warranty. So you're protected for good. We're in your neighborhood and ready to help. Visit Leaf Filter today for a free inspection and estimate, and you could save up to 30%. Visit leaffilter.com/deal. That's leaffilter.com/deal.
Prioritize yourself and make your dream of an attractive, healthy smile a reality at PI Dental Center. The professionals at PI Dental have been transforming patients' smiles for over 38 years. Board-certified specialists, Dr. Glenn Wolfinger and Dr. Robert Slough, perform complex dental makeovers with their Teeth in a Day protocol, where dental implants are placed and restored with fixed teeth in just one day. It's time to invest in yourself. For a smile that's monumental, trust PI Dental. Visit PIDentalCenter.com.
Hey, Dawn Stensland here. Level up the fun this summer in a new Civic Hybrid sedan or hatchback from my friends at Piazza Honda. You know, the Civic Hybrid has received the honor of being named the 2025 North American Car of the Year. With an impressive 50 city, 47 highway MPG rating, the sporty Civic sedan now comes with the efficiency and excitement of hybrid performance. Just visit them, Piazza Honda of Philadelphia, Langhorne, Pottstown, Reading, or Springfield. Or you can always browse over 200 hybrid vehicles online. PiazzaHonda.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
See Joe Conklin and the City Rhythm Orchestra at Wildwood High School on Baker Ave, July 11th, and at the Ocean City Music Pier, July 12th. For tickets, go to JoeConklin.com.
JoeConklin.com! Now back to the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
This is Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
All right, Dom Giordano Show. Big issues, big guests, big honorees. Fred Herring's coming all the way to Wildwood to be one of our honorees. Dan, this afternoon I'm going and looking at the hardware of what we should give.
Ooh, really?
Honorees. Yeah.
Ooh, I like that. How about a golden key?
You know what? I'm writing that one down. If they have the key, maybe with Elon Musk.
The birch, honey,
yes,
Wildwood.
The golden key might be, what's it a key to, though?
Wildwood. No.
Okay.
You don't have the right to do that. That has to be the mayor, right?
By the way, tell Ernie I expect a golden key this time, not a plaque. Key to the city here. That works. It opens something. He invited us to broadcast from there. I just need a key. When I'm down there, I might need an office.
I feel like you do need something from Ernie. I mean, the old mayor was, Mayor Pete was really good with those, what was it, boardwalk that had the Wildwood sign that was beautiful.
I still have that. The clock.
Yeah?
Out of the Oak
Avenue. Oh, it was a clock.
Lumber.
That's right, yeah.
Yeah. I don't know if I can chop up any lumber and give it to Sheriff Fred and
you can have a piece of my lumber.
You see, whoa! What are you doing out there on the back porch? What are you doing with that? It's official from my back porch from the Giordano Estates. How about a piece of the Dom Dome we can give? Yeah.
What, you're going to tear up your house?
Yeah.
Yeah?
Anything for these guys. I like the key idea, though. Definitely.
How about your most prized possession being the Constitution lamp?
Oh, Roy. Yes.
It's a really cool lamp.
It is. Let's go to Sheriff Fred Herron in Bucks County. Sheriff Fred, welcome back in. Thanks for joining us.
Of course. Thanks for having me again.
So when you see this play
What
out,
are you expecting, Fred, as a gift when you come to Wild? No,
yeah, Fred, what should we give? What would be official? What's good for a sheriff? I don't think we can give firearms out. The station would frown
a cigar,
on that.
maybe? Maybe a cigar.
How about, cigars are always nice. Golden handcuffs? I don't know.
Oh, the handcuffs.
Golden handcuffs.
All right, Pat Malloy, I need some handcuffs.
Get Dom Giordano program ingrained on it, so every time
I want the handcuffs. I want you to spray them, and I want you to authenticate you arrested somebody famous with them, and we'll give them to Fred. He's on it. You know Malloy. He's not fooling around. He'll get that out there. So when you're watching this over the weekend, and again, the ACLU sued you again, Fred, and we know ongoing legal matters, and I agree with you. Can't talk about that. You're watching this play out in L.A., and the sheriffs were involved in this at various levels at various times. What are you thinking as you're watching this play out? What are the immediate thoughts that come to you?
Well, as we've seen in the last, decade or so, these riots going on, and I do think, and I always think about things like this even here in Bucks County, because this has made such national attention with what's going on. That was not my intention. My intention was just to do my job and keep people safe, but it has gotten a little bit more attention than I expected. And you worry about people coming here to just be disruptive and that have no interest in Bucks County, but to just do harm and other things of that nature. But that's not going to be tolerated here. The good thing about the sheriff's office is that I answer to the people. I certainly would not allow that type of activity here in Bucks County. And, I would do everything I possibly can to make sure that any type of disorder was quashed right away. I just don't understand, when streets get taken over, you can't block streets. Law and order should be established immediately, and that sends a message.
Well, look, and you hit upon, Fred, other than tinted windows, the thing that gets me, we're going to see it this afternoon because one of the SEIU guys in L.A. was in the center causing this. There's going to be protests in downtown Philadelphia on his side. And this idea that just because you're a lefty group and maybe you have substantial number of people, that you can block traffic and police stand by for an hour or more, and people trying to get to their kids, trying to get home or whatever, are hemmed in. I've always thought that's kidnapping. You shouldn't be allowed to do that.
You're absolutely right. And I remember it was a couple of years ago, I was in San Diego for a conference, and protesters, pro-Palestine protesters were blocking the roads. And I'm thinking to myself, where do my rights start or end and theirs begin? I mean, you should be able to, make your point, but you can't, affect my day and my life either. Why do you people have the right to block a street? They don't have the right. I remember seeing on television people in Chicago getting out of their Ubers and walking to the airport because they were going to miss their flights. American Airlines isn't giving you your money back because you got caught, a bunch of knuckleheads decided to block the roadway. It's just ridiculous. We've got to establish law and order. We've got to get back to basics in this country, and letting these people disrupt our lives like this and get out of control is just wrong. And we've got to put an end to it. It's the only way it's going to stop. If we continue to let them do it, they're going to continue to do it. A message has to be sent, and this type of outrageous activity and behavior needs to stop immediately. And that's our job, to stop it.
Yeah, exactly.
It's
and Fred, Trump's taken on something hard here, which is in L.A., they're saying, no, this isn't part of America. We're going to do what we've always done here. You're taking on something hard. You could just be there as sheriff, not engage in this, which gives you more of an opportunity to take, arguably, or to aid and abet a force multiplier, people that might be a criminal element out of Bucks County, increasing safety. You could just not do that and say, I'm doing everything that I can because nobody's done this. The Inquirer seems to be amazed that nobody in the county areas has done this. Why Fred Herron?
It's almost as if you had my office bug today. I was just having this conversation about a half hour ago with someone, and they said, you brought a lot of craziness onto you that you probably didn't need. Why do this? And I said, because it's the right thing to do. Because my job is to prevent crime and to prevent victims any way legally possible. And in this particular case, the president has given a tool, and I don't care who it could have been any president. I always tell people, I wish Joe Biden would have been the best president of the United States. He's my pilot flying my plane. I want him to succeed. Donald Trump, Barack Obama, Bill Clinton, I don't care. I want them to be the best. Of course, we know Biden, that wasn't the case. But, if Trump's given me a tool, I'm going to take it. And if the tool is a legal tool to keep people safe, they have, we've got our two commissioners that have really fueled the fire here. And they know, they're not dummies. They know what I'm doing, but they're just stoking the fire for people that don't know better. And that's just a shame. Elected officials should be responsible, and some of the folks here are not being responsible. But, win or lose, which I'll win anyway, I am paid to do the right thing. And I'm paid to protect people. And I'm not going to do, just because a couple of people malcontents come out aggressively against it. Majority, Dom, I can't tell you, even quietly, people in the courthouse and people in the admin building, they're two separate buildings here. When I'm over in the admin building in the morning getting a cup of coffee, they come up to me, we love what you're doing, we love what you're doing. It's a shame we can't speak out about it. People in the county love what I'm doing. I was at about 7 or 8 events this weekend, and I had not one naysayer said, hey, what you're doing is wrong. Everybody says, we love what you're doing. It's the right thing to do. Thank you for fighting the fight. And you know what? As long as I'm the Bucks County Sheriff, I'm going to continue to fight the fight. And the good thing for the people of Bucks County, they'll get me for another 4 years. So that's some good news. Absolutely. We're counting on that. Certainly, we need more than 4, at least 4. So, Fred, the podcast that you're working up now, new episode since we last talked? Yeah, I drop a new episode comes out either Wednesdays or Thursdays. It gets dropped. So we have 4 full episodes that are out. I think tomorrow I'm doing the 5th episode. And then tomorrow's going to be a little bit more inside the office. We're going to be talking about transports and getting prisoners back. People that flee from us here in Bucks County and get caught. And we know the case that got caught in Philadelphia, in New York last week. But people get caught. I got deputies right now in Jacksonville, Florida, picking up prisoners. So we're going to be talking about how that happens. How do you go from being arrested here in Quakertown or Bristol and then wind up in California, and how do you get back to Bucks County? So we're doing the episode tomorrow on that, on extradition back to Bucks County. I don't know what we're going to call the episode. Maybe Bringing Them Home. Maybe we'll call it that. Sounds good. Where do we find the podcast? Yes. It's on, it's Law & Order, Bucks, B-U-X. It's wherever you get your podcast. Apple, YouTube, wherever you can pick. And I'm not a big techie, I got to be honest with you. But I don't have my card with me that tells everything. But yeah, but Dan had a question. Dan,
while you look for that, Fred, I got a question for you. I want some advice. I don't know if you did it, but you kind of hinted at a story last time you were on with Dom that I thought was incredibly interesting, and that's you were talking about having the tail behind you and looking like a young guy going into high school, essentially doing 21 Jump Street, making deals. If you don't have an episode of telling a story about the time that you did that, you got to get one out there because I would listen to the heck out of that one, man.
That was... You guys now you're hurting my feelings. You guys got to get on. That was episode 4. That dropped last week.
I love it. I love it.
So you can get it on anywhere where you get your podcast. It's Instagram, Facebook, YouTube. And I guess I just got it. I just get it from podcasts on my iPhone. So I don't know. Wherever you get your podcast from, that's where you can download this.
All right. Well, Fred.
It's Law & Order BUX, Bucks Podcast. They also have it on buckscounty.gov as well.
And Dom, I don't know how to do it, but I got a question I wanted to ask you. Somebody said reach out to Dom and ask him if he would do this with you, but I don't want to put you in a... So we're starting a police athletic league here, and I'm going to be doing... Somebody asked me to do it. a charity bartender, and all the money raised would go to the Police Athletic League. Are you interested in doing it here at Chambers in Bucks County?
Oh, absolutely.
Are you kidding me?
Yes, I'm kidding me.
You should see his face tonight, right now, Sheriff.
Yeah, I thought you were going to ask me to throw a football 40 yards to kick off something, or a fastball 85 miles an hour, or something like that. Yeah, of course. So just
all right, well, I'll reach.
Yeah,
I'll
just
reach
let
back
Dan
out
know, and we'll
we'll
be
get
all
the
set.
dates.
Do you know when this
John,
will be,
thank
Fred?
you so much.
Is this in near
What's that?
future? When is this?
It's probably going to be like on a Thursday night, sometime during the summer. I would think in July.
Oh, that's fine. Absolutely.
Tuesday, or whatever works for you.
All righty, Fred. We'll work on it.
Appreciate it.
We'll make a note of that. Thank you, Fred.
All right, thank you.
All right, we need some drink that I can make here for this too. Johnny will help with that. All right,
will you pour alcohol even though you won't drink it?
I'll drink it. What
yeah.
do you mean? Well,
the vodka. I mean, it was like pulling an arm trying to get you to have some vodka.
You know what?
Summer.
The vodka drink he made, John. We need a special drink
good.
for Dom Giordano. Yeah, it was incredible. But there were like
it's like an orange creamsicle type drink.
It was. Yeah. It was wonderful.
I'll forever remember that drink, Johnny.
Yeah, and I remember Leslie having people from Hawaii deliver the lei that you wear right out of the box, fresh and all, with people walking around Mulligan's.
And remember, one of our celebrity bartenders for one of the Mulligan's events. He brings that up, but we had Kelsey Grammer out there that one time.
I can't do what he does, pouring beers and all. Need some practice on that.
Wait, you don't think you could pour a beer?
Not like he was. It was completely, the guy used the ruler across he didn't need a ruler. It was unbelievable what he was doing.
Are you a beer chugger?
No.
No?
No.
Okay. Are you a wine chugger?
Oh, yes. So we can discuss fine wines with you. Yes,
okay.
I'm liking Wegmans.
How about guest sommelier?
Okay. My latest is Wegmans 2025 Red Blend. It's quite a vintage.
It's classy, Dom.
It's only $8 at Wegmans. That's why I got it. I like it.
Did you drink it with a pinky up?
Yes.
Nice and fancy.
We'll be serving that at Mulligan's. All right.
Will they be serving that on your conservative tour?
Yeah. Oh, yes. When we're in Sicily, I'll demand it. What, was conservative tours coming up? Oh, that's a nice play. They are here, right here.
Yes.
All right. So,
sorry.
Of course we'll do that. I don't know if I can come up with the handcuffs. That guy I'm working on with the plaque trophy this afternoon. Work some handcuffs into this. Come on, Pat Malloy. I know you can come, then we can spray paint.
When you say plaque trophy, do you mean you're working with Dr. Bentz on a trophy made of plaque?
Oh, that's right. Yeah.
Means that would be an
Dr.
interesting
Bentz
award.
Plaque.
Yes.
Yeah, there you go.
The plaque trophy.
No, Dr. Bentz's new shirts he made specially for me are coming. I might have it on tomorrow. I put all kinds of specifications that hide certain problem
Why did Dr.
areas.
Bentz make you a shirt?
To advertise Dr. Bentz.
Oh, okay,
on
okay.
YouTube
No.
here, just every day. I'd like to be like a race car driver coming into Mulligan.
I had a picture of like a custom-made dress shirt that he made you. Like he sewed for himself one evening.
No.
Took time out of his patient's days.
No. He does have these unique dental clothing things, and sometimes a do-rag, which is interesting. He does.
Yes. An Eagles one, no less.
855-839-1210. Let's talk about the big tour of Sicily coming this fall. Only if you jump on board with Talk Radio 1210 listeners, a lot of them, Ro and me, then you're going to see the sun, the sea, the unparalleled beauty of Mediterranean Europe in Sicily and Calabria. Of course, our guides. We're going to settle the sauce thing once and for all with these guys. Conservative tours. $55.44, including airfare. That's all. The dining events, they are spectacular. You really will get the local culture, food, wines galore. And you do it with friends. You do it with Talk Radio 1210 listeners. Bustling Palermo, the Quattrocante, stunning Montreal, the Palace of the Normans. Call 888-733-9494 or go to conservativetours.com. The Godfather Tour is part of this. We'll meet people that were actually in, I think, Godfather 2. The crown jewel of Sicily has to be Taormina, Mount Etna, the Valley of the Temples, Savoca. It's all there. It's Sicily, ancient, charming, and picturesque. Do call them now to get all the details. 888-733-9494.
Hey, Daydreamer. Did we catch you thinking about your dreams? With Wells Fargo Premier, a team can help you plan for them. So let's imagine your biggest dream. Not the easy one, the one behind it. The one you work towards every day and every night. Can you see it? Then we can help you plan for it. Ready to start planning for your dreams? You can at wellsfargo.com/getpremier.
You've got to see Scott Kia's new location in Limerick, where their focus is on you. Relax with an easy, transparent, and enjoyable car buying experience with a stunning new showroom, a state-of-the-art service center, and a staff that understands your time is valuable and will treat you like a VIP. It's time to experience what a 5-star service truly feels like. They are focusing on you, and that's changing everything. And that's why it's always smooth sailing at Scott Kia of Limerick, just off Route 422.
A message from Bradford White Water Heaters. How you heat your water matters, and you do have a choice. So choose efficiency, choose reliability, choose innovation, choose a water heater that's manufactured in America using the finest components from around the world. Choose Bradford White. Still is and always will be built to be the best. So make the right choice. Ask your plumbing professional to install a Bradford White water heater in your home or business. Visit BradfordWhite.com to learn more.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/radio right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
At California Psychics, we know that sometimes you can wake up thinking,
I don't know if I'm in the right career. Ew. Or the right relationship.
But whatever your life dilemma, at California Psychics, we'll give you the guidance you need to feel certain about your life choices. And because we only connect you with the very best, we guarantee if your reading isn't life-changing, it's free. California Psychics. Visit CaliforniaPsychics.com today for limited time offers.
Summer's coolest mattress deals are going on now at Ashley's Stars and Stripes sale. This summer, save up to $1,000 on select mattresses. And say goodbye to hot sleep and save up to $500 on the best-selling Tempur-Breeze collection. Plus, feel the freedom to snooze now and pay later with 0% interest until 2030 on in-store purchases made with your Ashley Advantage Synchrony credit card. Better sleep starts at Ashley. Subject to credit approval. Minimum monthly payments required. See store for details.
Calling on East Greenville to follow Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it today.
All right, by the way, Danica Patrick on Instagram weighing in, saying she's been red-pilled. She gets it, supporting Riley Gaines. Now, here's a woman who's ridden against men and almost won, I believe it was a NASCAR race. I'm not sure if it was in Indy. I know she's led one of them for a number of laps. But Dan, little problem with Danica Patrick. We were doing an event touring the country. And, you know, we always get our man or woman. She agreed to come on. And then when it was time, she was out of the building where we were in. Never have forgotten that. It was in Detroit. Yeah, the Hudson Museum.
Ooh, that's pretty.
She did look unbelievable. And hearing her speak in the one interview about racing, yeah, she wasn't someone thrown in there just to be affirmative action. I think she was legit. Very hard to win even one race. Comes out swinging today for Riley Gaines, one of the few women willing to do this. Simone Biles comes out swinging the other way against Riley Gaines and against all women. We'll talk to Paula Scanlon about that coming up. Let me get Phil in Delaware. Hey, Phil, good afternoon. What do you have today?
Hey, good afternoon to you. A few things real quick. It's interesting that a Democrat, Maxine Waters, and a couple other reporters said there's no violence taking place here in L.A. Amazing. And the backdrop shows cars burning and everything.
Right. Yep, exactly.
And then the other thing is the flotilla that tried getting into Gaza. Fortunately, Israel made them watch the video from October 7th that was taken by Hamas.
That's good eye by you. And Greta Thunberg, it was a yacht they were coming in on, Phil. She's delivering supplies to the poor on a yacht. Oh, God.
All 5 boxes.
Yeah. All right, Phil, what's your answer? Big ending.
Mash.
All right, yes, we all know the ending of MASH. One of the most watched. It was up there in Super Bowl range, the ending of it. Dan, you had a little something else left?
The Maxine Waters audio that you referenced if you want that.
Yeah, go ahead.
I was surprised at the way that the police chief was describing all of this. There had been no violence where anybody that was protesting hit anybody, shot anybody, threatened anybody. Nothing has happened. And so he doesn't know what to do, probably, because this is a sanctuary city, and the police don't have the authority. All that he's got to do is work with the governor.
All right, there you go. Coming up, we'll talk with Scott Presler, who is headed to California. And we'll talk about Jersey, the primary, early voting, etc. Scott Presler next, then Paula Scanlon on Talk Radio 1210.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Hi, I'm Chuck McDowell, the timeshare cancellation guy and founder of Wesley Financial Group, and I want to set the record straight. I am not an attorney. I've never wanted to be an attorney, and the truth is I really don't even like attorneys. If I sound like an attorney or if I look like an attorney, I'll apologize. But what I've learned in my 15 years in the timeshare cancellation business is you don't need to be an attorney to get folks out of their timeshare. At Wesley, we've helped over 40,000 families cancel their timeshare without me being an attorney. And I want to share with you how we do it. Just give my office a call, and you will not talk to an attorney. And I guarantee if we take you as a client, we'll get you out of your timeshare, or you'll pay nothing.
Call now for your free information kit. 800-714-9090. 800-714-9090. 800-714-9090.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/radio to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
That's leaffilter.com/radio for your free gutter inspection today. See representative for warranty details. Promotion is 20% off plus a 10% senior or military discount. One discount per household.
I want to learn how to cook, but I keep ordering takeout.
I plan to rearrange my closet, but I stopped after picking the clothes up off the floor.
Accomplishing goals is hard, but when your goal is to learn a new language, Babbel makes it easy. In just 15 minutes a day, Babbel's award-winning language learning app will help you start speaking another language. Start having conversations in as little as 3 weeks.
Comment tu t'appelles?
Comment tu t'appelles?
Vous êtes où?
Vous êtes où?
Babbel's bite-sized lessons make it easy to learn words and phrases you'll actually use. So when someone asks,
"How's your French going?"
you can say,
Babbel est amusant et facilite grandement l'apprentissage d'une nouvelle langue. Et cela ne prend que 15 minutes par jour.
When you want to really learn another language, it starts with Babbel. Babbel, language for life. Celebrating over 16 million subscriptions sold. Now save up to 50% on your Babbel subscription at Babbel.com. That's Babbel.com. Babbel.com.
Attention, have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers. So don't wait. If you owe $10, $20, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-207-4545. That's 800-207-4545. Once again, that's 800-207-4545.
On Philadelphia's Talk Radio 1210 WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. From the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. It's Dom time. Now, Dom Giordano.
Okay, it is Dom time. The moment we wait for each and every week. He is, we don't have the walk-up music here, Dan. I don't know what we ever agreed on.
Well, we have the Earl song, but I didn't know if that... It was kind of like Christmas vibes, so I've gone off of doing that. I don't know if you want that still.
Yeah, let's hear a little bit. We got something here.
Hold on. Here we go. Scott Presler things loading into the system right now, and...
Scott is a guy wants to make the earth pretty, picking up garbage in Baltimore City. Small act of kindness, much happiness brings. That was the start of Scott Presler things.
It's a whole 2-minute song that goes through the entire history of Scott Presler.
All right, you can hit me on Twitter.
Slow. I feel like we need more energy for Scott Presler there, Earl.
We do. It needs, give me the walk-up mute. What should be Scott Presler's here? Because he is headed to California, among other things. Let's bring in Scott on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Scott, welcome in.
At this point, it's got to be the song Confident by Demi Lovato.
Ooh.
That's what I needed.
All right, we can handle that. Demi Lovato, I don't think we've ever played that band.
Yeah, no.
No, when she performed here in Philadelphia, yeah?
Yeah, here we go.
This right here, baby. This is the energy. This is what I need right now. Game on. Let's go.
All right. Presler coming into the ring. And Dan told you when we did King of Hair or Queen of Hair last week, male or female, Scott Presler was the winning answer.
Oh, thank you, guys. Thank you very much. Well, my hair is my source of power. So, it's a combo right there.
I don't want to spend too much time on this, and I hate to go down this path, but Scott, I got to ask now that you are Dame, the King of Hair, what is the Scott Presler advice for all the people out there that want the beautiful hair of Scott Presler, and how long does it usually take you to work on your flow every morning?
Oh, gosh. Well, I'm not going to name any products because I'm going to respectfully wait for that contract to make that point. But I will say I take impeccable care of my hair. I condition it like crazy, and I comb it out straight. I blow it out, and, I take a lot of vitamins. So now that I'm on this health kick, I encourage anyone, if you want to have long, lustrous locks, then try some more supplements with your diet.
I got one more question.
Yes.
Are you hiking today while you call us?
Well, actually, I'm going to be out. No, let me tell you. Let me answer this, but I am so fired up. It's not even crazy. We're going to be out door knocking and ballot chasing today in Freehold, New Jersey. Tomorrow, June 10th, is the primary. And so I've actually leveled up my game. I've been using a 20-pound weight vest that I used to do rucking, but, it's actually kind of easy for me now. So as I'm on the phone with you, pacing around my hotel room, I have 2 5-pound weights on both of my ankles. So then I'm going to start rucking. Oh yeah, baby.
He's Harrison Bergeroning himself.
I'm going to start rucking with 30 pounds, and then I'm going to increase to 40. By the summer of Scott, by the end of it, I'm going to be a beast.
The Democrats would say you could put 500-pound weights on your ankles so you can keep you
to stop them. So, Scott, headed to L.A., I see, on the 14th, right? No worries?
Well, I need to make something clear. So just forgive this monologue for a second, but every single person listening right now, hear me loudly, hear me clearly. The Democrats are violently protesting, setting cars on fire, doxing the current live locations of ICE agents in a threat of ambushing, and they're slashing their tires, all because ICE is legally and lawfully deporting criminal, illegal aliens that are harming and hurting American citizens. This is the current state of the Democrat Party. They would rather harm and hurt and burn down American cities than allow for criminal, illegal aliens to be rightfully arrested and deported. And to anyone that is listening that is an elected official, I am saying this to you directly at this moment. Do not run away from this issue. You run towards this issue. And if I see members of the Republican Party that are trying to run away from President Trump and this issue of illegal immigration, we will very kindly vote your behinds out in 2026, because Trump won the popular vote and he won all 7 swing states, because the American people deserve safety, deserve security, want a secure border, and want to deport criminal illegal aliens. And on June 14th, I'm doing 4 different events. From going to Santa Monica and Los Angeles County, I'm going to be going through Los Angeles Airport with a shirt that says, "I support ICE." I am not walking away from this. I am running towards the fire, and I am not going to be intimidated by any threats of violence. And we are going to get voter ID on the ballot in California in 2026. And I need the same fire and enthusiasm and urgency that every single one of you brought to 2024. You don't let up for 1 second, because this that's happening in LA is going to come to New York, and it's going to come to Philly, and it's going to come to Pittsburgh, and it's going to come to Scranton and Erie and New York City and New Jersey. The way that we stop it is we rise up peacefully against it right here, right now, and we nip it in the bud, period.
Absolutely, Scott. And to that point, you've been monitoring early voting, which Jersey has. And again, the numbers seem to be better than previous times in the primaries, particularly Republican. They're up.
Not so much,
no?
my friend Don, not so much. All of the early voting has been accomplished in terms of early in-person voting.
Yes.
And there's still mail-in ballots that need to be returned. Tomorrow, June 10th, is the primary. Right now, Democrats have 333,000 votes that have already been locked in, either by early in-person or vote by mail. Republicans, on the other hand, have 123,000 votes locked in. The Democrats are currently outvoting us by more than 200,000 votes going into tomorrow's June primary, when they still have more mail-in ballots to be turned in. And again, people don't want to hear it, but I'm not playing around anymore, because our country's existence is at stake. Hear me. If Republicans don't embrace early voting, if Republicans don't embrace mail-in voting, you will lose everything. You're going to lose the House. And Governor Shapiro, he is going to get reelected, and he's going to have a Democrat state House, and he's going to have a Democrat state Senate. And you know what? Then Pennsylvania turns into California. The only way we right this ship is we vote in every single election, and you embrace early voting, and you embrace mail-in voting. And I am no longer going to be listening to any voices that try to stop us from pushing the early voting, because if they want Democrats to vote for 40 days while Republicans vote for 13 hours, no. Those people are setting us up for failure. Those people are making it harder for Republicans to vote. Those people don't want us to be successful. And I'm not going to be quiet. I'm not going to be silent about it anymore.
Well, I'm glad you said it, Scott. The only thing I would offer, do you think some of this is the fact they have 6 candidates ratcheting up, turning out on the Democrat side. Jack Ciattarelli's been endorsed big time twice by President Trump now. Appears to be the winner, or do you think we're sliding back again?
Regardless of how many candidates and the tens of millions that Democrats are pouring into it, we must treat this election with urgency. New Jersey, I do believe, is joining 16 other states in suing Donald Trump and trying to stop the deportation of criminal illegal aliens. If you want to make that 15 states, then help me. Go to earlyvoteaction.com, sign up with us, vote tomorrow, and you elect a Republican governor this November that is going to join in supporting ICE, stopping sanctuary cities, and joining the president's administration's mission to provide for the safety and security of the American people.
Scott, Pennsylvania, any news there in voter registration this week?
Great news for PA. Great. All my PA people should be very encouraged by this. So going into the primary, Democrats were gaining on us week by week. And we all know part of that was party switching going into the primary. So for the first time in a while, Democrats lost 34 votes statewide, Commonwealth-wide, and Republicans gained 500 votes for a net loss total of 534 in the last 7 days. Now, I will say, Philadelphia has still not reported. So I'm asking all of the listeners, I make my time, and I'm grateful, Dom, that you have me every week. I'm very grateful. I really am. I talk about you everywhere I go. But to everyone, I make my time for you every Monday at 2 p.m. Send a message that next Monday, when Philadelphia hopefully finally reports its numbers, I want every single person that switched to Democrat to vote for Pat Dugan, to vote for Judge Dugan. I ask you, I court you, send a message that Pennsylvania is not going to go the way of New Jersey. We're not going to go the way of Los Angeles and California, and switch to Republican and make the numbers that I get to report to you so big next week that Governor Shapiro and every Democrat in the House and Senate is going to be peacefully sweating bullets knowing that Pennsylvania is going to continue to go in the right direction. Please, I ask that of you.
Absolutely. Scott, to help with you and the crusade out there in all parts, where do we go? How do we help Scott Presler?
Well, I need a fire in your belly, ladies and gentlemen. I need you to have that urgency. So please understand again, violent protests are happening in response to the deportation of criminal illegal aliens. How does that make you feel? And use that as fuel. Use that as energy. Go to earlyvoteaction.com. New Jersey, vote tomorrow. Vote tomorrow. Vote tomorrow. And send a message. I look forward to joining every single one of you. And I am 95% looking forward to doing mulligans on the 20th with you, Dom, and Dan, and Henry, and all of our beautiful 1210.
Oh, I didn't know that. So how do we get that other 5%, Dan? What do we have to do?
Well, 5% depends on if I live after my Los Angeles adventure.
Okay. All right.
So I'm leaving 5% in case of injury. However, that would be really cool if I walked in on like crutches or something, and I was able to show that I survived.
I am so thrilled with this, as you know, and we got a lot of special stuff going on, but nothing does it like Scott Presler coming to Wildwood, and maybe you'll be opening up and doing more stuff at the shore soon.
Well, we were there yesterday. I know we're on a time cut, but I was at Point Pleasant, and we went out there outside of Martell's Tiki Bar, and you wouldn't believe the amount of people. It was even a little bit rainy, but lots of people coming over, thank you for the work that you're doing. I'm voting on Tuesday. I'm coming out in the election. And we were asking people about voter ID. The overwhelming number of people there at the shore on the boardwalk at Point Pleasant want voter ID. So you're going to see us all summer long from Monmouth to Ocean, to Atlantic, to Wildwood, Cape May, and I want everybody, please, continue to let President Trump know you want him to do a rally in Wildwood this summer. That would be really cool.
Nothing could be better to get people roused up. You're right, Scott, without a doubt. Thank you, Scott, and we'll catch up with you very soon.
Thank you, gentlemen. Talk to you
Take
soon.
care. All right, there's
Bye.
a lot, Dan. He buried the lead at the end there. He's coming to Mulligan's. I didn't know that. I've been working the phone lines like Henry Kissinger the last couple of days with all the people that are coming. So good to know Scott Presler there. Linda Kearns goes down to defeat in the great debate, which is still underway. And coming up right after Money Melody, New Jersey is no longer the Wawa capital of the world. I didn't know New Jersey was. I thought it was Pennsylvania, but Jersey has more Wawas. So what is the Wawa capital of the world? I think it's disgraceful, but I'll tell you where it is and the numbers. Right now, though, it is time for...
Oh, no, I'm not ready for it.
All right, well,
no, I'm ready.
Wait. There we go.
Nope.
Sean, do something in there. Break that glass.
There it is. Thank you,
I
Sean.
noticed Scott included Henry in there, too. All right. We are, wait a minute here. Who's won a pair of lawn tickets to see Ringo Starr?
That's what I'm saying. That's what the prize is today. It's an update.
Oh, it's an update here.
Yeah.
Let's hit news sounder. This shut in. All right. Is this going to be all this week? Wow.
Yeah, it is. All this week, Dom.
I'm
Yeah.
interested in this.
Oh, are you?
A pair of lawn tickets. Does that mean you sit or you can bring your chair?
No, you got it. So a lawn is like it's the standing room only, but what you do is you bring like a beach chair
That's
or
what
a
I meant.
blanket
Yeah, well,
and
a beach chair. Yeah, if you can do
Well, I
the
don't know if you
beach
can
chair.
do a beach chair at
It's
this
probably
location.
a blanket. That's okay.
The Man Center, I don't know. Can you do a beach chair there?
Man
you can do
Center,
a blanket.
give us a call. Can you do, I know that. Can you do a lawn chair, a pair of lawn tickets to see Ringo Starr and his all-star band at the Man Center, Philadelphia, PA, this Sunday? Oh, my God.
So you got to be able to go this Sunday.
Yeah, don't take it if you can't go this Sunday. Move heavy. Yeah, Sunday, June 15, 2025. Tickets are on sale at Ticketmaster.com.
Is there a better Father's Day gift than a trip to see Ringo Starr?
I just want to know if we can get Ringo Starr on the show here, Dan. I mean, come on.
Yeah?
Yeah.
You think he wants to talk about what's going on in L.A.?
Well, I'll talk about a lot of stuff, and I'll get inside the Beatles pretty quickly. All right, Dan, what do you have?
Yeah, Dom, every Sunday morning. So we're talking, stuff at the end. So we're going to do a cover of Skeeter Davis's The End of the World. It's a very famous song, 1963, used in a lot of films, TV shows. But every Sunday morning, Dom, Maisie and I, we'd roll out of bed, we go downstairs, we fry up some eggs, throw something else on a pan, and spend the morning with this guy. Dom, that's all I'm going to put there. This guy, what he puts out there is delicious. It's tasty. Don't want to say exactly what it is, but Dom, today, here he is covering a song in a former life as a country singer. Who is this person that provides some great tastiness every Sunday morning for me and Maisie? Take a listen.
Oh, this is a great play here.
So, Dom, every Sunday,
okay.
me and Maisie love this guy's stuff.
I find it hard to believe. It's shocking here. Maisie?
Oh, yeah, she loves it. Oh, yeah, she's a big fan of his.
By the way, is Maisie coming to Mulligan's?
I don't know. I would hope so. Maybe show off that belly of hers.
Yes. We can autograph it.
Bring the Sharpies, Dom.
Yeah, 855.
Get in the line.
I've had people ask me to autograph body
We're
parts.
setting
I've
a
had to
carnival.
do
We'll have
that.
a carnival booth for
I
sign
don't think
Maisie's
it's
belly.
appropriate. Women want to come up and have, an autograph. No, we can't do that. But the belly, yes. All right, 855-839. Can't read the handwriting anyhow, so that's fine. 855-839-1210. Hit us with that, and you're off to see Ringo Starr and his band at the Mand. All that coming up on Talk Radio 1210.
It's that time of year again. Time for the Zeoli Army to become the Zeoli Navy and storm the beaches of Cape May and join me for our first live broadcast of the summer at my happy place, the Grand Hotel of Cape May, New Jersey, Friday, June 20th. These live shows are always the greatest, and I want to see you there. GrandHotelCapeMay.com, Friday, June 20th, our first live show of the summer, and you better be there because it's going to be something to remember.
the good and bad with home improvement projects. The good, you save $1 or $2. The bad.
Kevin, there's no hot water.
So you move on to the car.
Kevin, what's with the car?
Good news, you can recover from these.
Kevin!
Well, most all of them. But when it comes to your retirement, a mistake can be devastating. Call Joe Yakovich at JML Financial Group. He's been helping folks prepare for retirement for over 30 years. That's why he's able to correct your do-it-yourself problems before they're problems. Get your complimentary assessment of where you are now and look at some of the retirement boxes you haven't even thought of.
Kevin!
You can't YouTube your retirement. Call Joe Yakovich at 856-925-6674 or visit jmlfinancialgroup.com. Securities and investment advisory services offered through Brokers International Financial Services, LLC, member SIPC. Brokers International Financial Services, LLC is not an affiliated company.
Hey, Dawn Stensland here. Level up the fun this summer in a new Civic Hybrid sedan or hatchback from my friends at Piazza Honda. You know, the Civic Hybrid has received the honor of being named the 2025 North American Car of the Year with an impressive 50 city, 47 highway MPG rating. The sporty Civic sedan now comes with the efficiency and excitement of hybrid performance. Just visit them, Piazza Honda of Philadelphia, Langhorne, Pottstown, Reading, or Springfield, or you can always browse over 200 hybrid vehicles online. PiazzaHonda.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Ready to redefine your home style? Bucks County Estate Traders offers a breathtaking collection of furniture to suit every taste. From timeless antiques to chic modern designs, discover thousands of meticulously cared for pieces, each one inspected for quality. Explore their ever-changing inventory, featuring styles from classic Victorian to sleek contemporary and charming coastal. And with their expert team often reupholstering finds, you're sure to discover unique treasures ready to make a statement in your home. Visit BucksCountyEstateTraders.com or their showroom in Hatfield today.
Do you have $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is letting everyone know about great debt relief options now available to help people with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of your credit card debt. Get a free debt relief consultation when you call 800-586-4040. 800-586-4040. 800-586-4040.
Hey, this is Larry Steinhaus with Investor Schooling. Listen, I know sometimes you worry about coming to see me because you don't want to invest in real estate, because you don't want to deal with toilets, trash, or tenants. I'm going to teach you a way that you don't have to deal with toilets, trash, or tenants, or even own any real estate and invest in real estate at the same time. You want to learn this, so go to investorschooling.com. That's investorschooling.com and take a complimentary class this Thursday, and I promise you, no toilets, no trash, no tenants.
Free speech lives here with Kaylee Company weekday mornings on Odyssey's #1 talk station, 1210 WPHT.
It's the Money Melody.
Where has all the money gone?
Show me the money.
Way too much show today. We got a backstory where Dan and a cat in a tree that we'll tell you in a moment.
Yeah, I saved a cat's life. Well, I don't know if I did much.
Okay, well, should have called us. So Luke is the cat whisperer.
The cat king?
He's unbelievable.
The king of all cats.
He is. We'll get more details, but right now, here's your clue today. Who is this that Dan and Maisie listen to every Sunday morning?
No, we don't listen to him every Sunday morning, Dom. He provides us something that's just fantastically yummy.
Okay. Okay. I thought you would play the man, too, in the background.
Well,
yes.
Actually, it's Sinatra usually, believe it or not.
Okay.
Yeah, we listen to a lot of Sinatra and jazz on Sunday mornings, not
All
country.
Right. Let me go to the jazz again.
Oh, we love our jazz. Yeah.
Maisie, too?
Uh-huh. Oh, she loves it, yeah. And classical music, yeah.
Classical, yes, I could get
What's
that.
wrong with jazz?
It's just too jazz.
Frank Sinatra is jazz.
Nah, really.
Yes, he is.
Big band or something. Let's go to Cindy in Lancaster. All right, Cindy. You listen to jazz, first of all, before you answer, Cindy.
I listen to some of it. I don't love it all, but
very
I
nice
have been
answer.
in
All right,
live
you're
performance.
elected, Cindy. All right, who is it, Cindy, that's singing?
Is it Jimmy Dean?
Yes, it is. Jimmy Dean.
Yay!
Enjoy.
Awesome.
Now, can you get there Sunday, Cindy? Ringo Starr and the All-Star Band?
Yes, actually, we went last time when he was supposed to be at the Man. Did not know the concert was canceled and showed up to an empty parking lot. So this time we will make it, and it'll be a full parking lot.
Oh man, you know what? I'm so glad you won that. That is
I know.
Tremendous.
It was very disappointing, but yes, we can definitely get there on Sunday.
All right, what's the allure of Ringo Starr's band to you?
It's Ringo, not his band.
My husband.
Yeah.
Well, my husband and son are huge Beatles fans, so they sort of hooked me into the love of it as well. Yeah, they've seen Paul McCartney and Ringo Starr multiple times. So.
All right, I'll put you on
great.
hold, Cindy.
Yep.
Enjoy. Boy, how I love it when a plan comes together. Last time she got stiff with it from Lancaster, and now she wins this time.
Now I want some clarification.
Yes.
Sorry, did you want to give the read on that again, or are we good there?
Oh, sure. Yeah, I'll give you the
yeah.
right.
So
pair of lawn tickets to see Ringo Starr and the All-Star Band at the Mann Center, Philadelphia, PA, this Sunday, June 15, 2025. Tickets are on sale at Ticketmaster.com.
Now, when you said you were surprised about Maisie, are you saying you're surprised that she would like country music and Jimmy Dean, or are you surprised she likes breakfast sausage? Because everybody loves breakfast sausage.
No, it was the jazz.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that's right. So buckle up, guys. Jimmy Dean's love of sausage, Dom. It came back to when he was going, where were they? Plainview, Texas. He was sitting at a diner in his hometown, having breakfast, bit into some sausage, and got a whole mouthful of grizzle. Turned to his brother Don, said, "You know, Don, there has to be some room in this country for a good quality sausage." The rest is history. He went from country music star and television presenter to go found the Jimmy Dean Sausage Company, which made him tons of money, Dom.
Oh, absolutely. Identified with that big
Now,
time.
Sean asked me behind the scenes, would you rather do music or sausage?
Oh, you mean jazz or the sausage?
Like country music as a career, or like sausage maker as a career?
Oh, I'd rather do country music.
Would you?
Course,
I'd rather be a sausage maker. Well, you just make the sausage, you make a ton of money, and you just hand it off. You don't have to go perform every night.
You have to have that Borowski down home sort of stuff.
There's your debate topic with Linda Kern.
Yeah,
sausage maker or country stuff?
I'm getting a saliva drip because I see Leslie here with the debate topic, and I know she knows how to set the drama up here of this. Let's go to Leslie and Bryn Mawr on Talk Radio 1210. All right, Leslie, a lot of expectations on you here.
Aloha.
Aloha, yes.
Okay. I think that there's too many topics that you agree on.
Yes.
So it's really kind of hard to have you go against each other. So I've been thinking about it, and I've come up with the debate should be, will AI replace lawyers or talk show hosts first?
Ooh,
I love that
that's
one.
a good
right?
one.
Yes. Can you imagine?
Right?
I could see it with a lawyer. After all, I could just go in right now and debate.
No,
Linda
there's
Kern.
no.
She couldn't do talk
I
radio.
played it for you. They're already doing it. If you put an article into some certain service with Google, they'll spit out something that sounds exactly like NPR with two co-hosts having an emotional conversation. It's
That's
nuts.
not real talk radio. I'm talking about talk radio.
Yeah, like going back and forth to callers and stuff.
Yeah, exactly.
Yes, but-
I mean,
but-
Leslie's
but
on record.
Tom-
Leslie, I'm going to cite you saying, I was able, see how it comes to me? I was able to stand there and ask a tough question of Elon Musk. Why? I had to debate Dom Giordano and Rich Zioli many times. There you go.
Yes. But AI, from the legal standpoint, legalese is a ton of books and cited records and cited cases. So it could be very effective in a courtroom. Right. Debating, but for a talk show host, you could be, replaced as well as a talk show host has to have a huge knowledge base and be able to touch on all things. And AI, again, would be able to touch on all things because its knowledge is endless.
Can AI throw a football 40 yards? I'm just asking. Come on.
Yes.
Yes, probably further, actually.
Does AI have great hair?
No.
There you go. Could AI have a producer as great as Dan?
But talk show hosts aren't seen often.
Well, YouTube now, TV.
So
and all that
I want to play this while you're on the phone, Leslie. My dad is a proprietor of 1773, and he ran one of his articles through the Google Notebook, which is the new AI version of what they're doing here. Take a listen. This is how it sounds. It sounds like NPR.
Okay.
Hey, Paula, can you hear me?
Compared to what?
Compared to the main road nearby, Haddonfield Road. Apparently that gets really jammed up, especially near the Garden State Park shopping area. Lots of lights, lots of congestion.
So Mercer Street looks like a quick bypass, the classic shortcut temptation.
You nailed it.
Okay.
And one resident there, Marie Connors, she lives right on Mercer Street. She said people, even neighbors, admit it. They told her they use Mercer because, well, it's that.
I don't know, Dom.
It's crazy, right, Leslie? It sounds like two people going back and forth.
Oh, yeah.
Yes.
Let's see.
I'm nervous for my job.
You have to take the stance that talk radio will outlast AI over lawyers. And she's got to take the position that
I like that.
lawyers don't.
We definitely got to put that in as a topic. I like it a lot. It's got a lot of fun, but it's also important. Leslie, what's your ending?
So my ending is a movie from 1968, and three astronauts crash land on an unknown planet and are taken prisoner by a society of apes.
Yes.
And they're eventually Heston, the astronaut, is eventually freed, riding down the beach on a horse, and comes upon the Statue of Liberty, realizing the planet Earth was where he was the entire time.
It's one of the most distressing endings imaginable. Thank you, Leslie. Paula Scanlon on deck. What does she have to say about gymnasts Simone Biles and Riley Gaines?
Dry weather returns to the forecast for the afternoon. Skies will be partly to mostly cloudy. High temperature below average at 76. Tonight, mostly cloudy with some showers and storms overnight, low 65. And for Tuesday, showers and storms mainly during the morning with a high 79.
Not the Jazz here. All right, let's go to the great Paula Scanlon, who is now day-to-day in Jersey, running the early action vote, among other things, and I'm sure has a lot to say about Simone Biles now jumping into the ring. Paula, welcome back. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you so much for having me on today.
Well, give me your overall impressions when you saw this, and did you think Simone Biles would be attacking women like you and Riley, who are sticking up for other women? So it's like a double bank shot, attacking you guys and also attacking women in general.
You know, definitely. I'm going to be honest here. I'm actually in Europe on vacation with my family, so I wasn't even awake when Simone Biles started tweeting. I was asleep. I was wondering why my phone was buzzing at 1:30 or 2 in the morning, and it was actually because Simone Biles decided, of all times, right now, to get involved in this conversation, which I can't even imagine why she would even choose this particular moment to do so. And honestly, I want to give her the benefit of the doubt and say that some weird PR team took over and said, let's support the trans community during Pride Month. It'll be good for your image, and convinced her that this is exactly what you should do. I mean, it's utterly bizarre to take this stance now, especially when the majority of Americans do not agree with men competing in women's sports. And I can't imagine why someone would just suddenly decide to output their opinion right at this moment.
I hear the backstory, but whoever wrote it, it was pretty tough stuff, which we'll get into. First of all, though, Paula, thank you. You're on a European vacation. You and Dan cooked this up. I really appreciate you coming on today.
No, of course, anything. I mean, this is an important issue, and I really, maybe I'm naive. I really thought that we weren't going to see mainstream celebrities talking about this on the other side, but yet here we are, which shows exactly why we're still losing, exactly why we still have to keep fighting for this issue, because Olympic gymnast Simone Biles, a very accomplished female athlete that has the opportunity to be an Olympian because of female-only sports, is saying, screw the rest of you, I'm retired, no opportunities for girls in the future. And that's why we're losing. And truly, if anyone asks why we haven't finished this, that is why.
Well, Paula, you may not have seen this, given that you're over there in Europe, that Danica Patrick now has jumped in on Instagram in favor of you, Riley, and female sports, saying she's been red-pilled. This is outrageous with Simone Biles. Now, here's a woman who actually credibly, not as an affirmative action, but credibly raced against some of the toughest competitors imaginable, males in motorsports, and led several times for 20, 30, 40 laps, saying, yeah, this has done it for her. She's out there now pushing back. So maybe that's the upside of this.
No, definitely. I mean, there's so many female athletes. I saw Bethany Hamilton, if people are familiar with the movie Soul Surfer, about this really inspiring story of a female surfer that lost her arm and still continued to be a champion even with one arm. She's come out and support Riley. I mean, it truly is not an issue that people are siding with Simone Biles on. Really, there's a small fringe group of people, but the majority of female athletes do actually support the stance that the rest of us have taken, and many of them are just silent about it, which again is why this is so confusing to me. If Simone Biles truly believes men can play women's sports, she easily could have just said nothing. And that is what most of these athletes have chosen to do in these situations, in these controversial topics. I really have to believe that there's some PR situation going on here that they would want this to have attention. I don't know if you have any guesses, but this entire situation is just out of left field. And I talked to Riley myself. She's a good friend of mine, and she said the same thing. She says, oh, I was hoping to have a relaxing weekend with my family, and now I have to deal with the press of this situation.
Well, it, though, has the spin that people like Danica Patrick jump in. Here's the other thing I wanted to ask you about, because you would be in this category. They're coming after Riley, but you had a similar situation. She uses one of the worst things that Keith Olbermann started, Paula. So using him, calling Riley Gaines a loser, actually going back to when she tried out for the Olympics at the age of 15, and I think finished, like in the 30 or 40th best. That's pretty good against Olympic athletes. They're going around now trying to say that you guys are just sore losers when you're that accomplished, and she did tie a 6'4" guy who was setting records.
Exactly. This argument is made all the time. And to people who are saying this, you're telling me that girls do not deserve a fair opportunity to compete in sports if they're not Olympic gold medalists? That is awful. All girls should have an opportunity to compete. All girls should have an opportunity to compete in college or go to the Olympics or swim at the NCAA championship. But they continue to make this argument saying, well, if you're not a winner, then your opinion is not valid. That is, I can't even, considering leftists, okay, backtrack. Considering the leftists generally have this winner, everyone's a winner, everyone wins policy, the one time that they're choosing to not do that is when it comes to speaking up about unfairness in sports. Well, it's, oh, you're not an Olympic gold medalist, you don't get to have an opinion. You're actually just a sore loser and you're a horrible person. It doesn't matter if you placed first or last in a championship, or if a dude competing in the women's category placed first or last. If he's there in the competition, girls are losing out, and it's not about the winners. And in fact, actually, the girls who aren't winning probably lose out more, because what about that girl who was left out of the championship final because Leah Thomas competed? That is the girl who arguably lost even more because she lost the opportunity to compete altogether.
I've never competed at that level. Try to take us through it. Riley has too, where improving by a tenth of a second, or I guess even a hundredth of a second in some cases, what you have to put yourself through. I think she once told us, Poa, that putting on your swimsuit took 15 or 20 minutes because of the aerodynamics and everything else that goes into it. That level of competition, the slightest little bit off, and you have no shot at winning. You might be blown away in a competition. At least in football or basketball, it's not as individualized, and you have an opportunity to come back. Here, it's a hundredth of a second potentially.
It is, and I'll tell you a quick funny story to really put that into perspective. Back when I was 13 years old, I was trying to make a cut, and I missed the time cut by 0.01 seconds. And I get back in the car after the race, and of course my parents are there to support me, and my dad goes, well, you know what, Paula? If you had shaven off your eyebrows, you probably would have made the time.
Whoa, wait
and
a minute.
I sat there for a minute, and I thought to myself, oh, shoot, should I have done that? Should I have just gone barefaced and looked like a freak for a couple months just to make this cut? that is what you're thinking about when you're competing in these competitions. And people can laugh at it, but it was true. I mean, at 13, I genuinely thought for a moment, do I sacrifice looking ridiculous and ugly in middle school where people are already bullying me just so I can make this time and go to the next level and go to the next meet that I wanted to qualify for? I mean, that is what goes through your mind. So yes, it is exactly that. These are fractions of a second. You're doing anything you can to shave off time. It's you're fighting for these spots. There's a lot of events that to make the difference between making finals and staying home that night is 0.1 of a second.
Wow, we're talking with Paula Scanlon, External Director of Early Vote Action. Was your dad being serious there? Look, at 13, I don't think, if you were later on and it's the Olympics, I might say anything you have to do. Got to watch my competitive juices there, Paul, so that you were thinking about it. Wow, that is just, but isn't that the beauty that females are experiencing exactly what males did and learning from it, and you at the height of performing NCAAs, et cetera, and this is being put in jeopardy. You saw in California, basically, in some of those events, the female athletes just could not win the high jump and some of the others. I think one won the long jump, which was commendable. So overall, at this point, though, you see the upside of this, right? We're seeing more and more. We just need a couple more people like Danica Patrick and others to be aggressively speaking out on this.
Definitely. I mean, again, I grew up in the Northeast, right? I've lived, the three states I've really lived in are New York, Pennsylvania, and Connecticut. So I've seen there's great parts of Pennsylvania, but the Philadelphia area, sometimes, there's a lot of lefties around there. And the majority of the people I know through my life, even if they are diehard Democrat voters, they still agree with me on my stance on this issue. And I think that really gives me hope. I think it shows that this transcends political parties. For some reason, it's become partisan. But again, we are really in a position now in this country where we just have to get this done. We have to pass legislation. We have to keep talking about this. And we have to shame the organizations that allow this to keep happening. I mean, these high school leagues that are saying, screw the executive order and allowing this to keep happening, we have to call them out. We have to call them. We have to get the school boards active. And this is really what it comes down to grassroots people. And everyone I've met that's worked on this issue, there have been so many wonderful leaders, but those small people taking over their school board and trying to get on there or even go to a meeting and talk about it, those are the people that are going to push us across the finish line.
Absolutely.
And so majority of those people are probably your listeners. So if you're hearing this, help us. And I support you. And again, this can't be done without you.
Absolutely. Well, the beauty of it, I say it to Riley when she's on and to you, Paula, too. We got to know you. You got a platform. You're a natural for this now. You're engaged in Jersey in the most watched election this year at a very high level. And we really appreciate you coming on. Where are you in Europe? Where are you vacationing across Europe?
I'm in Italy, but I'm going to be tracking the New Jersey. Yep,
okay.
We'll be tracking the New Jersey governor race, and I'll be back shortly. And you'll see me on the shore. We'll be registering voters, and we're going to be working on a Republican governor in this fall.
All righty, Paula. Thank you so much. Thanks for coming on today, as always.
Always, thanks.
Paula Scanlon from Europe here. Thank you, Dan, for getting it. Just put another notch on the belt of producing there, if that's the topic. All right, coming to your calls next here. First, let me tell you about Dr. Bentz. When it comes to your teeth, you deserve more than just a quick fix it. You deserve the expert care you get from my friend and dentist, Dr. Robert Bentz of the Bentz Dental Group. Recently had a chance to talk to Joyce, a listener, new patient, and a listener of mine, Dr. Bentz. She was to another dentist, and the dentist threw up his hands and just said, "Hey, Joyce, it's time for those dentures." Well, Joyce told me she may be vintage, but she's not old, and dentures were not for her. She called, listening to me, set up an appointment with Dr. Bentz and his team. Happy to report Dr. Bentz dental implants have worked wonderfully for her. Dr. Bentz has the latest technology, the expertise to give you the most accurate and best diagnosis for you. All you have to do is call and get that initial look-see. Call them at 610-272-6949 or visit Bentz, B-E-N-T-Z, dentalgroup.com. Dr. Bentz, my guy for 10 years, 610-272-6949.
Lanny went to college and racked up huge debt.
A little bit over $100,000.
For a degree he couldn't use? Now what?
I had a friend that went to my computer career.
They even helped him get hired immediately after graduation.
One of the things I love about IT is that you can work from anywhere you want.
You could become an IT pro in just months, including cybersecurity and the basics of AI with zero experience at mycomputercareer.edu.
It worked for me, and I know it can work for you.
This is one student's experience. Individual results vary.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. No, we're not one of the big guys. Truth is, we don't want to be. If you're over 50, Big Wireless probably has you paying for more data than you might need. You could be throwing away thousands over a lifetime. We're not here to be the biggest. We're here to bring you something we believe is better. Our plans start at just $20. You'll get the same fast nationwide coverage without the big wireless bill.
Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com/facts or a store near you. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional facts.
At Wells Fargo, we know what got you into your business. Whether it's manufacturing, running a restaurant, or your business from home. What you didn't get into your business for was banking. But luckily, Wells Fargo offers business checking, payments, and lending all in one place, in your neighborhood and on our app, so you can focus on doing what you love. Wells Fargo, you're good at business, we're good at business banking. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/business. Terms apply. Wells Fargo Bank, N.A. member FDIC.
Hey, it's Joe DeCamera. I've got the perfect Father's Day gift for you. Tickets to see the story of Philly sports put to music. With Joe Conklin and the City Rhythm Orchestra, I've seen the show. It's phenomenal. Conklin with all of his voices and songs, plus celebrity guests. It's sports. It's comedy. It's music. It's Philly.
See Joe Conklin and the City Rhythm Orchestra at Wildwood High School on Baker Ave, Friday, July 11th. And at the Ocean City Music Pier, Saturday, July 12th. For tickets, go to JoeConklin.com. JoeConklin.com!
Father's Day is coming up soon. My advice? Get him a gift from Family & Company Jewelers on Route 70 in Marlton, New Jersey. They have a great selection of Father's Day gifts. My personal favorites are the handcrafted pocket knives from designer William Henry. They also have chains, pendants, and a massive selection of designer watches. Ditch the ties this year. Get him something different. A gift from Family & Company Jewelers. Online at FamilyJewelers.com.
Family & Company Jewelers, South Jersey's diamond destination.
For Governor, Jack Ciattarelli has President Trump's complete and total endorsement.
This is Jack Ciattarelli. Just like President Trump is taking on the status quo in Washington, when I'm governor, we're going to do the same in New Jersey. I'll end Murphy Sanctuary State for illegals, stop overdevelopment in our suburbs, cap property taxes, and instead of worrying about kids' pronouns, we'll get back to teaching the basics in our schools.
Jack Ciattarelli, President Trump's only endorsed candidate for governor. Paid for by Ciattarelli for Governor Inc., P.O. Box 225, Annandale, New Jersey.
Stop feeling embarrassed about thinning hair and start looking and feeling your best with Hair Grow by New Nordic. Available online at Amazon, Walmart.com, and NewNordicUSA.com, or at your local CVS.
My name is Dave Jansen. This is my wife, Patricia. And we've started with Crash Proof in 2024. Our concern with the stock market is the ups and downs of the market itself. Tomorrow you could crash and you could lose it all.
It's nice to know that we're protected against all those dips that would happen in the marketplace.
With the Crash Proof retirement system, we know that our money is safe and the interest we earn through Crash Proof is protected as well.
There was no fees taken out of what we made and there was no downside.
Crash Proof retirement means to us that our future is bright and we're going to be able to go forward and enjoy our retirement.
In an ever-changing world, it's crucial to shield your retirement future from market drops. Discover how the exclusive Crash-Proof retirement system can help shield your retirement and protect every penny of your hard-earned nest egg. Schedule an appointment or register for our next event at the William Penn Inn on June 10th. 800-722-9728 or crashproofretirement.com.
Hey, it's Rich Zioli here with my friend Matt from Emmons Roofing and Siding. When it comes to protecting your home, you need a roofer that you can trust to do the job right.
That's why at Emmons, we're not just another contractor. We're your neighbors who've built our reputation on honesty, craftsmanship, and superior customer service.
Well, take it from me. Whether it's a roof repair or a full replacement, siding, windows, or doors, Emmons delivers long-lasting protection and peace of mind.
The most expensive project is the one you do twice, so call us today at 856-556-3229 or visit callemmons.com.
When you need to know, depend on KYW News Radio 103.9 FM.
Police in Burlington County found bomb-making materials inside 2 houses in Morristown. They say a minor is the suspect. Attention regional rail riders, SEPTA will shut down the Chestnut Hill East Line for the whole summer. And a new adaptive playground for children with disabilities is coming to Camden.
Get the latest anytime on KYW News Radio. Now on Crystal Clear 103.9 FM.
You've never needed us more.
Be sure to follow Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
The time has come for the final test.
We usually call it the lightning round.
That is right. Tomorrow, really, the last episode of The Sopranos, all-time ending, film, TV, or ending, etc. That's what we're looking for. Watch out today, SEIU. They got a guy in jail there that started trouble in L.A., or at least some of it. So they're protesting in downtown Philadelphia, 6th and Market, but usually they block traffic after that or around that time on that nexus where it's hard to get off on the Schuylkill, 676, places like that. And they let them get away with it. The police are told to dither for an hour, so might be an area that's going to be tied up. Let's go to Drew in Upper Darby with Dom on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Drew. Afternoon.
Hey, Dom. Thanks a lot for taking my call. Hey, Dom, in the movie Silence with the Lambs, at the very end, when Hannibal the Cannibal is on the phone with Jodie Foster, and he's at the airport. And the warden who gave him a hard time, he's getting off the plane. He looks all disheveled and worried. And this guy really, he treated Hannibal the Cannibal bad when he was locked up. But Hannibal the Cannibal says to Jodie Foster, "I think I'll have an old friend for lunch." And that's how it ended. Thanks, Tom.
Thank you, Drew, very much. Dan, one of the first times I had Lou Gall on, this guy called in and says, was it appropriate to take a woman out first date to see Silence of the Lambs? Oh, my God. I thought Lou was like, what the heck? Bill in Bucks, Talk Radio 1210. What's yours today, Bill?
Well, first, I just wanted to make a quick comment about the L.A. riots. Defense Secretary Hegseth said that he was going to use active Marines for crowd control, and that might violate the posse comitatus rule.
Well, it might not. It might not. There is there's debate about this, so yeah.
Right. Well, it's pretty clear if you read the act signed by former President Rutherford B. Hayes. Anyway, my side question today is, pardon me for a second here. It is by M. Night Shyamalan. It would be the last scene with young Cole, and
yep. When the reveal in The Sixth Sense. Yep, gotcha for that. Rob, we did the Planet of the Apes. See if he has another one. I'll take him. No, Robert and Ben Salem. Hey, Robert.
Hey, Dom, Dan, it's good to talk to you guys today. Just wanted to note real quick that back in 2017, Simone Biles tweeted out her gratitude for having never had to compete against boys in her sport.
Yep.
So their hypocrisy is only matched by their ignorance and their mindlessness.
Notice how measured, though, Paula Scanlon is and Riley Gaines. They're trying to look at this. Is this some kind of Pride Month thing? And maybe PR people there with Simone Biles, she ought to step up and say she made a mistake. If that's the case, I think she meant it. I think she's trying to glom on to some title of protector here, Robert.
Yeah, I think that, Paula Scanlon and Riley Gaines have fans in my family. Both my daughters support them completely. But my answer to the side question, and there have been a lot of good ones, so I don't think mine's going to win, but it was the ending of The Usual Suspects. I suspect anybody who hasn't seen it should see it. And you can turn the radio down because at the end, when the gimpy guy that's being interviewed by Chaz Palminteri, who was great, turns out to be Kaiser Sose, you're blown away because you never see it coming. You guys have a great day, all right?
Thank you very much. Chaz Palminteri in The Bronx Tale. Oh, you can go and watch him right this minute. All right, let's figure this out because we had tremendous answers today. We may have gotten a debate question for Linda Kearns. I like that on AI. We'll still have to mix Elvis in there some way. Sean, you were taking all these today. What did you like?
I like a lot of them. Honestly, this was probably one of my favorite calls that we have. But my favorite one, I would have to go with the Unusual Suspects, and then also the Space Odyssey.
Planet of the Apes, you mean? Or I don't remember the Space Odyssey. But okay. I don't remember that. Dan, how about you?
MASH, Cheers, Saving Private Ryan, Shawshank. I like the out-of-the-box answer of Joan Columbus's 2001 World Series, so that's probably where I'm leaning. But you seem to like maybe the Shawshank Redemption answer?
The call was great.
Going
Call
Shawshank?
was great, yeah. Describing the ending of meeting the friend, the Pacific Ocean. He did not know that the hat was blown down the beach, though, which is kind of surprising. No, it was still a great call.
That was Kurt and Bluebell.
Yeah, Kurt, right out of the box. That could be the winner.
Goes into that.
All right, we're always open to side question. You can hit us with that tomorrow. More on what the heck is happening in L.A. And you heard Scott Presler is going to be attending. If he comes back from L.A., nobody gets out of L.A. Kramer reference. He'll be with us at Mulligan's. So you got to be there on the 20th and get there early. We're going to have a lot of excitement. The vote, oh, man, the Board of Election of Judges is enormous. I think Maisie would be a great judge. I'm not saying she can make it there, but she would be a representative. Roe is embracing that, Dan. She's making up fancy ballots that say sauce, gravy with coloration and everything else. It will be a big vote. I think it will be as big of a loss for Sauce as Jack Ciattarelli is going to win by tomorrow. Same kind of point spread. Gravy. All right. Thank you, Sean, for producing today. Follow me on Twitter until tomorrow at Dom Show 1210. Rich is next, Talk Radio 1210.